Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened a Mutant Lightning Power? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Oh, we are gonna be so late and it's all your fault. Izuku Midoriya let out a loud groan of exasperation as she heard Katsuma whining in front of her, hearing his worried mutterings and wheezing as they ran as fast as they could down the street, trying to avoid colliding with anyone and send them falling to the ground. While at one point it would have been laughable that two people of such small stature could knock people over, but they've been training for 10 months now, Izuku could probably knock over a fully grown man if she wasn't careful. Behind her, Koda was grumbling about something or the other, probably his own complaints about the small girl in front of her. It was still pretty early in the morning with the sun hanging in the wintry sky, but they couldn't focus on that as they ran down the street toward school. As annoyed as Izuku felt right now, she knew that Katsuma had a point. Their middle school was still 20 minutes away on foot, so they couldn't exactly walk at a leisurely pace. And, okay, it was probably her fault they were going to be late. Still though, she thought that Katsuma was being a little dramatic. It's not that big a deal, she assured him as they moved around a man with a rhinoceros quirk, Koda apologizing for his friends as they barely avoided knocking him off balance. Yes, training took a bit longer this morning, but you're the one that wanted to do one more lap, Koda grunted behind her as he raised a hand and brought it down on her head, making Izuku yelp when she was chopped. One more 5 kilometers sprint across the beach? I believe you said. It was good for us. We were finished and ready to go. And now we're going to have to sit through class all sweaty and gross. Koda, one more lap wasn't going to kill us. The entrance exam is literally in 2 months. I know that you're anxious, Izuku, but I'm not anxious. You're just not taking this as seriously as I am. Guys. Katsuma groaned ahead of them, stopping by the red light and hopping up and down anxiously, while Izuku and Koda glared at each other and huffed as they crossed their arms and turned their gazes away from each other. If we're late again, the teacher's going to give us detention, and Mahoro will use what limited authority she has to ground me forever. Okay, just cool down, Kats. Izuku tried to assure him. If we're late, you can just blame me. Mahoro never gets angry at me. To your face, Katsuma muttered, while Koda snorted and Izuku rolled her eyes. Oh, God, I forgot that I borrowed Satsuki's textbook. She'll never let this go if I can't give it back to her before first bell. She's probably going to slap me with her tongue and Remember, Koda smirked, just blame Izuku. Okay, yes, fine, you guys can blame me. Izuku threw up her hands in exasperation. It's my fault, I made you run longer than I should have. I'm projecting my anxiety on you guys. Blame all your problems on the Dumbo. Okay, I will. Koda, I swear to God That all you got, you hero trash? The 3 teenagers jumped at the sound of something breaking, and the sudden sound of several people screaming. Quick to look around and not noticing the light going green, they saw, coming from around the corner of the market, a large crowd of people screaming and running for the hills, as what looked like black leather whips chased after them, attempting to drag them back into the market. They saw one of the tendrils grab at one woman's ankle and barely miss, the woman letting out several tearful gasps as she ran away, and then the tendrils turned their attention to the crowd beginning to gather up, grabbing at women's purses and trying to drag men further into the market while reaching into their pockets. The 3 teenagers were then aware of the sound of feet running around quickly, as though someone was running around very fast. Oh, geez, Koda groaned, shaking his head as he watched the crowd bat away the tendrils but not do anything else but watch. Looks like a robbery gone bad. Crap. Katsuma winced as a woman was dragged further into the market back by one of the tentacles, only being stopped by a few of the civilians grabbing her and stopping her from being dragged away. I guess we should call the police? We can Wait. Koda suddenly felt himself freeze up, feeling his eyes narrow as he looked at the smaller boy. Crime in process. A really good chance of people getting hurt. Katsuma's own eyes widened in horror. Chances of seeing a hero swing by are pretty high. She's a complete and utter dumbass. Both boys paling in horror and frustration, they turned to look for the small white-haired girl that would have been standing right behind them, but as predicted, she had completely vanished. Feeling their eyes widening in exasperation, they whipped their gazes back to the gathering crowd, knowing exactly what they were about to see as they saw Eri barging into the crowd, already trying to hop up to see what was going on. "Are you effing kidding me, you dumbass? Eri!" The boys cursed after her, but still turned right around and quickly ran behind her, not trusting Eri to be smart and stay in the crowd. They remembered the many times that she jumped in to shout down villains or distract them, usually having to drag her away for the heroes to arrive and clean up after her. The last time that happened, she had been grounded to hell and back, but it was clear that it wasn't a lesson that she had learned at all. And now, Koda was currently cursing her out under his breath, frustrated that his best friend was such an utter dumbass, while Katsuma let out a small groan of exasperation, and knowing that Mahoro and Satsuki were going to kill him. Still, they were quick to catch up with the horned girl, pushing past several people to get to her. Thankfully, Eri hadn't jumped in, but she was standing up on her tippy toes to see what was going on, mostly due to her short stature. Koda let out a small growl at the utter density of his best friend, but felt himself act automatically, grabbing her by the scruff of her school uniform and lifting her up somewhat so she could see. It was pretty much routine for them now that Koda, the tallest of the trio, would lift Eri, the smallest of the trio, up to see whatever she wanted, and thanks to their training from the last few months he was a lot stronger, so it was easier to lift the much smaller girl. Katsuma, meanwhile, let out a worried hum at the late time but still stood up on his own tippy toes to see what was going on. The small plaza had pretty much been empty due to the fight that had just broken out, except for about 7 people moving around. The first and most obvious was the hero in red and blue being slammed right out the window of the jewelry store, making people scream at the sound of broken glass as the hero hit the ground hard and rolled away, groaning when he hit his head and making the crowd wince. Coming out right after him, several people wearing black long coats and leather laughed and cowed around, which indicated to Eri, Koda and Katsuma that they were villains, rather loud ones, at that. From the looks of the group, the first man who came out, the biggest guy with 4 tendrils of what looked like leather coming out of his stomach, was the muscle of the group, grabbing the fallen hero and giving him a harsh squeeze, laughing in a mocking manner. From behind him came 2 twins, laughing and high-fiving as they put 2 duffel bags full of jewelry around their shoulders, running around in circles at surprising speed, meaning that they were the getaway. Another 2 villains came out with their own bags filled with money and jewels, so they were just thugs. And finally, a woman with long red hair came out last, smirking down at the hero and looking around haughtily, which probably meant that she was the leader. Eri was pretty sure that she was right about these villains. After all, she lived with 3 parents who knew the ins and outs of being a hero. They knew their stuff, so she was pretty sure she did too. "You done, little hero?" The leader of the villains sneered at the hero on the ground, hearing him whimper as he tried to keep his broken arm off the ground, and she went over to deliver another kick to his side, making the hero groan as he flopped onto the ground. "Or are you gonna be like every other hero we've come across today, and get yourself absolutely effed? We own this town." One of the Speed twins shouted, hooting into the air. "Anyone else wanna mess with us? Come on, you pieces of shit. Who wants to F with us?" "Oh, geez," Koda grunted, adjusting his hat and shaking his head while Eri studied them carefully. "Talk about overconfidence, they're acting like they just took down Bakugo." "Huh, and I think that's a newcomer," Eri noted, looking worried about the hero on the ground and glancing around. "He definitely should have waited for backup. He needs help." "What do we do?" Katsuma asked in a small voice, glancing around. "I think someone's already called the police, but they're probably going to get away before they arrive if they got the 2 speedsters to help them out." "What? We won't have to do anything." The boys blinked and looked up at the horned girl being dangled in the air by Koda. To hear her say that they didn't need to jump in and do anything was more surprising than anything they'd heard today. It was as though she'd been killed and replaced by an imposter. At least they recognized the confident smirk on her face as she looked at the villains gloating and shouting into the air. She usually wore that smirk when she was confident that she was right. "When I left for the sleepover last night, she felt herself begin to shiver, not from the cold but from excitement. I remember Dad saying that he was going to be patrolling around these parts. The other two boys felt their eyes widen as they realized what she was talking about, glancing back quickly at the cowing villains as they menacingly moved towards the hero to beat him down some more, just to prove their toughness. And then they suddenly heard the clap of thunder. The villains blinked, hearing the familiar sound of something loud rumbling in the distance, and glanced at the sky, expecting to see dark clouds begin to gather, and seeing no cloud in sight. They wrinkled their brows in confusion, wondering where the thunder was coming from if there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and then felt their eyes widen in realization when they heard another clap of thunder, and this time not from the sky. Instead, they heard it coming from somewhere in the city. "No," the woman whispered, looking left and right rapidly. "No, no, 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 no. God damn it." The tendril villain was quick to spread the black tentacles around the small gang, everyone on edge. "Keep your damn eyes up. He'll be here any second." "Why? Why couldn't it have been effing grape juice? Just hope he doesn't bring the other beach with him." The crowd had gone from nervous spectating to loud muttering, everyone practically vibrating with excitement as the sounds of thunder got louder and louder, indicating that the hero was coming closer and closer. The villains, who had smugly beaten down any hero in their path before, were now on the verge of either surrendering or running away, with only the ringleader looking somewhat determined as she tried to listen for the thunder, trying to figure out what angle he would be coming from. Eri, Koda, and Katsuma exchanged grins as they heard the sound of electricity coming closer, knowing exactly who was coming to kick these villains' butts from here to Kanagawa. Suddenly, the thunderclaps sounded as though they were coming from the other side of the plaza, and everyone turned as they saw, far down the street, a flash of green lightning coming from around the corner, and standing on one of the light posts, glaring at the villains, was a hero in a green, white, black, and red uniform. "Oh, Fu Dash!" Before the villains could panic any more than they already were, in the blink of an eye, the hero suddenly leapt off the post, and a streak of lightning blasted down the street in the blink of an eye, above the cars and the crowd being backed up in the corner, and shot straight towards the villains. The biggest of the villains, who had been slowly backing away as though on the verge of shoving past the crowd and running for the hills, let out a shout of pain as, from within the lightning, another streak of electricity flashed out and struck him directly in the chest. "Vivian!" The tendril villain shouted, and the leader of the villains whipped around in horror as her henchman was sent flying across the plaza before hitting the ground with a loud thud, groaning in pain as his shirt burned away from the strike. Not enough to kill him, of course, but enough to make him feel numb and stiff, unable to fight on. Letting out a small gasp, Vivian was quick to look around as the living lightning bolt flickered around them. "Guys, circle up," she commanded, the minion beside her extending his tendrils around her waist. "Don't let him dash." Another shot of lightning blasted out before she could finish her sentence, and the only other thug who was still looking around desperately for the hero was sent flying, letting out a tiny scream as he was thrown over straight above the crowd, everyone looking up after him as he flailed through the air, and came down hard in a snowbank, blinking woozily. Now, Vivian and her goons could only slowly back up in terror as the green lightning began flashing all around them, the formerly confident villains not sure where the next blow would come from or if the hero would decide to take them all out at once. Within the crowd, Eri, Koda, and Katsuma cheered amongst the crowd, excited to see the pro-hero pick off the formerly smug villains one by one. However, before the villains could wince or try to figure out a way to escape, the green flash of lightning stopped flickering around them, slowing to a stop, and, floating in the air, the pro-hero in the green, black, and red costume floated in the air. Everyone watched as he looked at the crowd with a slightly confused look, before his eyes widened and his mouth, which would have normally been a large, assuring smile, thinned into a line. "Eri, Koda, Katsuma." The three teenagers jumped a bit and groaned when they heard the pro-hero address them directly, Koda slowly lowering Eri back to the ground, and privately thankful, too, his arm was starting to feel sore from holding her up for so long. They looked up guiltily towards the pro-hero flying above them, who had crossed his arms and continued to look down at them in disappointment and maybe a tinge of amusement. The villains who had backed up in panic glanced between the hero and the three teenagers, blinking in confusion as the lightning hero turned to his daughter and her two best friends while shaking his head. "What did I tell you guys about coming to fights?" Izuku Midoriya asked in a cold voice, evidently already knowing the answer. "Don't," Eri asked innocently, while Koda suppressed a snort despite himself and Katsuma studied his feet with a look of incredible guilt on his face. "You'd be correct." Izuku nodded slowly, narrowing his eyes. "And where are you right now?" "Walking to school." Eri tried, giving him a cute smile in hopes to appeal to his softer side. "That we didn't know there'd be a fight near? Isn't your school in the completely opposite direction of here?" Izuku shook his head at her, while the crowd laughed and cheered as Eri flashed him an innocent smile. It was such a recurring sight for fans of the pro hero, seeing the kind green-haired hero with one of the most powerful quirks in Japan, scolding his small, white-haired daughter. It had immediately endeared him to the public, seeing this tall man with the power to control one of the most destructive elements on Earth get into arguments with a little girl half his size, that paparazzi usually avoided going after Eri out of respect to the pro hero, and the last time one tried her mom had crushed his camera and threatened to end his career. "Hey, Spark!" one bystander called out, interrupting the scolding and making Izuku turn to look at the young man as he pointed. Those villains made a break for it. Izuku jolted, blinking in shock, and quickly looked around, seeing the woman leading her 4 henchmen away as fast as they could, booking it down the street. "Oh crap! Looks like those twins have a speed quirk. Well, at least that'll be easy to catch up to, I just need to hurry." With that quickly assessed, he was quick to look back at Eri, pointing at her while she tried and failed to suppress her laughter. "This is not over, young lady. We're talking about this tonight." Yeah, Eri nodded, then remembered something, and felt herself pout as she called up to her dad. "By the way, one of those assholes called Mom a beach." He looked like he was going to scold her for the language, but paused when he heard what one of the villains called his wife, and scowled. "Which one? Does it matter?" "No, it does not." In another flash of lightning, with the formerly intimidated crowd now cheering their heads off, Izuku took off, but his voice carried over the sound of the loud explosion of sound. "But when they hear about this, you are so grounded." Once he was gone, Eri let out a small sigh, smiling at where her dad vanished with such obvious affection Koda couldn't help but roll his eyes, although he had his own reluctant smile on his face, at least, until Katsuma grabbed both of their arms and began to roughly drag them away, making both of them yelp. He was almost as small as Eri, so it was always surprising to feel how strong he'd become thanks to Izuku's training. "Oh, Kats. Dude, what dash? Guys. School. Oh, sheet. Whoops." As he flew down the street after the fleeing villains, Izuku let out a small sigh at his daughter's idiocy, although he knew he couldn't really talk since he wasn't much better when he was her age, but before he could lose himself, he shook his head and quickly refocused. He had heard sirens coming when he left, meaning that the injured hero that had been on the ground would be looked after, as well as the 2 villains he had taken care of already. He knew that his lightning bolts had incapacitated them, meaning that it would take a while for them to get back up, and by the time they did, the police would be there. But he couldn't focus on that now, quickly turning his gaze to hone in on the remaining 4 villains as they fled as fast as they could. He was quick to analyze the villains' quirks with a quick glance. The 2 twins whose quirks were being used to rush them down the busy street, the tendril villain wrapping his tentacles around them to keep them together, and the villain in the middle, the obvious leader of the pack holding what little money they had left. "This'll be easy," Izuku smiled as he upped his ante a bit. 10% of his power would be what he needed to catch up. "I'd slow to a stop right about now." He shouted loud enough to catch Vivian's attention, making her turn and let out a squeak when she saw him flip off another lamppost, throwing his arm back and letting lightning curl around his gauntlet, preparing to shoot out a blast to slow them down. "Left!" She screeched at her minions, and the 2 twins quickly changed their direction, going a sharp left. Izuku watched in shock as they turned towards a small crowd, hearing the sound of several civilians screaming as they were forced to dive out of the way of the rampaging villains. The twins ran as fast as they could, so anxious to get away from the pro hero they didn't notice a young mother with her baby standing in the way. The mother felt herself stand stock still, a deer in the headlights as she and her child were about to be trampled. Only for Izuku to quickly zap down, grabbing her and the baby quickly and securely, and sliding both of them out of the way. Once he was sure that they were out of the way of the two twins with no regard to the safety of the civilians, Izuku let out a small grunt and kicked out, moving his metallic boot in front of one of the twins' legs. Ah! With a scream, the twin that he tripped was sent flying out of the tendril villain's grasp, eyes widening in horror as he flailed in the air towards the ground very fast. But Izuku was quicker, grabbing him by the back of his shirt and jerking him back before he could become a smear on the road. From the way the twin in his grasp slackened once he had a firm hold on him, Izuku could tell that he had fainted in fear, and a good thing too, as he had glanced backwards and saw a police officer accompanying a hero towards him, meaning that this guy would be taken care of. If he cared that his brother had been captured, the remaining twin didn't show it. Instead of slowing down or even looking back, the other twin only increased his speed, dragging Vivian and the tendril villain with him down the alley, Izuku glancing down and spotting the support items on Vivian and the tendril villain's shoes that would have made it easier on them to be carried around. Izuku grunted, putting the unconscious villain on the ground none too gently, and then helped the woman up to her feet, smiling weakly at her crying in gratitude. I wish I could stay, but dash. He gestured with his head towards the fleeing villains, giving her a dorky grin, and turned so that he could quickly blast back down the alley after them. He knew that if he could take care of the other twin, then Vivian and the other villain would be easy to take down after that. They'd probably want to give up. He figured that the only reason that they weren't in police cars now was due to the fact that they thought there was a chance to escape. From what he had seen earlier, they stuck with attacking heroes they could group up on, and avoiding heroes that could move around them and hit back hard. Not to mention the support items on their feet, he had a feeling he knew where those came from and who supplied them. As he streaked through the air after them, Izuku narrowed his eyes, staring at them as they shifted and moved through the cars, trying to get away from him as fast as they could. They weren't being careful and it wouldn't take long for them to hurt someone. He needed to— "Hey, are you busy right now?" Izuku blinked at the voice that suddenly spoke in his ear, realizing who was speaking through his comms, and felt a small smile grace his face. A little bit. He grunted as hopped up and blasted off another building to continue to build up his momentum, waving to a few bystanders as they watched him soar by after the villains. Got a trio of villains trying to run away from me. They got one speedster and two tagalongs, and it's not going to be long until they end up running someone over. And where's that? Hold on a sec, kinda hard to keep track of street names when I'm flying at— oh, okay, they just got into Chua City, coming from the west, I think. Oh, I'm there right now. Near Shinkamejima Bridge. Huh, Izuku smirked, hopping off another lamppost and shooting off after them. Well, they don't seem to want to slow down to talk to me. Would you mind helping me bring them to a safe stop? Why, not at all. I think I can see you now anyway, I'll be waiting. Izuku grinned at that, and threw his hand back, feeling lightning curling in his hand again, and this time got the chance to fling it directly at them. The speed villain squeaked when a bolt of lightning narrowly missed his head, and quickly jerked himself and his two buddies down the way, heading towards the bridge. Smirking when he realized that his plan to move them towards her worked, Izuku stopped blasting out at them and became content with just following them, soaring above them and watching as the two villains the speedster was dragging along turned to look at him with obvious panic in his eyes. Oh man, Vivian, what do we do?" The tendril villain asked in a whiny voice. Vortex said to use the support gear only in case of emergency. I thought we were just going to be robbing and beating people up, not run into FING Spark. I know. Vivian growled, glaring at the hero following them. Vivian, what do we dash? Shut the F up. She screamed, raising a hand to smack him. I'm thinking. She took a moment to look up at Izuku, and then felt herself blink. He was no longer attacking them. The shot of lightning at the twin had been a warning shot, she realized, which probably meant that he was being careful now, trying not to hit anyone. Which meant that was their advantage. Waneki, take us to the farmer's market. Vivian? The tendril villain looked around at his leader as she felt herself smirk. BSRD back there won't want to risk innocent people getting hurt, so we take some hostages and dash. Oh crap. Vivian. The villain with the speed quirk screeched, looking in the sky. The other two villains wrinkled their brows at the call, looking up at where their partner was looking, and felt their eyes widen as a large shadow fell over them. The villains were so distracted by the lightning hero chasing them across town, being almost on top of them, they didn't notice that they had run in the direction of a heroine floating a large boulder above them, smirking as she moved to press her fingers together. Vivian only had time to regret all of her life decisions as the heroine in the black and white jumpsuit pressed her fingers together and deactivated her quirk on herself and the boulder, and then moved to kick down, using her boots to kick the boulder down so that it soared to the ground where the villains were about to step. The twin let out a scream as he tried to move out of the way in time, but that was only his undoing. They managed to dodge the boulder, thankfully, but in that instance he slowed down, and Izuku struck out, throwing lightning to hit the twin directly in the back. And that was how the three villains were sent sailing through the air, letting out screams as they were thrown over the side and falling directly into the water, landing with a large splash. Letting out a small grunt, Izuku adjusted himself so that he didn't run into his help. Feeling himself smile as he turned his lightning down to a mere 5%, he grinned up at Ochako Uraraka as she landed on the sidewalk with a small grunt, moving to grab the boulder and float it again so she could throw it back into the lake where she had found it. By that time, the villains had swam back to shore, but were too exhausted and tired to even try to fight back as the police surrounded them with Quirk suppressing cuffs, flopping onto the stone ground and coughing up water. Once she got the rock dropped back into the water, Ochako turned around to give Izuku a smirk as he landed on the ground with a small huff, smiling up at one of his wives. He hadn't seen her since yesterday morning, so getting an unexpected team-up was more than welcome. Sorry about the interruption, she teased lightly, and Izuku chuckled as he jogged over to her, but I saw you chasing them all over town from where I was patrolling, so I decided to lend a hand. It was a little sad seeing them outrun a hero who's supposed to be an expert on speed. Okay, you can't really blame me for this one, I had a weak start. Izuku shrugged good-naturedly, smiling down at her as he brought her in for a side hug. Over the years, he'd grown to be around Todoroki's height, and it always gave him a lot of pleasure to rest his chin on the top of her head. It still annoyed her when he teased her about it. I saw Eri at the scene of the crime, and I had to scold her while these guys got a head start. Eri? At a crime scene? Ochako blinked, then felt herself scowl. Oh my god, she's worse than you. She is so grounded. That's what I said. Oh, and by the way he pointed at the feet of the villains he was chasing. Look at their feet. Bought him more support items. We should let Yep, I was just about to text her. I'm on top of things. That's surprising. Ochako giggled. You on top of things, I'm shocked. It occasionally happens. I have my moments. Oh, I believe that. Before they could exchange any more witty back and forths, probably with a lot more shots from Ochako than Izuku, hey, he could get her if he took a few minutes to think up comebacks, they were suddenly swarmed by reporters and paparazzi, the large crowd practically salivating at the opportunity of interviewing two members of Japan's most revered hero teams. Izuku, realizing that he didn't really have an out for this one, last time, he yelled that he had to save a baby from a tree and flew out as fast as he could, making him the laughingstock of the household for weeks, let out a small sigh as he turned to address the crowd with a stiff smile, having never gotten used to interviews even after practicing at school for years, but Ochako suddenly grabbed the back of his jacket and pressed all 5 fingers against his back. Izuku blinked in surprise as the two suddenly began floating up, blinking as his wife held him as though he were some stray kitten, grabbing the hood he wore and pulling it up. We'll be right back, everyone. Ochako smiled at the reporters, gesturing with her head towards Izuku. We've just got something to talk about real quick. Official hero nonsense. The crowd let out several teasing oohs and laughter, some gossipers screaming that Izuku must obviously be in the doghouse, which made both heroes roll their eyes. Still, Izuku did nothing to resist as Ochako floated him up to the roof of the nearby building, not really bothered by the height as she dragged him over. It had been a long time since he'd been afraid of heights, plus having flown around for years while practicing with Ochako gave him a much stronger stomach for this kind of stuff. Once they were out of sight of the large crowd, Ochako released her quirk and both fell to the rooftop, away from the photographers and yelling gossipers and cheering crowds. Izuku let out a small sigh of relief as he walked over to sit down on a vent, taking this chance now that he had slowed down at last to reach down and remove one of his boots. He felt a stone rolling around in there for the last few minutes, and hadn't had the time to get it out due to the high-speed chase. Once he unsealed the metal boot with rubber lined on the inside, he needed to thank Melissa for that recent upgrade. It was much softer on his poor foot. He let out a small chuckle and glanced up at his wife as she played with her headgear. Honestly, thanks for that. I thought I was going to be swallowed up in reporters all by myself. We know what happens when I'm dash. He faltered, however, when Ochako finally slid her own visor up to her forehead, her brown hair being pushed up along with it, and turned around to fix him with a sharp glare, feeling his words die in his throat. No. He did something wrong. She wouldn't be giving him the danger pout, as trademarked by his mom, if he hadn't. She put her hands down on her hips as she continued to glare daggers at him, seeing him wilt even though he didn't know what he had done wrong yet. So, she started, and Izuku gulped in nervousness at the seriousness of her voice. You didn't come home at all last night. Izuku couldn't help but wince. We have an agreement, Izu, Ochako reminded him, her pout getting dangerously more adorable by the minute, a clear sign that she wasn't in a happy mood. You only get one night a week where you can pull an all-night. And you used that up Monday when you were visiting Mizurufu. So why didn't you come home last night? Where were you? Izuku stuttered, staring up in fear at his wife as she walked over to stand directly in front of him, the danger pout in full force and leaving him unable to focus it all in between her pure anger and the utterly adorable look on her face, and then he let out a small sigh of defeat. I'm sorry, Oka. Izuku shook his head, leaning forward and glancing at the ground. Kaken dragged me out to find some criminal who got away with 3 billion yen last night. It ended up becoming a chase around the city. He had some kind of teleporting quirk, he kept slipping away. Anyway, by the time we were done, it was like 4 in the morning and, he shook his head, feeling his eyes start to mist. And I ended up sleeping on the couch in the office. I'm sorry, I should have texted you. Ochako continued to study her husband with narrow eyes as he physically wilted. Under her gaze, before she let out her own sigh too, and crossed her arms, glancing away. I get it, she conceded in a low voice. I do understand, you were too tired to get home. But Izu, she knelt down in front of him, reaching out to cup his cheek and raise his face to meet her eyes, making him see the worry and concern written all over her own face. All three of us agreed, only 1 day a week to overexert ourselves. We don't want to get into the habit of overworking ourselves. That's what Toshi did, and look how that turned out for him. I loved him like my own dad, but it's true. I know, Izuku muttered, and Ochako finally gave him a soft smile. Just, at least let me know if you're not gonna make it home, okay? I was pretty worried about you. I was half tempted to get dressed and go out looking for you. Mina ended up having to talk me out of it when she told me that Idru told her that Katsuki said you were fine. Yeah, Izuku sighed, then tried to smile at her again. Like I said, I'm sorry, Oka. You're right, I should have at least called you to let you know where I was. Geez, Ochako giggled, bringing up her other hand to cup his cheek, rubbing his freckles. You're not the one with the quirk that tells you when danger's coming from a mile away, and somehow you're the one who's always overexerting yourself. Why am I not surprised? Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at that, seeing Ochako give him a warmer smile, and leaned in to kiss her on the lips, Ochako immediately reciprocating and wrapping her arms around his neck. They disconnected, but she couldn't help but lean back in to kiss the corner of his lips, and then his cheek, her husband laughing a bit at the ticklish sensations. She was very tempted to continue kissing him, but restrained herself. The last time they got a little frisky, some paparazzi with a camera quirk, not the one they knew, fortunately for him, caught a picture of them making out behind some alley, and they became the gossip of hero talk shows for a month, having to put up with a lecture from Tenya about fraternizing on the job, their wife's teasings, and Aries' surprisingly harsh judgment for a 10-year-old. So, he did promise to spend the night with her, and he didn't. That earned her the right to toy with him a little. Well, She left out a small huff as she stood back up, wanting to bring his mood up a bit more by teasing him. I guess since you are sorry about it, I can forgive you. It's just a shame, really, you missed out on what got delivered last night. Huh. Izuku blinked, watching her lift her arms over her head and stretch out some case. What did I miss? Well, Ochako lowered her arms and put a finger to her mouth, smirking down at him. You know how Eri was staying over at Mahoro's so she could train with Katsumi and Koda this morning? It was just supposed to be you and me? Yeah. Izuku nodded slowly, a bit confused, and Ochako's smirk widened. The package I ordered a week ago came in, and I was gonna show it off to you. Izuku blinked a bit, and glanced to the ground as he tried to remember what she ordered recently, trying to remember if it was some coffee machine they broke or some bed sheets, and then it hit him. Izuku's jaw dropped, whipping his gaze up to his wife as she ran her hands down her jumpsuit, knowing exactly what she was doing as she saw him connect the dots, and tried not to burst into laughter as he stood up abruptly from the vent, hopping on one foot to prevent the other bootless one from touching the snow on the roof as he blushed bright red. The dash. Yep. The lingerie, Ochako teased, continuing to run her hands along her body, knowing cheekily that it was making him blush deeper and deeper. The black one. You know, the form-fitting one. I tried it on, and while I don't usually compliment myself when it comes to stuff like that, hoo boy, did I look good? Do I dash? It clung to every curve, she continued on in a musky voice, loving the despair on Izuku's face as she went into more and more detail. It was so much shorter than I expected, only going down to the top of my thighs, and a lot more see-through. Not gonna lie, I've never felt sexier. And you, Mr. Big Superhero, missed me wearing that so you could hang out with Kaken. Izuku sputtered, staring at her as though she had just said that she had burned his All Might collection, before he sagged over, hunching his shoulders as he stared at the ground in disappointment. She couldn't help herself from laughing now, doubling over in giggles at how obviously sad he was that he missed out on the only night he could spend with one of his wives while their daughter wasn't home. I hate you, he grumbled, pouting. I hate you so much. No, you don't. You love me, Ochako teased, walking over and wrapping her arm around his shoulders. Izuku replied by scooping her up, lifting her off her feet while she squealed a bit, laughing. Even Izuku couldn't help but laugh with her as he spun her around, almost tripping as he did it on one foot, before he dipped her and kissed her cheek. Giggling, Ochako reached out at an awkward angle to grab his boot, letting him put her down and put it on while she glanced over the balcony, hearing the reporters and paparazzi calling their names. Think it's about time we head down there, she sighed, sliding her visor back down as Izuku sealed the boot shut. Oh, crud, I think I see Juko News over in the corner. Who do you think they'll accuse you of having an affair with this time? Last time it was Tsuyu, and I think the time before that it was Mina. Maybe Momo this time, Izuku sighed, patting his boot and nodding in satisfaction as it automatically sealed shut. I went out to lunch with her and Kyuka last week, and I think someone snapped our picture when she went to the bathroom. He paused and then asked in a defeated tone, Are you sure there aren't any patrols we need to do right now? Can't we just say we have an orphanage to build? Deku, Ochako giggled, we can't avoid the press forever. It's CKS, but we gotta deal with them. I guess. Izuku pouted, and then shook his head and tried to fix his best smile on his face, turning to his wife. How do I look? Like you're constipated. Ochako bluntly stated, letting out a snort when he visibly deflated. Well, I guess we better get down there and be our usual, charming selves. And figure out who we're apparently having affairs with. After you, Spark. Oh no, Uravity, Izuku grinned at her, after dash. Both of them blinked when Izuku's phone went off in his pocket. She gave him a sideways look at carrying his phone while flinging electricity around, and he merely stuck his tongue out at her as he pulled it from his pocket, opening it and checking the text that was just sent to him. Wife number 2. I'm downtown right now, our boy's been busy. Can you two come and help me wrap up? TXT Tsukachi. I'll love you forever. She's back. Ochako gasped, feeling a smile spread across her face as she leaned on her husband's shoulder to read the message better. She's downtown? I think so, Izuku nodded, feeling himself smile in both happiness and relief, and she just gave us an excuse not to talk to the press. I love her so much. That's goddamn right. I'm going to kiss her, stupid. Both heroes chuckling, they waved guiltily to the crowd as they pointed away, and Ochako was quick to wrap her arm around Izuku's shoulder. As they'd done 1,000 times, Izuku felt himself begin to float along with her, and pointed his hand to the ground to shoot a bolt of lightning, planning to fire them straight downtown to where their wife had just sent her GPS location while ignoring the disappointed groans of the reporters down below. So, Izuku smirked as they took off. Are you gonna give her the pout too? We at least knew in advance she'd probably be gone for 3 weeks. Ochako shook her head. She kept us updated, unlike a certain someone. One night, Oka, versus 3 weeks. Okay, yes, Deku, I'm going to give her the pout. Great. After we cuddle. Of course. And make out. Oh yeah, obviously. Plus. A villain touting himself as the next big villain of Japan. And for good reason as well. A villain with the power to unleash devastating shockwaves on the ground once he touches his palm to it. Since he'd arrived in Japan 4 weeks ago, he had brought down 3 buildings with civilians in them to devastating effect. He was an awful, inhumane monster. And the worst part? He was smart, and why he was an actual serious threat. He was intelligent enough to build support items, donating them to villains in the making while making them promise to support him on his noble quest to become Japan's new premier villain. He never stayed in one place at once, constantly on the move, leaving vague clues to throw off whoever was following him while arming thugs. He'd attack a building in Nagoya one day, and then the next, show up in Kyoto. He was difficult to track, and impossible to even fight. Not that that stopped Itsuka Kendou from trying, the now 23-year-old pro-heroine letting out a small sigh as she stood on the rooftop opposite an abandoned warehouse, leaning against the wall just out of sight that no one would look up and see her. Behind her were a squad of police officers dressed up in riot gear, muttering to confirm details before her backup arrived, and she moved in. The small port that Vortex had set up in had been completely evacuated, workers standing outside the yellow lines set up by other pro-heroes as quietly as they could. Itsuka blew some hair out of her face from the wind, and raised a hand to block the rising sun in the distance. She'd been tracking Vortex for the last 3 weeks, trying to pick up his trail. Ordinarily, this would have been the responsibility of all 3 members of her team due to the power of Vortex's quirk, but she had insisted she be allowed to investigate on her own, due to being the only one to properly get in a fight with the villain and see his face. Izuku and Ochako had protested, but she managed to convince them that she'd take care of him and be back in no time. Which made her finally finding him 3 weeks later a little bad. Forget that, pretty bad. Ochako was going to kick this guy's butt and then hers right afterwards. While she had said that it was due to her being the only hero to fight him, there had been another reason, one that she didn't like in the least, the fact that, from what she found in his other bases around the country, that he had taken a particular liking to her and Ochako. As in, finding shrines dedicated to both of them, and papers that looked very wet. It was enough to make her shudder in disgust even now. Battle Fist, the commanding officer behind her, requested her attention, causing her to turn around while pressed to the brick wall. I've received confirmation from Tsukachi, Uravity, and Spark are on their way. Itsuka nodded at that, unable to suppress a small smile despite herself. Honestly, I'm a bit afraid of what'll happen when Uravity catches sight of me, but for now I'm just going to appreciate that they're coming. Do you have any? I'm afraid not, the officer shook his head, but they're on the way. Itsuka nodded, understanding, and quickly turned back around to look at the warehouse. If they wanted to do this successfully, and make sure the villain didn't escape, they'd have to be patient. Itsuka couldn't afford any other escapes from Vortex. The longer he was free, the more likely more corpses would be added to his already impressive resume, and the more villains that would be armed with his weapons. And waiting a few more minutes for Izuku and Ochako to arrive would lessen Vortex's chances of walking out of here without HNDCFFS on his wrists. So she would be patient, Itsuka sighed, and truth be told, a part of her wanted to wait just so she could have her partners behind her to back her up. She hated flying solo, it was always so lonely. They only really had to wait 2 more minutes for the 2 heroes to show up, Itsuka taking up some time to confirm with the other squad helping evacuate the port's workers to wait for a bit. There had been a small gust of wind, blowing Itsuka's now long ponytail about, and she smiled as she turned to see the 2 heroes land with a grunt on the rooftop, dusting themselves off slightly before looking up. All 3 of them knew that they'd have to remain professional in front of the police officers, but their eyes told a different story. Izuku's eyes plainly told her the relief and happiness he felt finally seeing her after 3 weeks, and Itsuka was sure to give him the same look, biting down her small smile. Ochako's, of course, was similar, although her cheeks puffing slightly indicated to Itsuka that she was in big trouble once this was over, which she didn't mind at all. Ochako usually made it a point to kiss her before she got started with the yelling. All in all, however, the husband and his 2 wives were plainly happy to see each other. "Welcome to the party, you two." Itsuka smiled at them as she leaned back up from where she had been hiding, offering a hand as a fist bump. Both Izuku and Ochako shook their heads at her dorkiness, but still offered fist bumps, although Ochako's was slightly harder than Izuku's. "It's nice to be here," Izuku chuckled, although he quickly got his act together again and became more professional as he joined his wife near the wall. "Anyway, this is your operation, right? Or will it be a team thing? To make sure things don't get overly complicated, I'll stay in command for now. I've got Lizardy and Raketti working ground control. They'll be helping the other squad of police officers with the evacuations while we move in. Which means you two are my backup. Does that sound like a complaint I hear?" Ochako joked, joining their small circle while the police officers whistled awkwardly. "I thought you wanted the help." "Oh yeah, you two are pretty much all I need right now. I was hoping for someone quick, and you both are definitely quick." So, Itsuka leaned back so Izuku and Ochako could have their own peek at the warehouse, pressing herself against the wall Ochako so that the gravity heroine could lean down and take a look. "What do you guys know of Vortex?" "Just what we heard from you in the news, and from what Detective Tsukachi briefed us on a few minutes ago." Izuku shook his head, frowning. "Although I ran into a few of the villains he helped supply some support items with this morning, so I think I get what he's doing. Nice to finally see how far behind Melissa's inventions the rest of America's villains are." "Yep," Itsuka nodded her head, also peeking out like her wife. "He's a foreign weapons dealer. He heard about all of our accomplishments over the last few years and thought he'd get his chance to swing by Japan to be the top dog. Apparently there's a lot of competition in America for who's the true big villain, and since the heroes there started to really come down on them, he'd figure he'd practice his Japanese and start causing trouble here." "And Shockwave." Ochako trailed off, and Itsuka saw the wheels in her head turning. "It's powerful enough to knock down a building. The only silver lining of that, it's his biggest attack." Itsuka sighed, frowning. "So he can't bring down the warehouse on our heads immediately when we go in, or he'll risk being too tired to move out of the way. Bad news, though, he isn't like other villains who want the glory of killing top heroes. He knows when to fold. If he thinks he's at a disadvantage, he'll run. And he's really good at running." "In that case," Izuku pursed his lips, "if he saw you or me coming after him, he'll try to escape as fast as he can." "Yeah," Itsuka agreed, "which is why I have a plan." "Okay," Izuku nodded, turning to her while the police officers stood at attention behind him. "Since you have experience with this guy, I'll leave the planning up to you. What do you have in mind?" "Well," she suddenly had a look of disgust on her face, "I didn't mention this to either of you, but he's made it pretty clear through his little love letters what he thinks of me and Ochako. Our boy in there can get pretty distracted by pretty women, and apparently he thinks that the 2 of us are the prettiest he's ever seen." Screw the plan," Izuku grunted, while Ochako looked like she was about to be sick. "I'm just going in there and kicking his butt." "Oh, we will," Itsuka chuckled, lightly patting his cheek. "But before we do that, we need to make sure he's all nice and distracted so we can cut off his escape attempts." "And how do we do that?" Itsuka smirked and glanced over at Ochako. The brunette girl blinked for a moment, glancing between her husband and wife, and then caught on, letting out a small sigh. "You both are going to owe me machi right after this." "Sounds good to me, hon." 5 minutes later, Ochako grumbled as she walked towards the warehouse, shaking her head. She knew that Izuku was running across the rooftops, unpowered since hearing the sound of thunder on a cloudless day would let the villain know he was here, while Itsuka floated above the warehouse, planning to slam through the roof. Ochako, meanwhile, wasn't nearly as stealthy, walking up towards the large doors and intending to pull them right open. Thanks to a tip from a worker, they knew that Vortex would be working on something in there, and would be caught off guard if one of the objects of his lust waltzed right in. Neither Izuku or Itsuka didn't want to send Ochako in there by herself, but if Vortex saw Spark or Battle Fist coming at him, he'd hightail it fast. Sending Ochako, who was commonly mistaken as the weakest member of their team, would make the villain drop his guard and leave him open to an ambush. Besides, Itsuka grimaced. It was like she said earlier. Vortex had made his attraction to her and Ochako, and his hatred of Izuku, quite clear. Seeing Ochako coming after him would definitely keep him distracted. Grunting, Ochako opened the door to the warehouse and stepped in. She glanced around at the hanging hooks, forklifts and excavators parked on the other side of the large warehouse, and various hammers, screwdrivers and crowbars scattered along the floor. But her attention was drawn to the man standing near a table in the center of the warehouse, holding a screwdriver as he played with some kind of purple and silver object on the wooden surface. At the sound of the door opening, the man turned and caught sight of Ochako standing there, silhouetted by the sun. "Ah!" Vortex gasped, smiling widely. "The gorgeous Uravity at long last. When on earth did you get here?" Ochako merely stood there, glaring at him. To his credit, he definitely would have been handsome if it weren't for several long scars dragging down his face, as well as his mangy hair and beard as though he hadn't bathed in weeks. He had a long coat on, accompanied by 2 pulsing metallic gauntlets slapped onto his wrists, probably to help him with his quirk. Ochako let out a small breath, but managed to keep her cool as she walked properly into the warehouse. "I received a tip," she said flatly, glaring at the villain as he gave her a look she didn't like at all, "that there were sounds of machinery and something getting charged going on in here. And lo and behold, here you are." "Here I am," Vortex smirked, leaning back with a swagger that made her roll her eyes. "The one and only Vortex. Now then, Uravity, actually, mind if I call you Ochako?" "Yes," Ochako snapped, "I do mind." "Well, Ochako," Vortex ignored that, making her eyebrow twitch and hearing Izuku grumble over the line, "I've been having a fun time playing around with your wife for the last few weeks, but there's something that I've been wondering and she hasn't really helped me find an answer, so I was hoping that you could help me out." "That right?" "That is right," Vortex nodded, letting his smirk slide off his face. "Spark." Ochako could practically feel her partners roll their eyes over the line. "You 3 are pretty famous," Vortex shook his head, "for all your little threesomes and the such. 2 beautiful women, gorgeous and willing to flaunt it. Ochako shuddered when she felt his eyes trail down her, "and you're letting Mr. Mediocre drag you down." Ochako felt her eyes narrow more. Itsuka was right. This guy was easily distracted by women. He couldn't even tell how close she was to whooping his butt. "I'm not really sure where you're going with this. Are you telling me to trade up with my husband?" "Why not?" He sniggered. "You and Itsuka, you can do so much better." "Sorry," Ochako said, her voice turning sweet, "but I'm pretty sure I can't." "Nothing wrong with trying, baby." "Oh, I wouldn't even if I wanted to. See, he's pretty much perfect already." Vortex raised a skeptical eyebrow. "That right? What can he do that I can't?" "Well, for one," Ochako smirked, seeing a small blur outside the window and knowing it was time, "you can't burst down walls." Vortex blinked. And then the wall exploded. Boom. Vortex was quick to whip around, eyes widening when he saw Izuku explode through the wall and glaring a hole through his head. Letting out a growl, Vortex raised his hand, intending to unleash a shockwave and dig deep down to escape through the sewers, when there was an explosion above them as the roof caved in, and a line of black whip shot down to wrap around his arm. His eyes widened with glee. Vortex quickly whipped his gaze up to the ceiling. "My other love is here too." Vortex laughed, looking up to where the line had come from and seeing Itsuka floating above him with a glare. "Now we can all talk like adults, about the obvious mistakes you two are making with this little parasite. With that, he used his unrestrained hand to slam down onto the ground, unleashing a wave of his quirk. Luckily, Izuku and Ochako were quick enough to jump up, grunting when they were hit by the aftereffects of his quirk, but not sent flying like he intended. Vortex was quicker, though, throwing his hand up towards Itsuka and activating the gauntlet he wore around his wrist with the press of a button, and felt his quirk explode out of him without touching the floor. Itsuka let out a gasp as she was hit by the wave of energy that sent her flying through the air, Black Whip momentarily vanishing and freeing the villain's arm. Laughing with glee, Vortex whipped around and shot another blast of his quirk at Izuku, but the green-haired hero was much quicker, being sure to throw his palms up and feel his quirk activate, spreading up his arms and into the gauntlet. With a loud boom, lightning shot out of Izuku's palms and straight towards Vortex, the villain's eyes widening as he quickly dived out of the way, grunting as he hit the floor, and the lightning hit the other side of the warehouse. Letting out a small curse, Izuku leapt out of the way as Vortex shot another blast of his quirk at him, rolling through the air and towards Ochako. As they'd practiced 100 times, Ochako brushed her hand against her husband's arm and floated him up. With his gravity vanished, Izuku let out a growl as he shot back out towards Vortex, flipping through the air and bringing his iron-covered boot down against his arm. Out of instinct, Vortex threw his arm up to block the hit, which was exactly what Izuku had wanted. With a crunch, his boot smashed through the material of the support item and shattered it. Growling, Vortex threw out a punch that connected with Izuku's side, making him grunt when Vortex applied shockwave to the hit and sent him flying away, but Ochako was quicker, letting out a yell as she grabbed his wrist tightly. Vortex was about to turn around to flirt a bit more with the gravity heroine, but he felt his eyes widen as she ripped him through the air and threw him as hard as she could across the warehouse, slamming against the excavator. Letting out a snarl, Vortex grabbed the vehicle tightly to prevent himself from flying away, and glanced at the ceiling. His support item had sent her several hundred feet into the air, but he could tell that Itsuka was flying back down at alarming speed, which meant that he needed to stop one of the two coming at him and get out of here as fast as he could. With a grimace, Vortex raised the arm he still had a gauntlet on, and pointed it straight at Ochako as he fired. Unluckily for her, Ochako wasn't able to get out of the way in time, letting out a yell as she was sent flying back by the hit. "Ochako!" Izuku gasped as his wife was sent flying, Ochako letting out a yelp as she was slammed across another machine, but luckily Itsuka had arrived just in time, feeling her eyes widen as she quickly flew down to catch Ochako before she could hit her head on any of the hanging hooks around the ceiling. With a grunt, Vortex managed to get himself rightened up, glaring at the two heroines as he pointed his hand at the ground, intending to blow it up and escape. "Look what you made me do," he complained in a growl. "I've been trying to be charming, but then you two just go ahead and dash." Vortex yelled as a hard fist struck him, breaking his elbow and making his entire arm feel numb as though he had been electrified, which, he realized with horror, was probably what happened. Whipping around, he tried to shove his gauntlet-covered hand into Izuku's chest, wanting to liquefy his organs, but he became distracted when Izuku grabbed the gauntlet and pointed it away from him, the green-haired hero glaring a hole into the villain's head. And Vortex could feel another glare drilling into the back of his head as well. It shouldn't be surprising, of course. He just hurt one of the members of Japan's most powerful hero team. He'd probably be lucky if he would be walking out of here alive. Growling, Vortex struck out with his other hand, wanting to take advantage of Izuku holding on to him while weightless to throw his hand against the hero's face and make his brain soup, but Izuku was quicker, grabbing his other wrist and holding it away from him. Grunting, Vortex attempted to rip himself free, but Izuku held on tight, being sure to bore a hole into his head with the heat of his glare. "You're not worthy of either of them," Vortex yelled, feeling whatever patience he had finally vanish as he snarled right into Izuku's face. "You're nothing but a boring, plain-looking moron. You're not worth Itsuka and Ochako's time." "Oh, trust me, buddy," Izuku glared into his eyes. "I've done this song and dance a lot of times. They'll kill me if I get insecure about something so trivial after all this time. You aren't worth dash. If I'm going to be taking relationship advice, Vortex, it's definitely not going to be from you." Izuku growled. You hurt my wife. I don't exactly take kindly to that. Neither do I, a voice said behind him, and Vortex felt his eyes widen as he felt a hand wrap around the back of his neck. Ordinarily he would be pleased that one of his loves was holding him, but he had a feeling that he was in a lot of trouble now. Izuku smirked, and finally let go of Vortex's wrists, letting him float there. There was a part of Vortex that was screaming at him to get out of Itsuka's grip right now, but for some reason he stared in frozen shock as he looked up, seeing the large hole in the roof where Itsuka had entered and feeling his eyes widen when he heard Itsuka let out a huff. And then she promptly let him go. Letting out a loud scream of terror, Vortex flailed as he rose menacingly towards the hole in the ceiling, realizing that he was about 2 seconds from being lifted very high into the sky with no way to come down without breaking all the bones in his body. With a loud, panicked grunt, he reached out and barely managed to grab a piece of the roof, holding on for dear life as the rest of his body rose out of the warehouse, letting out a fearful scream as he glanced down at the blue sky that waited for him if he let go. For a moment, Izuku watched as Vortex flailed in the air, trying desperately to keep a hold on his piece of the roof, before he turned back to see Ochako walking over to Itsuka, the brown-haired girl waving off Itsuka's anxious questions and assuring her that she was fine. Which was good. If Vortex had actually injured her, then he would have flown up to make sure the villain regretted it. Dearly. Okay, that line of thought was going to dark places. Izuku, he shook his head. Calm down a bit, they were both fine. It was over and done with. Soon, the two women joined Izuku, the lightning hero wrapping his arms around both their shoulders, and for a few moments they watched Vortex panic and flail in the air with a look of indifference, hearing the sound of the police squad behind them come in and gawk at what they found. So, Ochako smirked, I should probably let him down, right? Probably, Itsuka sniggered, if he lets go he's going up, up and away. I mean, Ochako glanced to the side while Izuku snorted at her look of conflict, which of course made Vortex panic more and start screaming at her to let him down. He did perv out on us. Pretty creepy. Oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Itsuka shook her head, frowning. You don't want to know what I found in his old bases. Ew. Yeah. So I think Mr. Number 1 villain up there can figure out his own way down. I agree. Guys, Izuku shook his head, smirking, as adorably evil as you two are being right now, I kinda want to just hand him over to the police and go about my day. Ah, Ochako pouted, you're no fun. I'm not fun for wanting to make out with my hot wife? And my other hot wife. Izuku chuckled, going a bit redder, and then maybe watching both my hot wives make out? Okay, release. H. That's gonna leave a mark. About 10 minutes later, Vortex was dragged into the Maiden by several police officers, growling under his breath and gritting his teeth as he was placed inside. From the looks of things, his infatuation with Itsuka and Ochako had come to a tragic end, mostly due to him growling about skinning them alive and wearing them as jackets, which didn't really get anyone's sympathy when they shoved him into the metallic capsule to place inside the police van to be taken to the New Tartarus. Meanwhile, the police pushed the media away from the docks, stating it was too dangerous for them to be around since the attack on Vortex's hideout had damaged the pier somewhat, so they would have to ask their questions outside the port. Setsuna and Pony, who had handled the evacuation of the docks workers, had taken one look at the throuple getting cozy next to each other and rolled their eyes, agreeing to take questions from the reporters while they properly had a reunion. Izuku had thanked both of them sincerely, promising to buy them dinner at some point. Huh? Setsuna cackled. Free dinner. Hant'll be crawling all over that. And continued to lean against the back wall of the alley as the police moved the rest of the media away to ask questions to Setsuna and Pony. The reason he was leaning on the wall just outside the alley, by the way, was because he was on the lookout for any reporters that may have snuck by. They didn't need to interrupt Itsuka and Ochako making out literally right beside him, Izuku chuckling and going a bit red as he looked around the empty port while Itsuka slumped against the wall, hugging Ochako close to her and looking a bit red around the cheeks as well. Once he was sure that no one was going to interrupt them, Izuku let out a small chuckle as he looked back on his wives, rolling his eyes at how enthusiastically Ochako was kissing their wife's neck. So Oka, he joked, when does the scolding begin? Scolding? Itsuka asked absently, letting Ochako cuddle into her shoulder while she kissed the top of her head. Who's getting scolded? What did you do this time? I did get scolded earlier actually, Izuku chuckled self-consciously, but it's actually you this time. I wasn't aware that I did anything worth scolding, Itsuka giggled, letting Ochako hug her a bit tighter as she wrapped her arms around her wife. I've kinda been working non-stop for the last 3 weeks, and it just got wrapped up 10 minutes ago. I'm going to need a breather before I can get yelled at. Huh, that's funny, Izuku snorted, because that's exactly why you're getting yelled at. What about Ao? Itsuka winced as Ochako suddenly tightened her grip around the orange-haired woman, squeezing the life out of her while Itsuka panicked and patted her back, feeling her eyes begin to bulge out of her sockets like a stressed toy. Ow, 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 ow. Don't break my back, woman, I need to ow. 3 weeks. Ochako whined, looking up and giving Itsuka the danger pout while she winced at the sight. It was clear neither Izuku or Itsuka were immune to the adorableness. We don't see you for 3 whole weeks, only phone calls, and you don't think that deserves a scolding? Okay, the orange-haired heroine winced, moving down to kiss her forehead like she knew Ochako liked. I admit, Chako, you're breaking my ribs. Oh, no, you aren't being cute now. You can't get out of dash. Honey? Izuku asked innocently, smiling. Yes. 2 voices asked, one a bit tense and the other strained as the life was squeezed out of her. Sorry, I'm talking to Oka. Yes, hon. I think it's my turn to make out with Itsuka now. Izuku chuckled nervously, tapping at his watch while Ochako narrowed her eyes. I know that you want to scold her, but I kinda missed her. Can you wait 10 minutes to yell at our stupid wife? Deku, you're literally no better than her. But I already got scolded this morning. Letting out a huff, Ochako shook her head but still backed away, fixing Itsuka with a glare while the orange-haired girl chuckled weakly and rubbed her ribs. Still, the brown-haired girl had no problems moving back to let Izuku take her spot, moving to where he had been standing while Izuku wrapped his arms around Itsuka to bring her into a hug. While they embraced, Ochako gave Itsuka another pout while leaning against the wall. You got 10 minutes to think up an excuse, sucka, she warned, and then I'm going to need an answer. I will think of something. Itsuka absently said, already being kissed stupid by Izuku. Ochako merely huffed and went on watch duty, looking out as Setsuna and Pony detailed what had happened to the crowd, and the bus to Tartarus left with Vortex, intending to keep him there until a boat came to take him back across the ocean to prison. Thankfully, it didn't take long for the police to send the reporters packing and letting Setsuna and Pony head on to their own agency, which meant that Ochako had some time to look around the port before turning back to her husband and wife. Thankfully by that time, Izuku had given her all the kisses he needed, stepping back and leaving Itsuka with a dazed grin on her face. Although, the smile faded when she glanced around and saw Ochako fixing her with a much more subtle pout, which made her sigh softly and straighten up off the wall, scratching her cheek. I don't really have an excuse for being gone for 3 weeks, Chako. She admitted, fixing up her uniform after Izuku made it a bit messy during their makeout. It was just, I don't know. It's not like it was anything similar, but hearing Vortex taunting us about how he'd be in charge of the criminal underworld, it just brought up a few bad memories. I'm sorry. Both Izuku and Ochako shared a glance. Feeling their faces soften at her confession, they certainly understood that particular mindset, after all. It was one that even Ochako had a hard time getting rid of, even years later when all of their old enemies were either dead or in prison. So, feeling a bit guilty about giving her the pout, both of them moved forward to wrap their arms around Itsuka and draw her in, the orange-haired girl feeling herself smile softly as her husband and wife enveloped her in a hug. I get it, Ochako sighed, kissing her cheek. I do get it, sucka, but we were worried, you know? I know you called every day, but we need to see you. Eri missed you too. Yeah, Izuku said softly, kissing her hair. I know that it's hard, with one for all and everything, you think you have a responsibility, but it's like I've told you 100 times before, you're supposed to lean on us. Not go off by yourself and take on all the big evil villains in Japan. I feel like I'm supposed to call you out on hypocrisy or something, but I don't exactly have the moral superiority to, Itsuka giggled, nuzzling against both their shoulders. You're both right, I'm just being stupid. I swear, no more big evil bad guys unless you two are there with me to help. Honestly, I probably should have let you two help out in the first place. We took care of him in like 5 minutes, that's 3 weeks of my life I'm never getting back. I won't argue that, Ochako laughed, and together, the three began moving out of the alley, wrapping their arms around each other and breathing in the cold air. So, now that Vortex is down for the count, now what? Well, since he's off to Tartarus, and eventually back to America, Itsuka shrugged as they exited the alley, strolling down the pier towards the road. I'm currently out of evil supervillains to hunt down and arrest. Guess it's back to doing patrols with you two, fighting muggers and helping with any crisis that comes our way. That's... Izuku raised an eyebrow, looking at the orange-haired woman as Ochako nuzzled her shoulder. Not a complaint, is it? Nope. Itsuka grinned. That's what I love doing. Chasing Vortex. God, it's taken years off my life. I'll be more than happy to get back to some form of normality. Normality, huh? Izuku sighed, feeling a soft smile grace his face as they walked towards the city to get on with their day, and then he heard his phone go off in his pocket again. Both Itsuka and Ochako fixed him with looks as he pulled it out of his pocket. He's going to short that thing out with his quirk one day, I swear to God, Ochako muttered, and checked the caller, and let out a small noise. Oh man, he shook his head, and glanced apologetically at his wives. It's Mom. I should probably take this. Both Itsuka and Ochako brightened up at the mention of their mother-in-law, and nodded as Izuku answered the call and brought the phone to his ear. Hey Mom. The Port of Tokyo? Yeah, that was us. Suka chased one of her leads there. She asked us to come and help her take care of it. Yeah, we're fine. No injuries. Well, Ochako got thrown around some, but she's okay. We double-checked her all over. Yep, she's not going anywhere. Itsuka's back. She's already got her scolding. Hi, Mom. Itsuka called, giggling when she heard Inko calling out greetings as well. Yeah, she's okay. We were about to dash. Oh yeah, dinner tomorrow night would be great. If you want, we can invite Dash. Yeah, that was who I was thinking too. Okay, so I guess we'll see you then. Yep, I'll give the girls your love. See you tomorrow night, Mom. Love you too. Bye. With that, Izuku ended the phone call, turning back to his wives with a large grin. Mom wants to have dinner tomorrow night. I don't think we mind hosting. Not at all. Ochako cheered. I can't wait. Yeah, I thought I'd offer Ariel be grounded anyway. It's not like she can slink away to hang out with Mahoro and Satsuki. Huh. Itsuka blinked. What did she do now? Oh yeah, I caught her at a villain sighting this morning. Away from school. Oh my God. Pretty soon no one's going to ask if she's adopted, because she's going to give us gray hair to match hers. I need coffee. We'll stop by Sato's. Ochako nodded happily. Then we can go home so Izu can have his nap. Huh. Izuku blinked, looking around. A nap? Deku, you slept in the office. On that uncomfortable couch, probably. You need to sleep on an actual bed. Wait, what? Why was Izu sleeping in the office? Oh, Bakugo dragged him around all night to catch a villain. He went to bed at like 4. And you guys say I'm a workaholic. Several hours later, as the sun set in the Tokyo skyline, they heard the front door quietly squeak open. Izuku, Ochako, and Itsuka blinked, glancing around at the sound of the door quietly opening, and hearing hushed voices as it gently closed. They were seated at the kitchen table, 2 boxes of pizza on the counter, and had been enjoying sitting down and talking a bit about what Izuku and Ochako had been doing for the last 3 weeks when they heard the sound of their front door opening, and then the sound of their daughter whispering. Okay, she said in a quiet voice, the light's on, so just go right upstairs and I'll be right there. Hopefully it's just Dad home, so we can dash. Not just Dad, Ochako called in her mom voice, and all 3 of them smiled when they heard Eri squeak. How about you come here for a sec, Eri? And Koda and Katsuma too, since I'm pretty sure that's who you're trying to sneak in. There was a small silence in the home, with the three adults hearing a low grumble, before Eri walked into the kitchen, pouting and scratching her cheek as she put down her backpack, Katsuma and Koda following her in while wincing themselves at Izuku and Ochako giving them small waves. However, Eri's pout didn't last for long when she spotted Itsuka sitting at the table, wrapped up in a blanket with her cup of black coffee and smiling at her, making Eri's jaw drop briefly before a wide smile replaced it. "Mom!" she squealed, running over to embrace her mother, while Itsuka laughed and wrapped her own arms around Eri and hugged back just as tightly. Both Izuku and Ochako watched with smiles as the two hugged, while Koda rolled his eyes and Katsuma teared up at the heartwarming reunion. "Mom, you big JRK. You don't leave for 3 weeks and dash." "Not come home," Itsuka giggled, shaking her head. "I already heard it from your mom and dad. Consider me scolded." Eri only squeezed a bit tighter before finally letting go and moving back a bit, blinking tears out of her eyes while Itsuka kissed her horn. While they hugged again, Izuku pointed out the second box of pizza to the three teenagers, mentioning that he figured that they would be around tonight anyway, and soon everyone was sitting at the table, eating in and laughing as Izuku and Ochako chatted with their daughter's friends, Eri taking a few minutes to cuddle with Itsuka. "So you guys were running late this morning?" Izuku asked, wrinkling his brow in concern. "I told you guys, 6 laps in the morning and no more after that." "We know," Koda sighed, shaking his head and grumping, "but the entrance exam is in 2 months. Eri figured one more wouldn't hurt, and I'll be real, I thought so too, that's why I ended up agreeing. We ended up getting detention." Katsuma slumped his shoulders, pouting. "Mahoro texted me that I'm grounded forever." "I'll have Kaken talk to Mahoro," Izuku chuckled good-naturedly. "I'm not sure if you guys were aware of this, but she wasn't the perfect student herself when he was training her for the entrance exam. Plus, since she's his intern, she can't exactly talk back. I'm sorry, you guys, I should have been there this morning to watch you. I ended up getting distracted by a villain late last night. I was napping in the office. And don't worry, I'll head out to the beach with you guys tomorrow since it's your day off. The entrance exam is in 2 months, that's plenty of time to get you guys ready." But speaking of this morning, Ochako suddenly said, making Eri freeze when she heard the coldness in her mom's voice. "Deku said that he caught you 3 watching villains instead of going to school." Eri gulped, slowly moving back from Itsuka while her orange-haired mom gave her a skeptical look. That has an explanation." "Well, I'll be happy to hear it." Ochako smirked. Eri gulped, glancing at her friends and feeling betrayed when they suddenly focused on their pizza as though it were a complicated math equation they needed to memorize, leaving her to the mercy of her parents. Dad did it as a kid and he's a terrible role model?" "Your dad was also stupid for doing it as a kid," Ochako shook her head, "and I had to drag him away from all of them. That doesn't mean you get to be stupid too, Eri. Just because your dad jumped off bridges, doesn't mean you get to." "Wait, Katsuma's eyes widened. "Did you jump off bridges, Deku?" "It was one time," Izuku sighed, shaking his head while pouting, "and she's never let it go." "Anyway," Itsuka rolled her eyes while Ochako stuck her tongue out at her husband, "I'm with Chako. Last time this happened, you ran into a gunfight with Aunt Momo and Aunt Mina. I thought Momo of all people yelling at you would have been enough, but apparently not. This means I'm leaving you to your mom's mercy." Eri chuckled nervously, going a bit red while Koda and Katsuma glanced between each other, Koda smirking and Katsuma gulping. You guys wouldn't want to ruin a good night now that mom is back? Right? Dad. You're talking like I've never scolded you, Itsuka snorted, leaning back in her seat while Izuku and Ochako's smiles got colder. "I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy the show for once." "But Koda and Kats are here. You can't scold me in front of them." "Koda, Katsuma?" Ochako asked sweetly, "Can you two please cover your ears? We have to shout at our daughter." "I mean," Itsuka smirked, "as fun as it would be to hear you shout at her, we could punish her in a different way." "HM? What do you have in mind?" Ochako looked around while Eri went paler and paler, her mom's teaming up only spelt bad news, with Izuku also trying to suppress a snort as he sat back and enjoyed the show. "We could tell her our plans for tonight, after she goes to bed." For a moment, Eri stared in confusion between her moms, their grins widening as they turned to look at their daughter, and Izuku let out a small oof as he stood up to gather the dishes, giving an apologetic look to Koda and Katsuma as they looked confused, but then Eri got it. Her red eyes widened and a look of complete and utter horror spread across her face as she suddenly sat up. "And no," she muttered, shaking her head rapidly, "and no, don't talk about that dash." "Why not?" Itsuka asked in a dramatic voice, flopping in her seat and holding her mug close to her chest. "It's been 3 weeks since I've seen my husband and my wife, several cold, lonely nights." "Shut up. Please, shut up." Not being able to be held, or cuddled, or kissed. Itsuka continued to pout, unable to stop her small grin as she glanced at her panicking daughter. "Why shouldn't I have a night with them? Or talk about it, Eri? It's not like Dash. You're my parents. You don't talk about Dash." "About what, Eri?" Ochako joined in, enjoying this punishment even more than the one she had planned as Eri grabbed 2 fistfuls of her hair while Katsuma and Koda finally caught on, going red and very quickly covering their ears. "Why shouldn't we talk about what we're going to do once you go to bed tonight? I thought you were a big girl, going up against several big-time villains. You of all people should know that we dash." No. No. Eri groaned, covering her ears and falling to her knees while the boys behind her went redder. "Please stop talking about it, you know." Ochako sipped on her drink, grinning widely. "What's that? Are you telling us not to talk about our IC lives, Eri?" "No." Eri whined. "Please. I'll never look at another villain again. Please just shut up." The adults finally allowed themselves to laugh at Eri hitting her head against the table and relented in teasing their daughter, with the added bonus of grounding her, which their daughter agreed to immediately. It meant that her moms would shut up about having section. After that, as Izuku put their cutlery and plates in the sink, everyone had a good time talking about their days, with Izuku and Ochako unable to stop themselves from laughing about Katsuma getting smacked upside the head by Tsuyu's younger sister. Eventually, though, it was about time that Koda and Katsuma went home before the buses stopped running, although Izuku and Itsuka did offer them alternative means of transportation. "Guys, I can always fly you home, it's not a big dash." "No thanks." Koda shook his head at Itsuka's offer, shuddering. "No need to puke up my dinner like last time, I'm good." "Thank you for your offers." Katsuma gave both Izuku and Itsuka a small bow. "But you guys are already in your pajamas, we wouldn't want to make you get dressed again just to drop us off across the city." Itsuka pouted at that, but shook her head and sighed. "Fine. But I'm still going to hug you guys." "Oh no, oof. Let go of me, Itsuka." Koda struggled in her tight grasp, going a bit red as Itsuka hugged both boys at the same time and found themselves unable to get out due to how freakishly strong she was, while Eri and Ochako giggled behind them. "Koda's in his girls' phase," Eri teased. "Never mind him." "Shut up, Eri, girls don't isekai. It's just you that is." With that, the 3 teenagers disappeared out the door and into the night, Eri wanting to talk to the 2 boys about their plans tomorrow after training before they walked off to their bus stops. Itsuka chuckled as they walked down the snowy driveway towards the sidewalk and closed the front door to prevent the cold wintry air from entering the home. She let out a small yawn as she stretched her arms above her head. "I don't know about you two," she stretched, "and it was fun to poke fun at Eri, but I don't think I'm up to half of what we were suggesting tonight. How about we pop in a movie and—" She trailed off, of course, because the moment she entered the kitchen she caught sight of her husband and wife standing at the window, against the wall so that they could hide out of sight. She blinked when she saw how anxious and excited they looked, as though they were waiting for whoever was going to be nominated for #1 hero, even though that hadn't been a thing in a long time, and Izuku was slowly raising a hand to his lower lip to tug at it, making it clear that he was on the verge of mutter mode. Itsuka wrinkled her brow. "What are you doing?" "Shoo." Izuku and Ochako shushed her, continuing to stare out the window. Itsuka let out a tired groan at their evasiveness, and moved forward so she could take a peek, leaning a bit above Ochako and tickling her with her ponytail as she peeked out the window. They watched as Eri, Koda and Katsuma stopped underneath the light of the street lamp, obviously about to part ways. Koda's face had turned weirdly blank, a bit redder than the cold air would have permitted, and Katsuma seemed nervous for some reason. So, what's going on? Just shush for a second, Ochako quietly said to her, staring intently at the trio as Eri talked to them about something. Wait for it, Izuku muttered, looking extremely nervous. Wait for it? And then, just as Itsuka was about to ask again, Eri suddenly leaned over and gave Koda a kiss to the lips. Itsuka's eyes blew open, mouth dropping at her little girl suddenly kissing a guy out of nowhere, and let out a small sputter. Well, since when were they dash? Shoo! Ochako shushed her again, continuing to stare intensely as Koda backed up with a blush on his cheeks. Okay, Izuku muttered, looking about 5 seconds from freaking out himself as his gaze slowly moved towards the other smaller boy. That was Koda. And now? For another few seconds, they looked as Eri addressed Katsuma, who was also a bit red and muttering something, and then Eri leaned in to kiss him as well. Inside, the two adults leapt back from their hiding spot at the window to freak out while Itsuka's jaw hit the ground, grabbing at the wall and pressing her face against the window in utter. I knew it. Ochako pumped her fists in the air as she danced around the kitchen. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. They're all dating, Izuku slowly realized, collapsing into his seat at the table with a look of shock and horror on his face. Our daughter has 2 boyfriends. I knew it. That's, oh my god, now Koda and Katsuma are kissing, Itsuka groaned lowly, slumping down against the transparent glass and staring out the window in shock. Since when was this a thing? What did I miss while I was gone? I saw her kiss Koda last week, Izuku said blankly, staring at the kitchen table, and then Ochako caught her kissing Katsuma a few days ago. We thought that dash. Oh, God, we're terrible influences on our daughter. Itsuka muttered, moving to the table and slumping on Izuku. She sees us being lovey-dovey with each other all the time, and that must have meant that she had no problem just dash. Guys! Ochako hopped up and down, much happier than her partners as they quietly held each other while she celebrated. This is great. Oh, I gotta text the girls, they're going to freak out. Oh, God, now we gotta give her the talk, Itsuka bemoaned. She's got 2 boyfriends, that's even worse than us, at least we were too busy with villains to dash. The sound of the front door opening up again, however, was what shook everyone out of their funk, realizing that Eri probably wouldn't take it very well if she found out they were snooping on her. The white-haired girl entered the kitchen once again, her cheeks a bit red but a large smile on her face, and looked up to see Izuku innocently whistling while sitting at the table and reading one of his journals, Itsuka scrubbing at their plates with so much aggression it was like they did something to offend her, and Ochako was staring at her phone with a strange intensity. What? Eri asked, immediately crossing her arms and glaring at them with suspicion. Nothing. All 3 of her parents squeaked. Thankfully, they managed to distract Eri from her suspicions by asking her to dry the dishes with Itsuka, leading to them finally quieting down for the evening. While they washed the dishes, Ochako and Itsuka apologized for embarrassing Eri in front of her friends, but made sure to emphasize how important it was that Eri didn't get hurt before she even applied for UA. The horned girl did understand, and hugged both of her moms while Izuku sat back in his seat and blinked tears out of his eyes, ever the crybaby even into adulthood. Once the dishes were finished, Izuku suggested a little movie night to celebrate Itsuka coming home, which was happily approved by all 3 ladies of the house as they didn't need to get to the beach until late tomorrow morning, so Eri could stay up a little bit. Once the girls were comfortable on the couch with their bowls of popcorn and a large blanket wrapped around them, Izuku returned from the kitchen, turning off the light to cast them into darkness as he turned on their large-screen TV. And then a sudden bolt of pain shot through his leg, making him gasp as he stumbled a bit and grabbed the chair beside the couch to steady himself. Deku! Ochako quickly looked around, eyes widening when she saw him reach down to grab his leg with a grimace. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Just, ow! Izuku hissed, glancing down at his leg in confusion, until he suddenly blinked, and then let out a small smile as a sheepish grin came to his face. Izuku? Itsuka asked in a worried voice as Eri also sat up. What is it? I think I overdid it this morning while chasing those villains, he chuckled, going a bit red while Ochako gave him a pointed look. I think I put too much juice into my legs when I was jumping off buildings. Sorry guys. It's okay, Ochako said, although she still looked a bit worried, which prompted him to give her a soft smile. Oka, he said in a quiet voice, I'm okay. Honestly. I just overdid it a little bit. Ochako looked up into his face, as though trying to see if he was lying, but once she saw the open honesty on his face, she let out a small sigh and smiled at him. Okay, she nodded, but you're cuddling with us on the couch, mister, with your foot up on the table. No complaints. I wouldn't even if I wanted to, Izuku chuckled, and moved around so that he could sit down. Eri was quick to hop off the couch, letting Izuku take her spot, and sat in between his legs as he stretched his leg onto the coffee table. He felt himself smile and lowered his hand to pat his daughter's hair, and they started up the movie as Ochako and Itsuka cuddled into his sides, both of them taking his hands and slowly closing their eyes as they started watching their movie to relax for the evening. Eventually, the pain faded from his leg, but Izuku felt his smile fade as he looked back down at it, feeling himself start to frown. He hadn't even realized that he had overdone it this morning. It had probably been when the one speedster twin nearly ran over that mother and her child. He had acted without thinking, moving as fast as he could to get them out of the way in time before they got trampled. Still, he couldn't help but pout at himself. It had been a long time since his quirk had hurt him. A very, very long time. The playground was on fire. Rain poured down from the sky, soaking everyone. Children were screaming, their parents yelling for them to get away from him. His hands were numb. Kaken was laying on his back, a red, bloody wound on his chest from where he had been hit. His mom was running to him from where she had been blasted away, her own arm having the same red wound as Kaken's as she cried out for him, trying to make sure that he was okay. The brown-haired girl that had just moved in a day ago stared at him in shock as though she couldn't even believe what she had seen, as her own parents knelt beside her to make sure that she was okay, and to instinctively shield her away from him. And Izuku, on his knees, stared at his hands in horror at what he did, rain beating down on him and soaking him to the bone. This power, his quirk, to was terrifying. There were 2 days from his childhood that Izuku Midoriya remembered with crystal clarity. The first was when he met one of the loves of his life. And the second was when he made the worst mistake of his life, and suffered the consequences of it every day since. Because he and Katsuki Bakugo lived in the same neighborhood, they had known each other since they were children. Katsuki had been the type that could do anything he tried his hand at, like reading and writing, skipping rocks and going on adventures. Katsuki became well known as a rascal that led the group of childhood kids, their parents usually too busy to look after them, which allowed Katsuki to go on any adventure he wanted, and it was always his adventure. Usually his friends only moved right behind him, happy to follow him around wherever he went, which only inflated Katsuki's ego even more. Izuku, for his part, had always been happy to be a part of the group, always scrambling after Katsuki and their friends to whatever adventure the blonde boy wanted to go on. Izuku and Katsuki had known each other the longest. Their moms had been friends in college, so they'd technically grown up together. Katsuki may have been dismissive of Izuku, usually making fun of him whenever he couldn't do something, but allowed him to hang around. Good or bad aside, Katsuki had been full of confidence, and there was a part of Izuku that had found that cool. But after both of their quirks manifested, it accelerated Katsuki down the wrong path. It had been a warm summer day. In the middle of the forest, Katsuki frequently liked to hang around so he could catch bugs and boss his friends around. Izuku's feet were now wet, standing in that little creek as he held his hand out to Katsuki. Izuku could feel his heart begin to calm down after it had been beating pretty fast. His friend had slipped on the log they had been crossing as a group and had fallen straight into the water. He had been worried, so Izuku had quickly climbed down the hill, trying his best not to slip and fall in himself, so he could get to Katsuki and make sure he was okay while Tsubasa and Yubi asked if he was okay from the log. Once he had gotten into the water, Izuku had made his way over to Katsuki, relieved that he saw him sitting up and giving a thumbs up to their friends above them, and had offered his hand to help him up. But Katsuki didn't accept it. He was staring blankly at him, as though the blonde boy wasn't sure what exactly he was looking at. Izuku felt his brow furrow in worry, seeing Katsuki staring at him with an expression of, was that shock on his face? Wait, did he hurt himself when he fell into the creek? Feeling concerned for his best friend, Izuku leaned in slightly. Are you okay, Kaken? Can you stand up? It would have been bad if you hit your head. For a few more moments, Katsuki stared at him, and then he gritted his teeth, a look of rage shadowing his face, and then threw his hand up to slap Izuku's offering hand away. The green-haired boy let out a startled gasp as Katsuki climbed to his feet by himself, letting out a small growl of anger without even looking at him as he pushed past Izuku. Izuku watched in concern as Katsuki stormed out of the creek towards their friends, the two boys above them glaring at Izuku due to him messing up somehow, and followed the blonde boy away as soon as he got to the top of the hill. "You guys wait." Izuku cried out to them, quickly moving out of the creek and wincing at the water in his shoes and soaking his socks, and climbed up the hill as quickly as he could so that he could run after them. Neither of the three boys looked back at him, not even Katsuki, as he stormed down the path back to their neighborhood while continuing to grit his teeth, and the boys ignored his requests for them to wait or slow down. Soon enough, they had arrived back at the park, where Katsuki finally stopped and let out a deep breath as Izuku caught up, panting a bit and feeling worried, unaware that Katsuki's hands started smoking. "Kaken, are you?" That last cry, however, was due to Katsuki suddenly whirling around, eyes filled with rage and contempt, and move his hands out at the green-haired boy. Izuku let out a squeak of terror and pain as a blast of fire hit him right in the face, making him scramble back blinded and tripping on his own feet. Tsubasa and Yubi let out sniggers when Izuku fell down hard flat on his back, staring up at Katsuki in shock and with tears beginning to build in his eyes as the blonde boy glared down at him. "I didn't need your help," he yelled, balling his fists in anger. "I was fine. You're nothing but a worthless Deku, so screw off." Once he was finished yelling that at him, Katsuki whirled around, gesturing to the two boys to follow him, and the three of them left Izuku in the dust, moving around the playground to continue to hang out. The green-haired boy, meanwhile, stared briefly in shock at Katsuki, feeling tears in his eyes, and then quickly shook his head, sniffling, and rolled over onto his hands and knees to get back up. Obviously he had done something wrong, Izuku realized as he let out a sad sigh and sat up on his knees, staring at the ground in sadness. This was the second time recently that Katsuki had lashed out at him, and he knew that he must have done something that had upset his friend. The first time had been when he had been talking too much about heroes, and Katsuki had used his quirk to blow an explosion in his face and shut him up, making the boy cry from the surprise and making the other kids in their kindergarten class laugh at him. But he had understood why Katsuki had done that. He knew he could be annoying when he muttered, everyone told him that. It was just, he wished he could do something that made Katsuki like him. It had been a while since they'd hung out by themselves, talking about All Might and excitedly talking about becoming heroes, so maybe it was because his quirk still hadn't come in yet, Izuku thought with a small frown. Katsuki probably kept pushing him around because he didn't have his quirk unlike everyone else, but maybe when it manifested he would be a little nicer? It'd be cool to play with quirks with his friends, blowing fire out of his mouth like his dad or floating things around like his mom. That'd be really cool. It was just, he didn't know when it was going to come in. He and his mommy had gone to the doctors a week ago, and while he didn't say anything that could indicate that Izuku's quirk wasn't going to come at all, there was something in the doctor's voice that made Izuku afraid in that office, and went home to cry himself to sleep. He just hoped that Katsuki could forgive him for being annoying. Izuku sniffed as he sat there in the dirt. He didn't mean to be annoying or a JRK, he just needed to figure out what he did, and then apologize to him. Maybe he should just go home to ask his mom what he could have done. She was super smart when it came to stuff like that. Or maybe he just needed to find something to distract him, and that was when Izuku suddenly blinked, realizing something that made his eyes widen. His dad wouldn't be home yet, he was still at work, and he said to his mom last night that he was going to do something before coming home. And even then, he usually waited until after dinner to go into his office and work. So that meant, maybe I can go home and watch All Might, Izuku thought with a small gasp. Feeling himself reinvigorated once again, He was quick to crawl back to his feet and start running towards his apartment, a wide smile on his face as he wiped some of the dirt Katsuki's explosion had knocked onto his face. He knew that his dad was okay with him using his computer to watch videos, as long as after dinner Izuku wasn't on it so he could work a little bit more. With that in mind, and knowing that dinner was only about an hour away, Izuku hurried his pace to get back to the apartment. He was unaware, of course, of the fact that there was someone looking right at him as he hurried away. A small girl in an oversized sweater and shorts, standing near an older woman with the same brown hair. The little girl's eyes followed the boy as he ran away back home, and then flickered back to the group of bullies around the jungle gym as they looked awed at something Katsuki was holding in his hands, and she was unable to stop herself from frowning slightly at them. Ochako! The small girl jumped, looking around at her mother holding up the box and looking down at her, even though her eyes were still closed as she gave her a small smile. You okay? I'm okay, Mommy. I'm just gonna run over to the truck to give this to your dad, so you just stay here for now, okay? I'll just be walking over and coming back. Or maybe you can go over and play with those boys. The little girl glanced at the mean boys who had shoved the smaller boy down, and wrung her hands slightly. But still, Mommy, she asked, looking up at her mom as the older woman looked back around at her daughter, what does Dedek —? She struggled to try to pronounce the word for a moment, having only heard it when the blonde boy was shouting and feeling confused, before she finally got out, in a small, quiet mutter, Deku mean. HM? Did you say, Dikairu? Her mom looked curiously down at her, wondering where she had heard that word, but then smiled. Well, Ochako, it's a Japanese saying, it means, you can do it. The little girl blinked at that, and then looked back around, seeing the back of the green-haired boy as he turned into the apartment her family was moving into, and felt a strange curiosity overcome her as her mom turned back around to give the box to her dad, who had been coming out of the elevator with the moving cart. Deku. Mom. Izuku Midoriya had been cleaning the dishes when she heard the sound of tiny barefooted feet running on the hardwood floor, and felt herself smile a bit. From the excited tone of the high-pitched voice behind her, she could tell easily what her little son wanted. Turning to look around as she cleaned the dishes, she saw her 4-year-old son skid to a stop at the door, having gotten back from hanging out with his friends about 10 minutes ago and going into his room to get changed. She tried hard not to laugh as she saw him almost trip over his own feet before regaining his balance, and quickly running over to her at the sink while holding his favorite all-might toy in his grasp. Mom! He began hopping up and down in his excitement, looking pleadingly up at her with those big cute eyes she couldn't even hope to resist. The computer! Please! Again! She giggled, knowing exactly what he wanted and turning to turn off the sink, leaving the plates under the warm water as she turned around to give her son a teasing smile. I swear, this is the 3rd day in a row you've wanted to watch that video, Izuku. I think your dad got you addicted. Please, Mom. Please. He turned on the puppy eyes even more, making her giggle. Okay, she nodded while smiling. I give. Go jump in the chair and I'll be right in to load it up. Letting out a cheer, Izuku turned around and quickly ran back to the spare room where Hisashi had set up his office at home. He usually used it if he forgot to do something at work. He was honestly so forgetful. She was surprised that he remembered their anniversary, but he had been more than happy to let Izuku stay in there to play with his toys. That, and using the computer at his chair to look up his favorite video in the world. Izuku let out a small sigh as she dried her hands on the dishcloth she hung on the oven door, and walked down the hall towards where she could already hear her son rocking back and forth in the chair. Entering the den, she glanced at the walls that Hisashi let Izuku hang up 2 All Might posters on, and let out a small chuckle. Her husband might be indulging their son a little too much. The pain of having a hero fanboy for a husband was that he would encourage his son when he showed the same interest. Well, not that it mattered, she guessed as she moved to the desk, seeing her son already rocking back and forth in excitement. Her husband and their son were cute when they went on their hero sprees. Hurry! Geez, she giggled endearingly as she opened up the Explorer, clicked on the bookmark tab, and scrolled down the list of work websites her husband used until she found the video at the bottom of the page. You've probably added 10,000 views just by yourself, Izuku. It's too scary for your mom, I can't even watch it. This didn't seem to be a problem for Izuku, who immediately leaned forward with a big, goofy smile on his face as the video started up. Shaking her head slightly at her little boy while giggling more, Inko walked over to the door to get back to the dishes and eventually get started on supper, trusting her son to know how to replay the video to watch it another 10,000 times today. As she moved towards the door, she smiled when she heard the now all too familiar voices coming from the video her son loved so much, having heard it so much she could easily mouth along. Can you see it? He's already saved 100 people, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. It's insane. Ha 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 ha. He's laughing. Ha 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 ha. Now she could hear Izuku's excited noises, and was unable to stop her smile widening slightly as she glanced over at the large computer screen, seeing the now all too familiar image of the gigantic man with the weird hair antennas, carrying half a dozen people on his back while posing dramatically for the camera. It's fine now. Why yes? Because I am here. He's so cool. Izuku exclaimed, throwing up the fist he was holding his all-might toy with up into the air and staring at it with a look of inspiration. Once I get my quirk, I want to be just like him. At that last sentence from her son, however, Inko felt her smile fall, turning to look at the floor with a frown on her face as Izuku let out a loud, bombastic laugh, clearly trying to imitate his hero but not quite having the baritone for it. Letting out a small sigh, Inko slipped out the door, leaving Izuku to go back on his all-might binge while closing the door behind her. As the door quietly shut, Inko walked back down the hall towards the kitchen, letting out a small sigh as she walked over to get the rest of the dishes washed so she could get started on supper. As she reached the kitchen, however, she heard the sound of the lock jingling a bit, bringing a small smile to her face as she walked back over to the sink, turning back on the water so she could start scrubbing. As she picked up the next plate to wash, she heard the sound of someone taking off their shoes at the front door before walking down the hall, and turned her head to see her husband walking into the kitchen, looking tired and his suit a bit wrinkled, but still smiling at the sight of her. You look even more exhausted than usual, Inko teased, and Hisashi let out a small laugh as he walked over to her, giving her a one-armed hug from behind and kissing the top of her head, which was pretty easy for him to do as he was a head taller than her. I was starting to think that they were making you work overtime tonight. I was about to call and ask when you were coming home. Heh, I wish I had to work overtime. They at least pay me when I do that, Hisashi chuckled, shaking his head and letting go of his wife so he could move back to the table and put down his briefcase, his smile falling from his lips. I was actually over at the Bakugas this whole time. We got catching up before I brought up Katsuki. Ah. Inko faltered a bit when she heard that, looking around at her husband and seeing the exhausted look on her husband's face as he sat down in his chair. I'm guessing that it didn't go very well, did it? About as well as it could have gone. He shook his head and glanced away with a frown. I told Mitsuki and Masaru what we caught him doing, and they said they'd talk to Katsuki about it. Oh dear, Inko hummed, turning off the sink again so she could turn around to face her husband. That doesn't sound positive. Probably because it's not positive. Hisashi shook his head, raising a hand to scratch his dark hair. I don't get it, Inko. I know that Izuku and Katsuki weren't exactly okay, they're friends, but it's not like I wasn't a stupid kid like him when I was his age. I wouldn't be using my quirk on my friends, I at least know that. When I was around his age, I was a bossy brat around my friends myself. I ordered my friends around a lot, I was a little sheet. But if someone harassed my friends, the kids I knew since I was a baby, I'd square up to them in a second. Because my friends were mine. They came to my house all the time, they played with me, they were basically my brothers. I bossed them around, yeah, but I protected them. I may not have liked all the kids I hung around, but they were my friends. But Katsuki, he doesn't see any problem with using his quirk on Izuku, and that worries me. When is it going to lead him to beating Izuku up, or throwing him around? When does it become flat-out bullying? Inko slowly nodded, letting her husband rant and get it out of his system, and sighed as she dried her hands on the cloth, letting Hisashi let out a sigh as he put his forehead into his hand, obviously having a headache about this. I want to say kids will be kids. Inko shook her head as she walked over to the table, putting her hand on her husband's shoulder and letting Hisashi lean against her, but I'd be lying if I said that if Katsuki was our kid, I wouldn't be giving him a kick to the butt if someone's parents called me to say that they caught him beating up another kid. Heh, Hisashi chuckled despite his bad mood. I guess that's my wife, huh? One of us has to be the professional butt kicker, and the only fight I've gotten in my life, I was the one who ended up with a bloody nose. Yeah, and I'm the one who punched out Kyuso Panchi in middle school. Inko giggled, leaning over to kiss his forehead, so I guess we'll leave all the butt-kicking to me. Anyway, do you think Mitsuki will get through to him? Katsuki, I mean. I honestly don't know, Hisashi sighed as he glanced away again. I say this as her friend, but I think she can be a bit too soft on Katsuki sometimes. She knows to put her foot down, but they're so much alike sometimes I'm not sure if she understands. Inko pursed her lips at that, glancing down at the table for a second as he rubbed her hip, before Hisashi shook his head and glanced up at her, seeing her own frown and raising his eyebrow. Okay, he said softly, so that was what's been bothering me. What's up with you? Huh? Inko jumped a bit, looking back down at him in surprise. What do you mean? You have your worried face on. And believe it or not, you usually have your worried face on when you're, and this may come as a shock to you, worried. Hisashi laughed at his own stupid joke while Inko rolled her eyes and lightly hit his shoulder, making Hisashi fake a mortal injury while she giggled despite herself. Seriously though, Hisashi got serious again, leaning forward. What's up? Inko paused for a second, glancing down at the table as she thought, before she let out a small sigh and sat down in the seat opposite of him, pursing her lips as she folded her hands together. About Izuku, she muttered. Of course. It's just, I know we've talked about it a lot, but it's just, he hasn't manifested his quirk yet, she explained herself in a low voice as though afraid Izuku would overhear her, tapping her fingers together as she stared sadly down at the hardwood table, and I'm just worried. All the other kindergartners have started developing their quirks except for him, and I just want to make sure that he's fine. The doctor didn't say anything when we visited him last week, but I know that he's starting to think that it won't come in. Hisashi pursed his lips at that reminder, feeling his own stomach lurch, but shook his head and leaned forward, moving his hand to slide across the table and onto hers, getting her attention and causing her to look up at him, seeing an understanding smile on his face. Inko, he said softly, I understand why you're worried. I mean, I'm also wondering what's going on too, but, come on, it isn't like it's going to change anything if, Izuku ends up not developing a quirk, right? Of course not, she said immediately, shaking her head. I just think that we need to be a little more patient, he smiled, deciding to try and lighten the mood a bit, and pray that our boy doesn't end up setting our apartment on fire when he sneezes. Or float the table, Inko challenged, back, smirking a bit while Hisashi shook his head and chuckled, but then he suddenly blinked, realizing something that he had forgotten to tell her. Oh, I just remembered. Do you remember how we thought we heard stuff being moved around next door last night? Us? Well, Hisashi leaned back with a small smile. That's because there was stuff being moved around. I decided to take the elevator when I came back from the Bakugas and saw them using the big elevator. We have next-door neighbors now. Is that right? Inko gasped, leaning forward with a smile on her face. Do they seem nice? Oh yeah, he chuckled, nodding. I think we'll get along with them. It's a husband, wife, and a daughter, who's about Izuku's age. Their move-in date was yesterday, so they were moving some stuff in the apartment last night after work before getting everything else today. I got to talking to them, and they told me that they were thinking of enrolling their daughter to the same kindergarten Izuku's attending. I figured you wouldn't mind, but I did invite them over to dinner tomorrow night. Just being good, welcoming neighbors, you know? I do know. And yes, I don't mind, Inko giggled, standing up to get back to the counter with a new bounce in her step at the news. I think it's good that we're trying to be good neighbors. Who knows, maybe Izuku and their daughter can become friends. Oh, please Inko, Hisashi laughed a bit, reading her mind. We don't need to have our new neighbor hate Izuku. You know how dads get around their daughter's first boyfriend. I'm not the one saying that, Inko teased with a grin. You're implying it though. How about you wait until the kids actually meet before you start setting them up for a childhood friend romance? Okay, Mr. Smart Guy, whatever you say. I'll keep my thoughts to myself, and you can go ask our son what he wants for supper. I'm going to take a wild guess and say katsudon. Always katsudon. What's wrong with just regular udon? Huh? Izuku asked, feeling himself shrink a little. They're just going to come over and say hello, Inko explained as she put on her bracelet, dressed up in her nice dress and doing up her hair in a bun, and then eat a little dinner with us. It'll be nice to meet our new neighbors, won't it? At the moment, Izuku was standing in the doorway of his parents' room in a red t-shirt and shorts, watching her get ready for something he wasn't aware was happening until a few minutes ago. He could hear his dad humming in the kitchen as he put on his suit jacket from work, the sound of his dad muttering how dumb he looked audible even from here, but Izuku remembered his mom telling his dad that he didn't have another suit other than his work one. But that wasn't on Izuku's mind as he felt himself begin to shake slightly. The new people? A little family like ours, Izuku, a mommy and a daddy, and a daughter too. Apparently she's your age, so when she's here you two can have a little fun. You have so many toys, I'm sure she'd love to play with them with you. Inko said that in an overly excited voice, as though trying to hype him up for meeting new people like it would make him excited as well, but then she glanced over at her son after slipping on her bracelet, and felt herself falter. Izuku himself didn't look excited to meet a new friend, or to meet new people at all. In fact, he was shrinking into himself, fidgeting slightly while small tears began to pool in his eyes, which of course made Inko suddenly start tearing up without warning, a curse on the Midoriya family. If one of them started crying, the other wouldn't be far behind. Izuku? She asked in a soft voice, feeling concern edge into her voice. What is it? Nothing, he muttered, turning away as though unable to look at his mother all of a sudden. Honey. Inko was quick to move over to her tiny son, kneeling down so that they could be face to face, and raised her hand to his cheek. Gently turning his face back to look at her, feeling herself tear up slightly at the obviously scared and conflicted look on his face, she leaned in slightly. What's wrong? Izuku? What if they don't like me? He quietly muttered, glancing away. Because I don't have a quirk? Inko let out a soft gasp at that, staring at her son in shock while feeling her tears begin to pool in her own eyes as he stared at the floor. She felt her heart thud in her chest, but quickly shook off her shock so she could comfort her son, wondering where on earth he had gotten that thought from. Izuku, she asked quietly, seeing Izuku staring at the floor again, what do you mean? Of course they'd like you even without a quirk. Why would you think that? Kaken, he muttered, making Inko's expression fall. I messed up yesterday. He slipped off a log and fell into a creek, and I tried to make sure he was okay, but I think I just annoyed him. I don't know what I did, but I think it's because I don't have a quirk. I don't think he likes me anymore because I'm so weak. Oh, Izuku. So what if these people don't like me either? He looked up at his mom, tears beginning to leak out of his eyes and onto his cheeks. Because I'm weak. Honey, no, you're not weak. Inko felt her own tears begin to leak down her cheeks, dimming her weak eye ducts, and quickly brought her son in for a hug, letting him wrap his tiny arms around her neck while he sniffled. And they won't hate you because you don't have your quirk yet. Please don't think that. That's not it at all. I'm sure any day now, your quirk will manifest, and it'll be awesome. And I swear to you, Izuku, whatever made Kaken mad at you yesterday, I assure you that it's not your fault. You're the sweetest, most pure little boy I've ever met. You're not annoying, you're not weak, you're amazing. Izuku only sniffed at that, to which Inko moved away from him to smile at him as he continued to study the floor. Tell you what, she said softly, our new neighbors are going to come over to eat with us for a little bit so we can meet them, but if you don't want to talk to them, that's okay. Really? You just need to stay by me and be polite if they talk to you. But I don't think that's going to be an issue, because I'm sure that they'll love you. Like I said, they have a little daughter too, someone your age. I think that she'd love to be your friend, but if you just want to hang out with me until they're gone, that'll be okay. Izuku didn't seem sure about that, still staring down at the floor looking more than a little unsure, but before he could say anything, Hisashi poked his head in, giving the two a smile as he knocked on the door to get their attention. Inko, he said softly to his wife, seeing her looking up at him as Izuku looked around, wiping his eyes, I checked on dinner and it looked almost ready. The neighbors said that they would be here at around 6:30, so I set the timer for another 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, Hisashi. Inko smiled, also grabbing a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe Izuku's face, and then standing up and kissing her son on the top of his head. I'll just check on that now. She hurried out the door of her bedroom to the kitchen, leaving Izuku continuing to look unsure about how the evening's events would unfold. At least, until he felt his dad's hand pat his head and made him look around, seeing his dad smiling kindly down at him. Scared to meet new people, huh? He asked, kneeling down so that he and his son could be at the same level. Heard some of that while I was coming around the corner. Well, Hisashi smiled, keeping his hand in his son's hair. How about we make a deal, young man? Tell you what, I think tonight's going to go really well, and our neighbors are going to be absolutely charmed by you, but if it doesn't, after they leave, you and I can kick back and watch some All Might videos before bed. You don't have school tomorrow, so we can pull up one of his interviews and watch it with some popcorn. All Might videos? Izuku asked in a small murmur, looking slightly hopeful while his dad grinned, knowing that he got his son hook, line and sinker. All Might videos, popcorn, and maybe we can sneak a little chocolate once your mom goes to bed. And you can even stay up a little later too, since it's the weekend. No moms will be allowed, it'll just be a boys' night. Izuku looked a bit more calm at that. Hearing that his dad wanted to watch some All Might videos with him did bring his mood up somewhat. That was until ding dong. Izuku squeaked in shock at the sound of the doorbell, realizing who that would be, while Hisashi looked around at the sound as well, smiling a little bit as he realized their visitors were there. However, before he could say anything to assure his son, Izuku quickly zipped out of the room, making the father blink in confusion at the spot his son was supposed to be suddenly vacant, and looked around as though Izuku had vanished into thin air. Getting up from where he had been kneeling, Hisashi looked out into the hall leading to the kitchen, and saw Izuku immediately hiding behind his mother's dress as Inko looked down in confusion, and then back up at Hisashi. Huh. Hisashi sagged a bit, knew it couldn't be that easy. Shaking his head somewhat, Hisashi stretched slightly and straightened up, sharing a small smile with his wife as he turned on his heel to walk to the front door. Taking a deep breath and trying to make sure that his smile was at least a bit confident. Okay, he'll admit he was just as nervous as his son. Hisashi opened the door wide and gave the visitors grins as he caught sight of them. Hello. Please, come in. Huh? Glad you invited us over. Hiding behind Inko, Izuku winced slightly. The man's voice was much louder than he had been expecting, sounding very enthusiastic. Peeking out from behind Inko's leg, Izuku found himself gulping at the sight that befell him height-wise. The man coming in through the door wasn't that much taller than his dad, maybe an inch or so, but weight-wise? His dad looked kind of like a twig, even though he was pretty big himself. He looked really strong, not All Might strong but strong enough that he could pick up his dad easily and throw him around. Seeing that, of course, did make Izuku feel a lot more nervous, but then his eyes trailed up to his face, and felt himself blink. He looked very large and imposing, but his face was a lot more relaxed and looked really nice. He had an assuring grin on his face that showed all of his teeth, dirty blonde short hair, and some stubble on his face like his dad's. He was wearing a blue dress shirt and jeans, and looked really relaxed, shaking his dad's hand before turning to his mom and smiling. Behind him, meanwhile, came a much shorter woman, standing around his mom's height and shorter than his dad. She was a lot shorter than the man coming in, only coming up to his chin, but she had a warm smile on her face that did make Izuku feel a little better, peeking out from behind his mom as she strolled in. Her eyes were weirdly closed, making Izuku wonder how exactly she could see when she bowed to Inko and straightened back up. She had 2 blush stickers on her cheeks, and her face was slightly round with long brown hair falling down to her shoulders. She wore a nice dress with a white frilly shirt over it, and carried a small container in her hands. It's nice to see you both again, Hisashi said politely, sinking into a polite bow, but the man let out a loud laugh and shook his head, reaching down to slap Izuku's dad's shoulder good-naturedly. No need to get all polite on us, he said in an enthusiastic voice, not noticing Hisashi's wince at the unexpected hit. Looked like someone didn't know their own strength, and Izuku blinked at the odd accent in his voice, But yeah, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Midoriya. That's right, the woman said sweetly, no accent at all as she bowed to him. No need to treat us any differently than you would your other neighbors. Still, thank you for inviting us into your home. I hope that we get along. But hopes so too, Hisashi chuckled, raising himself back up and moving back so that Inko could step forward, Izuku still nervously hiding behind her leg despite the new people looking at least a little nicer than what he had been scared off. This is my wife, Inko, and the little guy hiding behind her leg is our son, Izuku. Forgive him, he's a little nervous around new people. It's nice to meet ya, Mrs. Midoriya, the large man grinned, and both adults bowed briefly to Inko while she smiled a bit nervously. Name's Teo Uraraka, and this is my wife Miwa. Thank you for welcoming us into your home, Miwa repeated with a smile, and then turned to look at Izuku, who had peeked out and squeaked when she looked at him, despite her eyes being closed, and this must be Izuku. Izuku glanced away awkwardly, letting out a quiet hum of shyness, although the brown-haired woman didn't seem to mind at all. Well, she giggled a little bit, and then moved her own dress away from her leg, and Izuku suddenly heard an even higher-pitched squeak than his own. Since we're still doing introductions, this is our daughter, Ochako. Forgive her, but it seems that your son isn't the only one that's nervous to meet new people. Feeling himself shake a bit more, Izuku peeked out again from behind his mother's leg, and then blinked. Standing behind her mom, and looking just as nervous as he was a little girl even shorter than he was. She wore a pair of overalls over a white t-shirt with the number 13, with a pair of pink shoes on her feet. She had brown hair like her mom, although hers was a bit shorter, and also had the same blush stickers and pair of round, brown eyes that glanced at the three strangers before her before she quickly looked back to the floor. She was also holding something plushy, white and black in her hands, and let out a small noise when Inko looked at her with a smile and quickly hid back behind her mom's leg. Well, it's nice to see that we have two shy kids here, Hisashi joked, relieved when Teo chuckled, and moved back to gesture in the direction of the kitchen. But please, come in. Dinner's almost ready. Why, thank ya. Teo nodded happily, more than pleased to hear anything about food, and accepted Hisashi's invitation to come into the apartment. Inko glanced down at Izuku again, who was glancing between her and the little girl hiding behind Miwa, and gave him a small smile as she leaned down slightly. Let's go eat, Izuku. Do you want to sit in between me and your dad? She asked softly, and the boy hesitated, glancing at the little girl again as Miwa bent down to talk to her as well, before he let out a small noise of affirmation and reached up to take her hand. Soon enough, after Miwa talked to Ochako and got confirmation for the little girl to sit between her and her own dad, the 6 neighbors moved into the kitchen, the Urarakas looking a little more impressed about the dinner being laid out than perhaps appropriate, while Ochako looked around the living room and blinked at the size of the TV, and then everyone sat down at the kitchen table to get started on dinner. As his mom had suggested, Izuku chose to sit in between his parents while Ochako did the same on the other side of the table, the two children glancing at each other only once, making eye contact, and then quickly looking away while their parents smiled ruefully. Soon enough, everyone was seated at the table and began to dig into Inko's dinner, the adults immediately beginning to make some small talk to get to know each other better. So Mr. Midoriya, Miwa asked politely, splitting her chopsticks apart, what do you do for a living? Hisashi is fine, Izuku's dad said airily, smiling at her and Teo as he picked up a bowl of rice, and I work for a tech company selling computer parts. It's not the most glamorous job in the world, but it pays the bills. There are PRDS when I have to move overseas to do some work, but thankfully you managed to catch me at a time when I could commute from home. And yourselves? We run a construction company, Teo explained through a mouthful of food, swallowing and grimacing slightly when his wife gave him an unamused look. Sorry, a construction company. We got a job here in Mustafu a few months ago, and we decided that it might be better to move here in the big city rather than stay in Mya. More opportunities, you know, and saves us money not having to travel all over Japan looking for work. Oh. Inko looked curious and a bit concerned, using her chopsticks to bring some sushi to Izuku's plate. Is there not a lot of construction jobs near Mya? Not as much as we'd like, Teo admitted with a small frown while Miwa shook her head, Ever since heroes became popular a few decades ago, competition in construction's become something fierce. The Urarakas have been a construction company for years and we love doing it, which is why it's such a shame that there've been times we haven't been able to get jobs for months at a time. Oh no! Well, hopefully that changes here. Miwa tried to remain positive, smiling a bit as she brought some teriyaki to herself, while Ochako looked at it with a little shock. She wasn't used to eating a lot of meat besides bologna. Since Muzutafu is pretty much filled to the brim with heroes, there's lots of needs for construction after fights with villains. We're hoping we can find more potential ventures since we're so close to UA Academy. Well, Hisashi grimaced slightly, obviously sympathetic to them. If you guys ever need help, please don't hesitate to come to us, alright? We try to look out for our neighbors, even if we're not all that well off. Thank you for your offer. Miwa bowed slightly in her seat, before balling her fist and giving them a smile. But we're tough. We always get by, right, Ochako? The little girl jumped a bit when she was addressed by her mom, obviously still a little shy and unable to hide behind her mom's leg anymore, but nodded all the same and returned to her tempura. Izuku himself still felt a little shy when he wasn't able to hide behind his own mom, and gulped when he noticed the Uraraka patriarch turning to him with a grin on his face. So Izuku, Teo softened his voice a little bit. He knew how loud and enthusiastic he could be, and since he still looked nervous, he didn't want to startle Izuku with how loud he could usually be and wanting to make sure the kid felt relaxed. I've been thinking, and I think I know where I've seen you before. Izuku felt a bit startled at that, looking at the older man in shock while Hisashi and Inko blinked in confusion. Yeah. I'm thinking that I saw you yesterday while we were moving our stuff upstairs with those boys in the park. He nodded approvingly, bringing a piece of teriyaki to his mouth and giving a wink to the young boy. Going off on adventures and getting into trouble, huh? I saw you guys heading into the forest. No. Izuku quickly defended himself with a squeak, going a bit red while Inko shook her head and Hisashi chuckled despite himself. I just, dash. The Urarakas watched as Izuku tried to fumble through an explanation, while Ochako stole another glance at him and then returned to her food with a small frown, remembering what had happened when they had gotten back from the forest and thinking to herself that it hadn't looked like an adventure. Finally, the boy managed to stumble to a stop and then looked back down at his plate. We were playing heroes, he quietly said while studying his rice. Heroes, huh? Teo grinned, nodding in approval as he sat back in his seat and warmly studied the boy. So, you want to be a hero when you're all grown up? Izuku quickly nodded, unaware of Ochako blinking and glancing at him again as he went a bit red at the attention. I want to be a hero like All Might. All Might, huh? Sometimes he causes some property damage. In that case, why don't we just wait till you're all grown up and you can use our construction company to Dear. Miwa shook her head while poking her husband in the side, having to reach above Ochako's head to do so. I was just joking. Hisashi and Inko at least laughed at the large man cowering over his tiny wife, and then Inko turned to her son, who gulped when he realized she was giving him a slightly unamused look. The forest, huh? She raised her eyebrow while Izuku went stiff. The one that doesn't allow trespassers? You went in there? Izuku gulped, going a bit red from Inko giving him an unamused look, and then he pointed at Hisashi. Dad wants to eat chocolate later tonight when you go to bed. Hisashi choked on his drink while Teo laughed loudly, and Miwa had to suppress a giggle. After the Midoriya patriarch got over the shock and betrayal of his son throwing him under the bus while his wife gave him a death glare, dinner after that went quite pleasantly. Inko and Miwa got along very well, talking about the sights Muzutafu had to offer, while Teo and Hisashi talked more about their careers and any good drinking spots that Hisashi knew thanks to after-work parties. While the adults happily talked amongst each other, Izuku and Ochako stayed quiet, eating their food and subtly stealing glances at each other, shaking a little bit while they did so and immediately looking away when they thought they were going to get caught. Not a word was passed between them, but the adults could tell that there was a part of both children that wanted to talk to the other, but shyness was preventing them from doing so. Which wasn't too big a deal, they just needed to stretch out their visits so they could overcome that barrier. As soon as dinner was finished, Hisashi and Teo volunteered to do dishes as Inko and Miwa talked some more at the table, and soon enough the Midoriyas and Urarakas began to talk the evening away as they got to know each other. Izuku was still a little nervous around the new people, but Teo seemed to be very warm and joking around him, patting him on the head and giving him a big smile when the boy didn't shy away, and Miwa was sweet to him, complimenting him on his shirt as she opened the container she brought and gave him a brownie, which was surprisingly good. So they definitely weren't that bad. Not at all. After he returned from the bathroom about an hour after dinner, Izuku glanced out the front door hanging open, seeing his dad and Teo leaning against the railing with beers in their hands, chatting and laughing about something or the other. Turning slightly, he saw his mom and Miwa talking on the couch about the neighborhood and where it would be safe for Ochako to play. Taking a small breath, Izuku stood a bit by himself near the wall, glancing between Miwa and Teo. They were definitely different than what he had been used to with his own mom and dad, but he knew that they were really nice. He liked them. He was staring to feel a bit more comfortable around them, thinking about maybe walking over to Miwa and asking for another brownie. It had been really good. And then he felt someone tugging at his shirt. Surprised, Izuku looked around, and found himself surprised to see Ochako standing behind him, looking shy and a little scared as she turned her gaze to the floor, holding the white and black thing with both hands. She said in a low voice, quiet enough that Izuku almost couldn't hear her. Do you know where my daddy is? I can't find him. Izuku blinked at that, and then gulped, feeling shyness overcoming him as well as he also looked at the ground, unable to look at the small girl. Yeah, he quickly nodded and pointed behind him. He's outside with my dad. Ochako glanced around at the open door, seeing her father leaning against the railing and laughing, and then nodded, a little relieved to see where he went after she had lost track of him. She had gone exploring and ended up in their parents' room, quickly coming back when she realized where she was, but then falling silent again as she realized that she had no idea what to say to the boy directly in front of her. Izuku felt the same way, gulping nervously at the girl in front of him, and glanced down at his feet to avoid eye contact. And then his eyes trailed to what Ochako was holding, and felt them widen a little bit as he actually got a good look at it, and felt himself recognize it. Izuku gulped nervously, glancing down at the small plushie in her hand, and asked, in a quiet, timid voice as his heart beat wildly in his chest from anxiety. Is that 13? Ochako blinked at that, turning her gaze from the floor to the green-haired boy for a second in brief shock, and then looked down at the plushie she was holding in her hand. She felt herself shake a little bit in nervousness, but she still nodded timidly, unable to look up at him as Izuku got a better look at the toy in her hand. She's really cool, Izuku told her, feeling a small smile come to his face but still exercising caution when talking about heroes with her. He was ready to back off in case he annoyed her, remembering what happened when Katsuki had enough of him talking about heroes, so he had learned not to go into it all that much. My dad showed me a video of her stopping a building from falling on people. It was really cool. She did it in about 10 seconds. Really? The little girl's voice came out small, as though afraid that he was messing with her, but there was something in there like curiosity that made Izuku feel a little braver. Really? Izuku nodded quickly, feeling some of his fear at talking to new people subside at long last as he looked at the smaller girl studying her feet. It was really awesome. She used her quirk to SCK up a building that was falling onto the street. She absorbed it in seconds. Afterwards she took a big picture with everyone and she gave a big thumbs up with the thumb she used to break down the building. It was really cool. Ochako hummed at that, looking unsure but definitely interested as she held the 13 plushie closer to her chest. Izuku knew that he was shaking again, but this time it wasn't out of nervousness or anxiety. Well, yes, there was still some nervousness, but this was something different. The way Ochako had looked up at him. It made him feel weird, but a good weird. She wasn't looking at him like the other people in his class did, like he was the quirkless weirdo. She definitely was still wary of him, but she looked interested in what he had to say. And that made Izuku's heart race. She's really awesome. He told her a bit, trying not to come across as the quirkless nerd this time, but as someone who knew what he was talking about. I've watched her video 100 times. Ochako glanced down at her 13 plushie again, as though trying to imagine what he had told her, like the little toy was responsible for skinning up a building, and then suddenly Izuku had an idea. I can show you the video if you want. That, at least, suddenly caught Ochako's attention, making the brown-haired girl look up again, staring at him fully in the face at long last. There was a bit of surprise and hope on her face that made Izuku suddenly want to drag her to his dad's office to show the video, but then he remembered he had no idea how to find it on the computer. He couldn't type or read yet. How could he find it if he didn't even know how to type 13? That meant, Mom. He turned to hurry over to the two mothers on the couch, seeing Inko blink at the sudden energy in her son's voice as she looked down at him. I want to show, he faltered at that, unsure about how exactly to pronounce her name, but then shook his head. I want to show her the video of 13 I watched a few days ago. Can I? Inko faltered at that, sitting up a bit. Usually they had a rule about Izuku not being allowed on the computer after dinner time. It got him too energetic, but then she glanced at the small girl behind him. While she was studying her feet and tapping her fingers together, there was a small look of hope on Ochako's face, as though she really did want to see the video, and that prompted a smile to grace Inko's face as she sat up, turning her gaze to her son and nodding. Of course, sweetie, if it's only the one, she allowed for once, making Izuku brighten up and Ochako glance up at the older woman as Miwa also gave her daughter and the green-haired boy an approving nod. So the 13 video? Was that the one where she saved that building, or are you thinking of another one? Why yeah, that one. I wanna show Ookok dash. Izuku stopped what he was saying for a moment, and tried to pronounce Ochako's name. The little girl stared at him for a moment with an unknowing look on her face as he struggled, and Miwa was unable to suppress a small laugh at his cuteness. God, she hoped her daughter became friends with him. She could watch his cuteness all day, and moved off the couch to kneel beside the boy while Inko gave the brown-haired little girl a comforting smile. How about Akin? She suggested, giving Izuku a kind smile as he looked up at her in surprise. I know that her name can be pretty hard to pronounce, but since I have a feeling that you two are going to be good friends, why not Akin until you learn how to pronounce her name? Okay, Izuku nodded, blushing a bit as he looked down again. And of course, you guys can watch a video. Miwa also smiled at her daughter. She was still acting shy, but Miwa could tell that Ochako was curious to watch whatever video Izuku wanted to show her. As long as it's the one, we'll have to go soon, just so we can get Akin to bed. After Inko got up to get 2 wine glasses out of the cabinet for later, 1 glass of wine for the road, since the men got to drink, why not them? The women led the 2 children by their hands into Hisashi's office, Inko turning on the computer and giving her son an expectant look as she lifted him up into the leather chair. 1 video, she smiled knowingly, already on to her son, and then that's it. Agreed. Izuku nodded. All right, Inko turned back to the computer, pulling up Yap Tube and putting her hands on the keyboard. So it was a 13 video, right? Yeah. Izuku sat up in the chair, and Inko smiled when she saw Ochako peeking up at the computer screen from behind it in curiosity. It was the one where, that one, Mom. Alrighty, that one. She giggled and clicked on the video and put it on pause before it could autoplay. But before you guys watch it, why doesn't Ochako get in the chair, too? So you both can see. Izuku paused at that, and looked around to glance at the little girl. Ochako herself seemed a bit nervous about sitting beside him, but her eyes then moved to the screen showing 13 posing with a few civilians, and evidently, her curiosity overcame her nervousness. Gulping a bit, Ochako approached the big chair, and Izuku gulped as well as he scooted over a little bit, looking a bit shy again, and the little girl let out a small grunt as she crawled into the seat beside him, eventually sitting down and looking over at the screen. Both Inko and Miwa had a hard time trying not to coo at them. It looked adorable, seeing their 2 children sitting side by side in the large chair, but there was no need to embarrass them, especially since this was the closet they had been to each other all night. Okay, Inko turned back to the screen to play the video. You guys can watch this and we'll be out in the living room. Just call us if you need anything, okay? Okay, Mom. Izuku quickly nodded, while Ochako hummed beside him watching the screen. Inko smiled and clicked the play button on the screen, standing up properly to leave the office with Miwa so they could get their glasses of wine. Soon enough, though, both children forgot the brief awkwardness of sitting right beside each other, watching the video of a building threatening to collapse after some hero had been blasted into it, the hero in question sliding down and hitting the ground with a grunt before hopping up to charge against the villain who had thrown him. The hero, of course, didn't notice the groan of the building behind him, and several civilians looked up in horror as it began to collapse, creaking as it began falling down onto the street. Ochako found her eyes glued to the screen, holding her cheap 13 plushie close to her chest, as she stared at the scene of people screaming and running to get out of the way, suddenly finding herself nervous watching this and tempted to hold up the 13 plushie to her face to hide while Izuku bounced a little bit in the seat, until a puffy, white space suit suddenly ran into frame, running straight in front of the collapsing building in her yellow boots. Izuku had seen this a lot of times, knowing that she would be flipping open one of her suction cups on her finger to point at the collapsing building and SCK it into her black hole, with the building being abandoned so she could go all out. He instead glanced to his left to see if Ochako was watching the screen, and then felt himself blink when he saw the look on her face. The awkward, sort of frightened look on the girl's face she had been wearing all night, being shy in front of strangers. It had completely vanished. Instead, her face filled with wonder as she watched the hero on the screen absorb the building into her thumb, feeling her jaw drop at the sight of her hero in action. Izuku, instead of looking back at the screen to watch the awesomeness, instead stared in wonder for a moment as he saw Ochako leaned slightly forward, watching how amazing 13 looked in action. And then the video ended as 13 posed with the civilians she had saved while the big villain was arrested in the background, giving a big thumbs up, and the video ended, giving them the option to look at other videos. For a moment, neither child spoke, and then Ochako let out a squeal, making Izuku jump a little. That was awesome. She pumped her fists in the air, her shyness completely forgotten as she smiled widely and shocked Izuku. I've never actually seen 13 in action before. She saved those people so quickly. Izuku stared at her in shock as she turned to look at him, practically bouncing in the seat as she gave him a wide smile. Can we watch that again? For one moment, Izuku was taken aback, staring at the little girl as her shyness evaporated and overwhelmed him with her sudden energy, and then he felt his own shyness fade away quickly, and he beamed back at her just as brightly. Yeah. Back in the living room, Hisashi and Teo came back into the apartment just as Inko and Miwa finished their glasses of wine, chuckling a bit as they finished their beers, and the four adults knew that it was about time for the Urarakas to get back home, seeing as Ochako needed to go to bed soon, and Hisashi knew that he had promised to watch All Might videos with Izuku once they left, and his son really couldn't stay up that late. So they were standing up now, taking a chance to let the Urarakas put back on their jackets before they went to fetch their children. How about I go get the kids? Hisashi offered, taking a moment to put his and Teo's beer bottles on the counter to recycle later as he turned towards the hall leading to his office. And Inko can wrap up some leftovers for later? Ah, mighty kind of ya, but it's okay if you can't dash. I got a lot of toys in my room. Hisashi blinked at the sudden enthusiastic voice coming from his office, and glanced around in curiosity, and then yelped and quickly moved back so Izuku and Ochako could run past him and not collide into his legs. The sound of their little feet padding through the apartment drew the attention of every adult in the room, looking around to see the wide and excited smiles on the two children's faces, looking happier than they had all night. Quickly, they ran into Izuku's room and pulled the door closed, only letting the adults hear the sound of them talking excitedly in his room. For one moment the apartment was silent, all four adults staring in shock at what they just saw, until Hisashi cleared his throat. He stuttered briefly before shaking his head and turning to the other man. I'm actually feeling up for another beer if you want, Teo. Maybe 2 or 3, just so they have a little time for Izuku to show Ochako all his toys. He's got an awful lot. Yeah. Teo nodded quickly, catching on and taking off his coat again. Maybe 4, just to be safe. To show you what you're in for if we ever go drinkin' together. That sounds fine to me. And I have some baby pictures to show you, Miwa. Inko also added in, almost tearing up at the sight of her son finally breaking through his awkwardness, and hopping up to grab the wine bottle again. Izuku was so adorable as a child, I'd love to show you. And I can grab Ochako's baby pictures from next door. Miwa hopped to her feet as well to run next door quickly, beaming. I have to show you the picture of her getting scared by a spider crawling on her arm. It's absolutely precious. While the parents came up with multiple reasons to delay the Urarakas leaving for a few more hours, Izuku and Ochako sat down in the middle of his room, Izuku quickly dragging some of his All Might toys from underneath his bed to show the little girl. Their initial shyness and awkwardness was long forgotten, Izuku almost going overboard to show his new friend all of his things now that he knew she was interested, and Ochako taking a look at all of them with wide eyes and obvious amazement as she gently took whatever toy was offered to her, inspecting it while sitting cross-legged on the floor. This is my favorite All Might toy. Izuku showed her the action figure of the buff man in the red, blue, white and yellow costume with the blue cape. It's based on his Silver Age costume by David Shield. David Shield? That's what my dad told me. Oh, Ochako put down her 13 plushie to take the action figure from Izuku's hands, holding it up and looking at it in awe. It's really cool. My dad bought it for me for my birthday. Izuku smiled, putting his hands in his lap while Ochako moved one of the arms of the toy. He said that his favorite hero is Big Red Dot, but he's okay with me liking All Might the most. He put up all the All Might posters in his office. My mom called him a nerd. Your dad likes heroes. Ochako smiled a bit, glancing down at her 13 plushie beside her and picking it up again, holding both toys in her hands. My mommy got me my 13 plushie because I always liked how cool she looked. She got it for my birthday. My dash, she suddenly faltered, and then glanced down a bit at the 13 toy, feeling her smile fall a bit when comparing the two toys in her hands. Glancing at it now. The 13 toy was a bit flayed, some stuffing coming out from a hole on the side, and it didn't look that impressive next to the cool All Might toy in her hand. Before she could say anything about it, though, Izuku suddenly reached out and grabbed the leg for the plushie, dragging it a bit closer. Ochako blinked, and let it go so that Izuku could hold 13 in both of his hands, smiling softly at it before looking up at her. It's really cool, he told her, seeing her look surprised when comparing it to the sleek All Might toy in her hand. She's an amazing rescue hero. I think between All Might and her, I want to be a hero like both of them. Someone who saves everyone with a smile. So you do want to be a hero? Ochako asked, putting the All Might toy down as Izuku looked up at her again. That's what you said during supper. Yeah. It's my dream. He nodded enthusiastically, excited to share it with her, but then his own smile faded as he glanced down. It's just... Huh. Ochako blinked, scooting a bit closer. It's just what? I'm actually quirkless right now, Izuku admitted, feeling his smile slide off his face as he glanced away. He didn't want to be made fun of by her like everyone else, but honestly he felt like he should tell her before he embarrassed himself like he did in front of Katsuki when he had told him about wanting to be a hero. My quirk hasn't come in yet, even though everyone else in my class has theirs. They all make fun of me for wanting to be a hero, even though I don't have any powers yet. Really? Yeah. It's why they call me Det. Ochako blinked at that, scooting closer again as Izuku stared glumly at the floor, moving 13's arm thoughtlessly. Deku? That's what that weird loud boy called you back in the park, isn't it? Izuku blinked, looking up at the girl in front of him in shock. How do you dash? I was standing near my daddy's truck, she admitted, going a bit red as she glanced away to look at another one of his All Might toys, and I saw you guys coming back from the forest. I saw him shove you down and call you a useless Deku. Izuku finished for her, nodding with small tears in his eyes. Ochako, feeling concerned, held out his All Might toy, thinking that he might need it to comfort him, and he took it back while giving her back her 13 plushie. Soon both children held their toys tightly to them, with Ochako staring at Izuku while he looked down at his toy in sadness. It's how Kaken pronounces my name, he explained, feeling himself tear up. He's really good at reading, the teacher said so. Kaken says that he can read the letters in my name as Deku. He says that it's someone who can't do anything. And he's right. I can't do anything. Izuku continued to stare down at his all-might toy, knowing that he probably just pushed Ochako away with this, and ready for her to make fun of him like everyone else did, but then she shook her head and leaned forward. But that's not true. She balled her fists tightly together, sounding absolutely certain as she stared at him. Deku means, you can do it. My mom says so. That, of course, caused Izuku to blink, staring down at the all-might toy for a second before quickly looking back up at the little girl sitting beside him on the floor. I asked my mommy what Deku meant yesterday, Ochako explained, sounding like she was more sure than anything about this, and she said it means, you can do it. If that's what Kaken says it is, that's mean. And not true at all. She paused at that, and then, in a small voice, asked, is Kaken the boy who pushed you down at the park? I saw that from my daddy's truck. He looked like a big JRK. Why yeah, that was Kaken, but it wasn't his fault. Izuku shook his friend, going a bit pale as he tried to defend his friend. I was annoying him and did something wrong and dash. Friends shouldn't push friends, Ochako insisted, looking sadly at him as she looked away. That's what my mommy always tells me when one of the girls from my old school pushed me. Friends don't hurt friends. Izuku stared at that, taken briefly aback, and then let out a weak little laugh and glanced back down to the all-might toy in his hand, shaking his head slightly. Kaken, I just annoy him, he explained. He's not mean, I'm just being a pest. Even if I get my quirk, he'll probably still be cooler than me. You're not a pest though? Ochako protested, looking a little bit emotional herself as she reached out and grabbed his hand with one pinky up. And you're already really cool. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. You have so many cool toys. She looked around, eyes brightening somewhat. All your posters are cool. You know so much about 13 and All Might. You're way cooler than Kaken. No, I'm just Deku. Fine. Ochako balled her fists again, feeling stubborn while Izuku continued to look sadly at the floor. But Deku means, you can do it. I'll call you that just to remind you. Deku means you can do it, so that means you can do it. That's that. That's what Deku means. You can do it, not that stupid thing Kaken says it means. Izuku was taken aback by that, staring at the girl in front of him in slight wonder as she put down her fists, and felt tears in his eyes again, although this time he quickly wiped them away, glancing away. Ochako felt herself unclench her fist, and glanced away as well. For a few seconds they were silent, until Ochako let out a small sigh. Can I tell you something? Izuku blinked, looking back up when she looked a bit sad. Yeah? I want to be a hero too, she admitted, going a bit red again as Izuku perked up at that information, his eyes widening. I want to be like 13, who can make everyone feel safe and happy. I wanted to help my daddy at his construction company, when I'm big and strong, and I can help him and mommy with our money problems. But he said that I should follow my dream. He said that if I want to be a hero, I should be a hero. And that's what I'm gonna do. Izuku gasped quietly. My quirk would be really good to help him, though, she pouted, moving all 5 of her fingers onto her plushie, and letting it go. Izuku watched with wonder as the toy, instead of falling to the floor, glue pink briefly before it began to float up, looking up with wide eyes as she sent it floating to the ceiling. It'd be really good if I trained it to float all of his stuff, but he says that I should use it to help people. Wow. Izuku stared after the toy, and then blinked when Ochako put her fingers together, and the toy came falling back to earth, hitting Ochako on the head on the way down, which only made her frown a little more as she adjusted herself where she sat on the floor, putting her hands down on her feet as she frowned. My mommy and daddy work so hard, now it was her turn to tear up a little bit, but they're always so tired. It always makes me sad whenever I see how sleepy they are whenever they get back from work, and always try to smile for me. But when I saw how happy they were when we saw a hero beat up a villain one time, how happy everyone looked. She hunched over, staring at her feet. It made me really happy. So I want to be like that, a hero that can make people happy. But more than that, I want to make my mommy and daddy happy. Izuku stared at her for a moment, seeing how down and sad she looked, and let out a small grunt as he sat up on his knees, looking at her with a small soft look on his face. That. He hesitated for a moment, glancing down at the All Might toy and the 13 toy laying side by side with each other, and then sighed a little bit. That sounds really cool, Aken. Being a hero to make everyone happy, that's the kind of hero I want to be too. Someone who can make other people smile, and make sure they're okay after something scary. Then, Ochako hesitated, but then shyly stole a glance at him. Then we can be heroes together. Echa? But I'm Dash. It doesn't matter if you're quirkless. She shook her head, turning around and looking at him stubbornly with a look of determination on her round face. As long as you want to be a hero, we'll figure it out. So let's be heroes together. Izuku felt himself lose his breath at that, staring at the small girl looking so determined at him, as though she knew that they would be heroes. To us. Honestly, he never heard something like that before. Not from Katsuki, not from his classmates, not even from his mom and dad, who always avoided answering him when he asked if he could be a hero. Hearing that from the small girl in front of him, he couldn't help but tear up, sniffling and raising a hand to his eyes. Before Ochako could panic and ask if he was okay, however, there was a small knock at the door, getting both children's attention. Izuku? Ochako? Inko's voice said, sounding regretful, "It's time for Ochako to go home, now, it's almost her bedtime." Ochako frowned at that, glancing over at the boy as he wiped his eyes again, but still let out a small, sad sigh as she crawled to her feet, picking up her 13 plushie from the floor. She had been scared to come here, but now she was disappointed that she had to leave. As soon as Izuku also got up from his spot, Ochako walked over and opened the door with both of her hands, walking out into the hall and seeing Hisashi and her dad still talking, but with her dad putting his coat over his shoulders and smiling at her, and her mom holding her baby album underneath her arm, walking over to pat her head. "Did you have fun?" Her mom asked with a smile, and was satisfied when Ochako nodded. Soon enough, the two families faced each other at the door, Ochako holding her mom's hand while Izuku stood between his parents holding his All Might toy, and looking unsurely at her as her parents said their farewells. "Well, that was a great dinner." Teo smiled at them both, bowing slightly. "We'll have to do this again at some point. We can do the cookin' next time." "Of course." Inko beamed. "It was our pleasure to have you come over. And as for you two," Miwa bent down to put her hand on Ochako's head, "I'm glad that you got along. Maybe tomorrow you two can go to that park and meet up to play, wouldn't that sound great?" "That would." Inko agreed. "I can swing around to watch Ochako if you'd like." "Oh, why don't we go together? We can go for a walk while they play. Now, Ochako, what would you like to say?" Ochako squirmed a little bit, feeling some of her shyness returning, but still looked up at the two Midoriyas and muttered, "Thank you for having us." "You're welcome, sweetheart." Hisashi smiled down at her. "Now you have a nice night, okay?" Ochako nodded, glancing down at her shoes, and then turned with her parents to leave the apartment and return to their own. Wait. The Urarakas paused at the small outcry, and looked back around. Izuku had stepped forward, blushing a little bit at the sudden attention on him from not just their next-door neighbors, but his mom and dad as well, but still took a deep breath as he began walking forward. Ochako blinked as Izuku walked up to her, holding his All Might toy closely to his chest, and then held it out. "Here." Izuku extended his arms to hold out the toy to her. "I want you to have this." "Huh?" Ochako stared down at the toy being offered to her as the adults around Izuku blinked in surprise, and then she looked back up at him in shock. But this is your favorite toy." "I know," Izuku nodded, and tried his best to smile at her even though he was very red from embarrassment, "but I want you to have it because you're my friend." Ochako faltered at that, glancing down at the cool All Might toy in her hand, one that her parents wouldn't be able to afford, and then, timidly, wrapped her hand around the plastic figure. Taking it out of his hand and bringing it to her, she looked down at it, studying the toy in her hand carefully, and then brought it to hold beside her 13 plushie, glancing up at Izuku and giving him a small smile that he returned. Above them Miwa was tearing up while Teo gave the smaller boy a grin, and Miwa snapped a quick picture with her flip phone. Alas, The good times couldn't last forever, and Ochako had to go home to brush her teeth and get to bed, while Izuku had a few videos to watch with his dad before his own bedtime. As both children happily waved bye to each other and ran to their rooms to get into their pajamas, the Urarakas watching Ochako as she ran next door to open the door and go inside. The four adults sighed as they turned with grins to each other. Well, Hisashi chuckled, softly closing the door behind him and Inko and stepping into the night air. I guess that was a rousing success after all. You got that right, Teo grinned, raising his hand to shake Hisashi's. I was thinking that it was touch and go there for a sec, but looks like they're gonna get along just fine. Indeed. Miwa clapped her hands happily. It looks like they'll become friends after all. That's good, Hisashi nodded, his smile falling a bit. We admit, Inko and I were a bit nervous about Izuku being a bit too shy, but it looks like she managed to crack through his armor and get to the little guy. It's not every day he gives up his favorite toy. Yeah, Teo frowned somewhat, crossing his arms. If I'm being honest, you guys weren't the only ones feeling a bit nervous there. Pecos. She's had a hard time making friends at her old school. We think it's mostly due to us. No little kid really wants to spend time with a little girl who plays with a flayed 13 plushie. Kids are cruel like that. They picked on her. So seeing her getting along with Izuku, I guess what we're saying. We're grateful, Miwa finished for him, smiling at the couple. Well. Hisashi's own smile fell, and he sighed as he leaned against the door frame. I apologize for bringing down the mood even more, but Teo, you mentioned earlier about Izuku hanging out with boys earlier today. Was one of them some blonde kid? His quirk lets him explode stuff. HM. Yeah, the Uraraka patriarch nodded. I saw him heading out to the forest when I pulled up with our truck. And I suggested Ochako go play with them while we unpacked the truck, Miwa remembered, but she seemed a bit fidgety and didn't want to go over. I had thought it was just because she was shy, but… Well, Hisashi frowned. I guess we should consider ourselves lucky Ochako didn't head over. The blonde boy, that's Katsuki. Inko and I. We think that he's started bullying Izuku. Both Teo and Miwa looked shocked at that. The thought of the small boy that had endeared himself to them through his befriending their daughter and giving her his favorite toy being bullied, it hurt them. However, before they could make their thoughts about that known, Teo probably with a bit of swearing mixed in, they heard the door behind them twist open, and Izuku poked his head out of the door, looking excited. Dad, you said we could watch All Might videos. HM? Oh, I know. Hisashi smiled good-naturedly, waving his hand. And I'll be in dash. Mommy, I'm ready to be tucked in bed. The adults turned to see Ochako poking her head out their door, dressed in her pajamas and holding both the 13 plushie and the All Might action figure in her hand. Once she noticed the Midoriya's door open, though, she looked around and saw Izuku also poking his head out, the boy looking surprised to see her as well. The Midoriyas and the Urarakas couldn't help but laugh a little bit. Looks like we gotta take care of our kids, Teo chuckled. Ochako, why don't you wish your friend good night again? Ochako blushed a little bit, but glanced at Izuku again and gave him a small smile, giving him a wave. Gee good night. Why yeah, Izuku smiled back and waved back. Gee good night. The adults grinned at the utter adorableness, and the Urarakas went to their door and wished the other family good night, the children blushing a bit but still waving to each other. With a small chuckle, Hisashi closed the door to his own apartment and locked the door, heading into the living room where Izuku was hurrying to the TV. So Hisashi grunted as he sat down on the couch, hearing Inko heading into their room to take off her earrings. I'm assuming meeting our new neighbors wasn't as bad as you were afraid it would be, right? Izuku shook his head, moving to bend down and grab his dad's laptop, wanting to bring it to him so he could pull up the All Might videos they were going to watch together. They were nice. Weren't they? And Ochako was a sweetheart too, right? Hisashi leaned forward, a teasing grin on his face when he saw his son's cheeks go a little red at the mention of the little girl. You know, you two were acting mighty comfortable around each other once you got over your shyness. And so soon after meeting each other as well. But I guess that can wait. His teasing grin turned suddenly serious, giving his son a pout. Why don't we talk about how easy it was for you to throw me under the bus at dinner, young man, over our little chocolate deal? I'm thinking that dash. Oh. Izuku cried out, whipping his hand back from the laptop and it tightly. Hisashi blinked as well in shock. That sound of electricity zapping had been surprisingly loud, making him jump up from his spot on the couch to hurry over to Izuku, thinking that he must have just gotten electrocuted. Izuku! He quickly knelt down, looking at his son in concern. Are you okay? I'm okay, Dad. Izuku shook his head, staring at his finger with a small pout and a bit of confusion. I think I shocked myself. It had rained that day. The moment she had woken up, Ochako hopped out of bed, holding the All Might toy closely to her with a wide smile, and hurried on to the bathroom. She remembered what Inko had said last night about going to the park with Izuku to play, and she had a hard time going to sleep last night from her excitement, but now that she was awake she knew she had to get ready to go and play with her new friend. Truth be told, she had been really nervous to go to a new person's house, especially one who's better off than her family. She had been really impressed by the big TV and the computer, especially in comparison to the box TV her daddy had and the laptop her parents shared. But once she had gotten over her shyness in front of Izuku, she had found herself having a lot of fun. Not a lot of her classmates from her last kindergarten liked her very much, calling her poor girl and trying to steal her 13 doll just so they could play keep away. So the fact that he had liked her at once made her excited for what they could do today. After brushing her teeth, hurrying past her dad as he yawned widely to go to the bathroom so he could pee, Ochako hurried back into the kitchen, where her mom was pouring a bowl of cereal. "What's your hurry?" She giggled when Ochako hugged her leg in greeting, and then hurried over to the table to eat. "You woke up 2 minutes ago and you're suddenly switching your gravity quirk for a super speed quirk. I want to get to the park." She smiled up at her mom excitedly as she put the bowl in front of her daughter. "Deku might be waiting for me." "Deku?" Her mother blinked. "Are you talking about Izuku?" "Yeah." She nodded quickly, smiling up at her. "I'm gonna call him that from now on. You said that it means you can do it, so I'm gonna remind him about that every day." Miwa faltered at that. She thought her daughter said "Dikire," but only sighed and glanced away, smiling a bit softly as she gave her daughter a spoon. Whatever floated her daughter's boat, and as long as it doesn't hurt Izuku's feelings. "Okay." She glanced out the window and furrowed her brow at the dark clouds gathering. "It looks like it's going to rain, but we'll see if we can meet up with the Midoriyas down there. All else fails, we can all go to their apartment to play, and that'll be just as fine, right?" "Yeah." After Ochako finished her breakfast and hurried to get dressed, Miwa put on her coat and went with her outside the apartment, telling her to be a bit quieter since Teo was still getting up and could be grouchy in the mornings, the two women having seen the large man lumbering into the kitchen while scratching his stomach to get some coffee. After getting out onto the breezeway, Miwa pointed out to the park near the apartment building, and then gave her a soft look. "Are you sure you want to go now?" she asked in a worried tone. "We can always go and knock on their door, they might not be down there yet. And I'm not sure if I should let you go off by yourself just yet." Ochako shook her head, balling her fists. "I'm a big girl. Besides, Deku might already be waiting for me." Miwa looked a bit unsure, but then sighed and gave her a small smile. "All right," she nodded, "but only because it's right there, and I'm going to be watching you from up here to make sure you don't get in trouble. Your dad and I will be down there soon with Inko." "Okay." With that, Ochako turned to hurry down the stairs, being careful to take it one at a time and holding the All Might toy safely to her to prevent herself from dropping it, and hurried to the park near the apartment buildings. Remembering what her mom said to her several times back when they were living in Mie, she made sure to look both ways before crossing the street to the park. Once she stood near the playground, she looked around to see her mom waving to her with Inko, while Ochako waved back happily. Knowing that she made it safely and that her mom and dad would be there soon, she turned around and walked into the playground, ignoring the dark clouds swirling above her. Letting out a small hum, Ochako walked to the swing, looking around for her friend but not finding him anywhere, which meant that he must still be at the apartment, she realized, but she shook her head a bit while smiling. She could wait for a little bit, she knew that they were coming. Reaching the swing, she hopped up into it and looked down at the All Might toy in her hand, smiling down at it. The toy was really cool, unlike anything she had played with before, but even so she was careful with it, holding onto it carefully and making sure that she didn't accidentally break it. It was a gift from her friend, so she had to protect it and make sure that it was taken care of. Her mommy and daddy emphasized that she had to take care of things that she thought was important, and this was... What's that? Ochako jumped a bit at the unfamiliar voice, looking up, and then she felt herself go stiff at who had just looked around at her. Staring at her was a blonde boy in a blue shirt, with ash blonde hair that spiked up all around, and a weird look on his face that she didn't like at all as she looked at the toy. Beside the boy was a slightly more overweight kid, with a buzz cut and squinted eyes, but his red bat-like wings made him look even bigger, and on the right was another boy with a blue baseball cap moved backwards on his head, with a wide smile and squinted eyes. She could see a pair of adults talking a little a ways from the park, but her attention went to the three boys as they approached her, circling around her and surrounding the little girl on the swing. But they weren't looking at her. They were looking at the toy in her hand. Ain't that Deku's? The winged kid pointed, making Ochako gulp a bit when Katsuki strolled over to look at it while Ochako held it to her chest. Yeah, it is. I can see his stupid name written on All Might's boot. Katsuki pointed it out, making Ochako gulp when his red eyes raised to hers. Where'd you get that? It belongs to Deku. Did you take it from him? A dash. She must have. Yubi laughed. How else would she have gotten it? The boys laughed at that, and Ochako got off the swing, glancing around for a way to escape. She never really liked mean kids, and she knew that these boys had pushed down Izuku yesterday. She wanted to run back to the apartment and wait for her parents, but before she could move, Katsuki moved forward and snatched the All Might toy from her grasp. Hey! She gasped, looking around at him as he turned the toy around to look at the boot. Yeah, this is Deku's, Katsuki huffed, lifting his arm to lift the toy out of Ochako's grasp as she hopped up for it. I'll just be taking this off your hands now. Did give it back? Or what? Katsuki smirked while Tsubasa and Yubi laughed. What are you going to do? I'll dash. Ochako struggled to think of a response, and then shook her head and stomped her foot in frustration while the three boys laughed. You're being mean. You need to be careful or you're going to break it. Who cares? The boy in the baseball cap laughed. It's just Deku's. No one cares if worthless Deku's things get broke. I care. And that's not what it means. Huh. Katsuki blinked, looking down at her while still holding the toy above their heads, Ochako hopping to try and grab it. That is what it means. That means someone who can't do anything. No, it doesn't. She yelled. It means you can do it. Katsuki stared at her for a moment, taken aback, and then he frowned, giving her a small glare as he tightened his grip on the toy. Before she could hop up to grab it again, the blonde boy suddenly turned away from her, smirking a bit, and threw the toy. Ochako let out a gasp of terror as the toy soared through the air, going up but then quickly going down to the dirt ground, but before she could think to run after it, Katsuki threw his hand into her face, his hands popping with mini explosions as he grinned widely. Boom. Ochako let out a cry as Katsuki blew one of his explosions in her face. Nothing too bad, but something that made her back up in panic, tripping on her feet and falling hard onto her butt. Tsubasa and Yubi laughed harder when she collapsed with tears in her eyes, but Katsuki found himself blinking again when, instead of crying and running off, or looking up at him in terror like the other kids he shoved down did, she instead turned her attention to Izuku's toy laying on the ground, eyes widening in fear, and quickly scrambled to her feet to run over for it. Which only made Katsuki angrier. She wasn't reacting like the other kids, and that made him feel disrespected. And he didn't like being disrespected. Hey! He snapped, reaching out and shoving her from behind, making her stumble and collapse onto the dirt again. But Ochako couldn't care, not when she finally properly saw the toy, or what had happened to it. Letting out a small gasp, Ochako crawled over to the All Might toy her friend had given her, his favorite toy, and felt herself tear up again as she saw the arm had broken off. Lifting the two pieces of plastic up, she felt herself begin to cry in earnest as she hugged the toy to her chest, which only made Katsuki more annoyed as he began storming up to her, flanked by Yubi and Tsubasa. Stop paying attention to Deku's stupid toy, he growled, and look at Dash. Kaken. The boys and Ochako jumped a bit at the voice that suddenly spoke up, and they all turned. Ochako looked up from where she had been shoved, tears in her eyes, to see Izuku staring at the scene in shock, looking from his childhood friend to the friend he just met yesterday, and felt tears begin to build in his own eyes. What are you doing? He gasped, staring at where Ochako was lying while the skies continued to darken above them. Oh, it's just you, Deku, Katsuki said dismissively, looking back around at Ochako as sat up on her knees, staring at the items in her hand and tearing up at Izuku's favorite toy being broken. Just go away, I'm doing something here. But, why did you push her down? She was being annoying. So I'm going to teach her a lesson. Izuku glanced up, seeing Mitsuki and Masaru walking back to their car when they had realized it was going to rain, and then looked around, seeing his mom and Teo and Miwa coming around the block, not seeing what was happening yet. That meant there would be no one to help Ochako if Katsuki beat her up. No one to prevent her from getting... No, there was someone. She said that Deku meant you could do it. And that was what he did, running forward and skidding to a stop in front of the fallen girl. Katsuki, Yubi and Tsubasa faltered to a stop from their marching up to Ochako, staring at Izuku as he raised his arms to block the brown-haired girl from their line of sight. Why you're being mean, Kaken, Izuku said through his own tears as Ochako laid on the ground, looking up at him. See, can't you see she's crying? The little girl stared up at him for a moment, taken aback as he shook, clearly terrified, but did not back down as small drops of rain began to splatter against the ground. If you keep doing this, Izuku brought up his fists while looking absolutely terrified. I'll never forgive you. The three boys were clearly taken aback, staring at Izuku in befuddlement as he stood up to them for once. Katsuki's parents, meanwhile, finally glanced around to see the situation, Mitsuki's eyes widening a fraction and closing the car door sharply, intending to go over and reprimand her son. Inko and the Urarakas also saw what was happening, feeling their eyes widen, and Inko quickly began to hurry over, intending to scoop Izuku out of the way and hopefully block Katsuki from hurting Ochako. But the three boys then felt grins cross their faces when they realized what they could do now that Izuku was actually standing up to them. Even though you're quirkless, Katsuki smirked, while Tsubasa spread his wings menacingly and Yubi extended his fingers while looking menacingly at both young children, and then brought his fists together to create a small explosion. You're pretending to be a hero, Deku? Izuku flinched back, raising his hands to defend Ochako in case Katsuki moved around him. And then he suddenly hurt, as though they had been given a shock. Ow! Izuku hissed, closing his eyes briefly in pain. It felt last night, when he had touched his dad's computer and it had given him a shock. As he felt his hands unintentionally tense up, he was suddenly aware that the sound of Katsuki's footsteps moving closer suddenly stopped again. What's dash? Yubi gasped. What's Deku doing? His hands are weird. Izuku felt himself falter at that. His hands were weird? Reluctantly, Izuku opened his eyes, seeing Katsuki staring at the green-haired boy's hands in surprise and a bit of anger, and Tsubasa and Yubi backing away slowly, their own eyes widening. Feeling confused, Izuku glanced down and felt his own eyes widen. In his hands, moving his wrists so he could look at his palms, he could see flickers of electricity curling around his hand and fingers. Izuku raised his hands to stare at them in shock, seeing the small sparks escaping from the green electricity making his hands tingle and shake. From behind him, Ochako looked up again and felt her own jaw drop at the sight of the electricity beginning to shimmer down Izuku's arms and circle his entire arm and shoulder, making the small boy stare in wonder. Is this? Izuku realized, feeling himself shake slightly, is this my quirk? How are you doing that? Katsuki demanded, making Izuku jump and look up at the sight of Katsuki's smirk completely vanishing, and the surprise being replaced by rage. What the hell is that, Deku? I don't dash. Katsuki didn't seem to care, however, letting out a small growl and pulling his hands back. Flickers of flames appeared in his hands, making Izuku take a tentative step back as he realized that his friend was about to charge at him. Kaken! Yubi took another step back, while Tsubasa stayed flying in the air. Doesn't matter that you can make your hands spark. Katsuki narrowed his eyes in anger, unsure about why he was angry but not backing down. I'm still better than you. With that, Katsuki lunged forward, making Ochako squeak in terror at the explosion beginning to blast out of his hand. And then Izuku, acting on instinct, threw up his hands. What happened next, Izuku remembered with crystal clarity. No matter how much he wished he could forget, he remembered every tiny detail. One moment Izuku had thrown his hands up and pointed them out, Katsuki throwing his own hand out to blast him in the face with an explosion, like he had done twice before. Inko running as quickly as she could to try and stop whatever was about to happen, while Ochako sat up behind him and held the toy to her chest. The next, the entire playground was either on fire or evaporated. Izuku had raised his hands to defend himself and Ochako from his friend, and he felt something within him lurch. With a sudden zap, the electricity that had been tingling his arms and hands suddenly straightened out and shot outwards through his palms. Izuku let out a small scream of pain as he felt his arms go instantly numb from the pain as two large bolts of lightning blasted out of his palms in a loud explosion of sound. Inko, who had been running to Izuku and held out her hand to stop it, let out a cry of pain as her own arm was struck by one of the outpours of electricity, leaving a harsh red mark on her arm as she fell back, barely being caught by Teo and Miwa in time. One of the bolts of lightning, meanwhile, went straight over Katsuki's head, zigzagging above the bullies, and striking the plastic playset behind them. And without warning, the entire playground exploded into a bolt of fire, the explosion powerful enough to send Yubi and Tsubasa flying with small screams of their own, landing down hard on the dirt ground, feeling their arms snap when they landed on them at weird angles and making them scream in pain from their broken arms. And Katsuki, who had momentarily frozen in the air when he realized exactly what was going to happen, felt his eyes widen when the other bolt of lightning from Izuku's palm slammed directly into his chest. All of a sudden, the small blonde boy was aware of nothing but a jolting, excruciating pain. He felt his eyes widen even more as it seemed that his vision was filled with nothing but white light, surrounding him like a bubble as the lightning struck his chest and exited through his feet, burning holes into his shoes. He felt as though everything had turned to slow motion, Izuku staring at him in shock and horror, the brown-haired girl he had kicked around looking at Katsuki in fear. But then the pain somehow intensified even more, and Katsuki felt himself lose consciousness as he was blasted back by the lightning, a loud explosion of sound temporarily deafening him as he skidded across the ground and eventually came to a stop on his back. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as he laid prone and unmoving. And then the rain began to fall. And fall hard. Izuku, sir, blinking slowly, as though he didn't really understand what had happened in the last 2 seconds. Very slowly, Izuku looked around at his mother, seeing her sit up and wince in pain at a harsh red mark on her arm, looking back up at Izuku and staring at him in horror, which made the little boy shake a little bit. He turned his gaze back around to the two boys laying on their sides, screaming and wailing as they clutched their broken arms and heard the harsh ringing in their ears from the explosion. He then looked over at the playground, startled to see it melting into a lump, the smell of burning plastic filling his nostrils. And then he turned and looked at Katsuki, and he felt his breath escape him. Katsuki, lying on his back, his dark blue shirt burned away and slightly on fire, exposing a harsh red burn on his chest. Seeing his parents skid to a stop and drop to their knees, hurriedly patting out the flames in a panic as Mitsuki tried to hold him up with obvious panic. Seeing Katsuki groan lowly, tears of pain coming escaping his eyes as he stared blankly up into the dark sky. One of his shoes burned, sporting dark roundish spots near the singed areas, and coin-sized burns that were deep enough to put his finger inside of. And then Izuku fell to his knees, staring in horror at what he just did, before turning his gaze downward to his hands. He couldn't hear anything over the ringing in his ears. He couldn't hear the screams of the other children, hearing the sound of Tsubasa and Yubi's parents yelling for them to get away from him or they'd be hit by lightning again. He didn't notice Teo and Miwa sprinting as fast as they could towards their daughter, eyes widened in terror. He didn't notice Inko getting up and quickly moving to kneel beside him, to shield him away from everyone while wincing in pain from the burn on her arm. He didn't notice Ochako staring at him from behind, feeling her eyes widen as her parents moved to embrace her and make sure that she was okay. All Izuku could do was stare at his hands, seeing the last flickers of lightning fade away and the sparking of his palms finally cease. And as Izuku let out a small sob, and closed his eyes tightly as his mother embraced him. The reality of what he just did settled in. Dr. Tsubasa, thank you for coming on such short notice. I know that you normally don't do house calls, but Izuku, we couldn't dash. Oh, it's no problem at all, ma'am. This is such a rare occurrence for me, I had to come as soon as I could. And your arm seems to be healing up fine as well, other than the fact that it'll have to be wrapped up for a few days, of course. Now, where is your son? He's in his room. He hasn't left it since the incident a few days ago. The other students in his class. He's not been letting anyone in. Well, I'll let you know that Katsuki Bakugo is going to be just fine. His chest and arm where he was hit by the lightning bolt will scar, of course, but other than that he is physically fine. His parents don't blame you or Izuku for the incident as well, although I'm sure you already knew that, since Mrs. Bakugo mentioned to me that you are friends. Yes, they said that they knew it was an accident. But the other boys' families, they're talking about suing Dash. Oh, no need to worry about that, ma'am. One of the boys involved in the incident was actually my grandson. I can convince my son and the family of the other boy that it was merely an accident, no need to worry about that. Now, on to why I am here, Izuku's quirk. Yes, I apologize, I'm not sure how this is possible. When we visited you last week, you said that by the time he was 4 dash, that he would normally manifest a version of either your or your husband's quirks, or a combination of the two. I am aware. However, this is an instance that took even me aback, but it does have a scientific explanation. Oh? From what I have gathered from your email and your phone call, Izuku has managed to manifest an ability that does not take after yours or Hisashi's side of the family. It's a rare occurrence, but one that I believe has happened here. There's several medical names for this, but we commonly refer to it as a mutation. I see. Instead of gaining a version of your attraction quirk, a version of your husband's fire-breathing quirk, or a combination of the two, Izuku has instead developed an entirely new ability different from both yours and Hisashi's. From what I have gathered, your son's quirk gives him the ability to generate lightning from his hands, or perhaps his entire body, but I can't be sure without quirk tests. Lightning. Indeed. I don't have the specifics of how powerful it is or how it works, but it's clear that Izuku's quirk can be dangerous if not used correctly, if yesterday's demonstration is anything to say. I would like to examine the boy and figure things out, if you would dash. Actually, I'm sorry, doctor, but I can't get Izuku to come out of his room at all. I don't think he'd like to see anyone right now. May I put a rain check on that? HM. Very well. But please, if anything else happens, let me know, and I'll be happy to give Izuku an examination. Thank you, Dr. Tsubasa. Again, I'm sorry for having you come out all this way. The front door opened and closed again, with him hearing the sound of the doctor's footsteps fading away as he left. There was another minute of silence before he heard his mom let out a tired sigh, and then, after a few more steps closer to his room, Izuku heard her knock softly on his door. Izuku, she asked quietly, can you please open the door, sweetie? Sweetie? Can you hear me? Izuku sniffled and rolled over on his bed, keeping himself hidden in his bedsheets. Okay, it's okay, sweetie. I'm going to make some katsudon and leave it in front of your door. Just promise to eat it, okay, honey? I love you. Soon, the sound of her footsteps walking back to the kitchen filled Izuku's ears, and he quietly put his face in his pillows, feeling tears begin to prickle in his eyes as he hid in the dark room. It had been 2 days since he had destroyed the playground outside their apartment. Once they had gotten over the shock of what he did to Kaken, Tsubasa and Yubi, the Urarakas had called ambulances to come help them, seeing as Izuku had injured Tsubasa and Yubi, and knocked Katsuki unconscious with the direct lightning bolt to the chest. Tsubasa and Yubi's parents, meanwhile, had screamed accusations at Inko and Izuku, threatening to sue them for breaking their children's arms, while Mitsuki only held Katsuki to her, not saying anything and staring blankly at nothing. Thankfully, everyone had reached the hospital in time before anything else could happen, and the doctors confirmed that Katsuki would be fine after they had a look at his chest, other than having a bad scar on his upper chest and arm from where Izuku had hit him, and had also wrapped up Inko's arm in a cast and prescribed to her a healing cream to help with the electrical burn. Izuku, however, was a different story. He had sat there in the small hospital chair, completely and utterly vacant as he stared at his hands blankly. He didn't even notice the Urarakas trying to comfort him, didn't notice Ochako looking worriedly at him while holding the broken All Might toy in her hands. All he could look at, once she had come out, was his mom's arm in a cast, and knowing that it was him that had hurt her. And then he had school the next day. And there was Tsubasa and Yubi, arms wrapped in their own casts, telling their classmates what had happened, pointing straight at Izuku in terror. And that was when Izuku was no longer called quirkless. Now he was called something worse. I heard he stopped Katsuki's heart. He did. He wasn't breathing until the doctors brought him back to life. Deku killed him? Just blasted him with lightning. I heard he laughed when he did it. Freak. Monster. Get back, or he'll electrocute you too. Villain. All Might should come and bring him to jail. A villain. To them, Izuku was a villain. Once he had gotten home from school, Izuku had immediately bolted to his room in tears, ignoring Inko's look of shock and hurt at the sight of him, and slammed the door shut and locked it, crawling into his bed to sob his heart out. He ignored his mom and dad knocking on the door and asking to be let in. He knew that his dad had a key for all the rooms so he could come in if he wanted to, but it seemed like he hadn't pulled it out yet, not wanting to freak his son out. Which was good. It prevented them from seeing him huddled in the corner of his bed, laying on his side and sniffling miserably. He had hurt Katsuki and his mom. He hurt Yubi and Tsubasa. He scared Ochako. He destroyed the playground. He hurt people. Shivering, Izuku glanced at his hands again, feeling tears pool in his eyes. Before that awful day, he had wanted a quirk more than anything in the world. He wanted a quirk so he could fit in and feel normal. And when it finally manifested, he had used it to put his friends and his mom in the hospital. He thought he'd be able to breathe fire, or float things. Not electrocute people. Not hit Katsuki directly in the chest and wound him. Not destroy the playground and reduce it to a pile of burnt, horribly smelling plastic. Not scare his new friend so badly that he couldn't even look at her without feeling shame. It had been on the news, he had seen it when his dad came home that night and turned on the TV before changing the channel, a reporter telling the camera about a quirk accident that destroyed a playground and put people in the hospital. He hadn't heard his or his mom's names, but it didn't matter. Tsubasa and Yubi had told everyone the moment they got to their classroom. Now they knew exactly what he was. They called him a villain. And he knew what people said happened to villains. What All Might said about villains in the interviews he and his dad would watch together. And, Izuku thought with a small sob as he curled into himself, he wouldn't even be able to deny it. Villains use their quirks to hurt people. So he was a villain. Knock knock knock. Ochako gulped a bit as her dad knocked on the door of the Midoriyas, the large man standing back a bit so that if someone did answer, they didn't swing the door open and hit him in the face. Rain gently poured outside the apartment, but luckily they were covered by the roof of the breezeway to prevent them from getting wet. Ochako herself held the All Might toy gently in her hand, staring down sadly at the one-armed hero as he gave her a frozen grin. But then the door opened up in front of her and made her quickly look up at who had answered her dad's knock. Oh, Inko gasped, and Ochako felt herself falter at the sight of her. The green-haired woman normally looked kind and energetic, but there were purple marks under her eyes and her arm wrapped in a cast that made Ochako sad to look at, a reminder of what had happened a few days ago. Hello. We weren't aware that you were coming over. Yeah, we thought we'd see how Izuku was doing. Teo gave her a kind look, Miwa nodding as well as she held out a small cake for Hisashi to accept when he had also come to inspect who was knocking at the door. How is he? Miwa asked, looking a bit sad. Is he doing okay? Honestly, we don't know. Hisashi shook his head, looking equally as tired as he took the cake from Miwa with a small smile. He's locked himself in his room since he came back from school the other day. We let him be by himself for a little bit. Oh dear, Miwa worried, raising a hand to her cheek while Teo looked solemnly on. Is he Dash? Well, we leave food outside his door, and he eats it when he's sure we're not looking. And he runs to the bathroom when he needs to, and then right back into his room. I've been tempted to use the spare key to unlock his door and talk to him, but... Hisashi hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. But I don't want to upset him any more than he already is. Inko nodded at that, looking obviously saddened, but then shook her head and gave their neighbors a smile. In any case, she stood back. Please, come in. I see you made us a cake. Yes, we did. It's chocolate. Oh, how delicious. And how did Ochako's interview at the preschool go? Gee, great. She got in. So that means she'll probably be in the same class as Izuku. The Urarakas were accepted into the Midoriya household while making small talk, hurrying inside as rain continued to pour outside, and Ochako slowly followed them in. As soon as the front door closed behind her, she turned her gaze to the closed door with Izuku's name on the All Might nameplate hanging off it. That was what she continued to stare at as she took off her wet shoes with her parents, putting them near the door with the Midoriya's shoes. As her parents walked with Hisashi and Inko to the kitchen, talking with a serious voice that made her a little sad, instead of following them, Ochako took a few tiny steps forward towards Izuku's closed door, staring at it. She felt. Honestly, Ochako couldn't help but feel guilty, tears welling in her eyes. She glanced back down at the toy in her hand, sniffing a little bit at the place where All Might's arm was supposed to be. In the confusion of Izuku awakening his quirk, she had lost it at the playground, and when she had gone back to look for it, she wasn't able to due to the yellow tape preventing her from looking for it, kind-looking police officers guiding her back to her apartment while she cried. Now Izuku's favorite toy would forever be broken, only a day after he gave it to her. Only one day after he trusted her with it, and she got it broken because she couldn't stand up to that mean J. She let out another small sniff, raising her hand to wipe her eyes with her sweater, ignoring how it was too big and fell over her hands. Feeling herself shake a little bit, but knowing that Izuku deserved an apology from her for letting his favorite toy be broken, she raised a tiny fist to knock softly on the door. Deku? She asked in a quiet voice, hoping that the sound of her voice would be enough to make him unlock the door, but there was no answer. Sniffing again, she took a tentative step back, not sure what to do now that she couldn't just go in to ask for his forgiveness, but then suddenly became aware of someone calling her name. Ochako! She turned to see Hisashi standing at the end of the hall, looking at her in concern. Before she could say anything, though, he glanced down at the toy in her hand and blinked. That's Izuku's toy, isn't it? He walked forward, grunting as he got down on his knees so they could be at eye level. Once he glanced down at it, Ochako sniffled again, feeling guilty. I broke it, she admitted miserably, bringing it back to her best to hug it. I broke his favorite toy. Sweetie, Hisashi gave her a sympathetic look, patting her back in comfort, and then glanced at the door. Taking a few seconds to weigh his options, the older man let out a sigh, and grunted again as he stood back up. Ochako looked up at him as he reached into his pocket, glancing down at her with a small smile, and brought out a key to show her. This'll be our little secret, he told her in a hushed voice, giving her a small smile and wink. With that, Hisashi inserted the key into the doorknob, gave it a twist, and unlocked the door. Giving her a small pat on the head, Hisashi then turned on his heel to walk back down the hall to get supper ready for everyone, leaving Ochako standing unsurely beside the large door. But before she could doubt herself, she heard Izuku shuffling around in his room, and despite how scared she felt at the moment, she felt her body move for her, and quickly moved to grab the door handle, twisting and pushing it open with both hands. The room was very dark, a lot darker than she had thought it would be, making her squirm a little bit. She still slept with her nightlight on, so seeing how scary this room looked with the only light coming from the hallway outside made her feel scared. But she could see enough of the room, looking around and finally spotting Izuku, or the Izuku-sized lump on the bed. He was curled up in his blankets, obviously wrapped up in the fetal position, and even from where she was standing at the front of the door, she could hear his muffled crying. Feeling her heart break a little, Ochako tentatively walked into the room, holding her hands together and looking worried at the lump as she held the All Might toy carefully. Once she was at the foot of the bed, Ochako stared at where Izuku's head would be, and then leaned in a little bit, raising her hand to poke the lump. Deku! She asked quietly, shaking a little bit when she heard Izuku's crying a little better, as though she had just made him feel worse by touching him. Are you Dash? Go away. He sobbed, and quickly rolled back over, making Ochako jump a little bit as she heard him a little better now that his head wasn't pressed against the pillow. Huh. She blinked, feeling tears in her eyes again as she stared at him in shock. Go away? Why? I hurt people, he said miserably. I hurt Kaken. I hurt my mom. I'm a villain. Only villains hurt people with their quirks. And no, Deku. I'm a villain. I'm dangerous, he sniffled miserably, pulling his blanket back up over his head. If you touch me, you're going to get electrocuted. Go away, Aken. For one moment, Ochako stared at him, feeling herself blink as she stared at the little bit of green hair poking out of the blanket. She thought she would feel worse, or feel more miserable, or sad that she couldn't apologize for breaking his favorite toy. Instead, she felt angry. Please leave me, Dash. No. Izuku jumped a bit at the sudden shout behind him, but before he could react, or turn to see what was going on, Ochako suddenly leapt, the all-might toy falling to the end of the bed where it landed on its front. He let out a yelp as she jumped onto the bed, making it squeak a bit from her weight suddenly landing on it, and grabbed at the blanket to pull it down from around Izuku's head, letting Izuku get a good look at the big pout on her face as she grabbed the comforter and began pulling it away roughly. No. You're my friend. She insisted, pulling the blanket away despite Izuku's weak attempts to stop her. You said so. So I'm not leaving you alone. What, Dash? Izuku tried to resist, suddenly growing frustrated, and sat up so that he could get a better grip on the blanket. And thus began their struggle as they tried pulling the blanket to and away from Izuku, making both of them grunt and shout as Hisashi, Inko, Teo and Miwa quickly poked their heads in with wide eyes, not exactly sure what was going on or why their children were fighting. You're not scary. You're not a villain. You're my friend and you're not going to electrocute me. Yes, I am. No, you're not. Them two. Are not. Them two. Are not. Should we, Hisashi glanced at the Urarakas as they also studied the scene of their children fighting over a blanket. Should we break them up? I wouldn't if I were you. Teo shook his head, wincing in reminiscence as he raised his thick arm, showing grooves in his skin that looked like teeth. Our little girl's a biter when she's angry. Conceding that, the four adults turned back to watch as Izuku and Ochako struggled with the blanket on the bed. Thankfully, it didn't seem that they were interested in hurting each other, just playing tug-of-war with the blanket to get Izuku to come out from underneath. But still both kids put up a hell of a fight, struggling and straining against each other, until at last Ochako got the blanket off of the boy and threw it away. And with that, Ochako moved forward to hug Izuku tightly, making him freeze where he sat, looking completely taken aback until his face morphed into terror, and he tried to shove her off him. Aken, let me go. I'll electrocute you. No, you won't. She shook her head, holding on tighter. Friends don't hurt friends, Mommy told me so. You won't hurt me, Deku. I hurt Kaken. He's my friend and I hurt him. He was hurting me. He hurt me and you turned up and stopped him. That's what a hero does. Thankfully, that was what made Izuku finally pause, allowing Ochako to tighten her hug around him, although she could feel him shaking in her embrace. That big jar broke your all-might toy, she said miserably, and I'm so sorry. You gave me that toy and I got it broken. I wasn't able to stop him, but then you came in and saved me. Your quirk might be scary, but I know you aren't scary. You're awesome. I know that you aren't going to hurt me. But we're friends, aren't we? Ochako asked in a small voice, her large brown eyes tearing up again. You said we could be friends. Izuku hesitated again, feeling his own tears beginning to leak from his eyes, and shuddered a bit as he put his head down on the little girl's shoulder. He didn't look up, but he knew that his mom and dad entered the room, being followed by Miwa and Teo, but for now all he could concentrate on was how tightly Ochako held him, as though she was afraid that he was going to disappear if she let him go. But my quirk. It's Izuku, Inko said softly, making the little boy finally look up at his mom, seeing her tear up when his eyes automatically moved to her arm and making him whimper at the sight, No one is angry at you for what happened. I'm not angry at you for what happened. And locking yourself in your room isn't going to make things any better. But Mom dash. Izuku, no one's angry. And you said you'd be a hero. Ochako reminded him. A hero that makes people smile. You said that. So let's be heroes together. Ochako insisted, hugging him again while Inko and Hisashi sat on the bed, and Teo and Miwa stood over him as the boy cried into Ochako's shoulder, hesitantly bringing his arms around her as well in need of comfort as the adults around them smiled. But he didn't say it back. Izuku wasn't an idiot, even then. He knew how dangerous he was. He hurt Katsuki enough to put him in the hospital. He destroyed the playground. He broke Tsubasa and Yubi's arms. He hurt his own mom. Everyone in his class thought he was a villain. That meant that his power was dangerous. It was scary. It wasn't something he could control. His quirk was dangerous. So he couldn't use it ever again. And if he couldn't use his quirk, he couldn't become a hero. And that was the day Izuku Midoriya, even as a young boy, decided that his dreams of being a hero could never be. The morning is here. The morning is here. The more dash. With a small groan of tiredness, a 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya blindly threw his hand out, hoping that luck was on his side and he could turn off his alarm clock in one hit, and let out a sigh of relief that it only took him 2 more tries after the initial miss to hit the snooze button. Once his hand pressed down on top of the alarm and pressed the button on the top, the all-might alarm clock on his bedside table went silent, and Izuku let out another groan as he flopped back down, face first, into his pillow. He wished he could just roll back over and fall back asleep, the allure of sleeping in tempting him. He had made the mistake of getting distracted last night when 2 new heroes debuted right after he brushed his teeth, making him sit down at his desk, his notebook flipped open to a new page, and getting to work writing any details he noticed watching their interviews and footage of them fighting villains, until it was finally 1 o'clock in the morning and he panicked, shutting off his desk lamp hastily and quickly going to bed. Alas, as tempting as it was to close his eyes and go back to sleep, he remembered what had happened the last time he almost slept in, and he would rather Teo not have to come over and shake him awake, an act that Izuku suspected his neighbor enjoyed immensely. So he let out another tired groan as he raised his head from his soft pillow and grumpily opened his eyes. Seeing small streaks of sunlight begin to push gently into his window, and looking at his alarm clock, Izuku managed to rub some of the gunk out of his eyes to see that it was currently 6:32. Letting out an open-mouthed yawn, Izuku raised himself from where he had been sleeping, face down on his sheets, and moved his legs to put his feet down on the ground, slowly lifting himself up and wobbling as he smacked his lips, disliking the current taste in his mouth as he forced himself to begin moving. As tired as he was, he knew he had to get ready soon. Ochako tended to swing by around 7-ish, once she was sure her parents were back from the night shift, so he needed to shower and be ready to go by the time she got here. Besides, he could already hear his mom moving around the kitchen, meaning that she was probably getting breakfast ready. Tucking his school uniform underneath his arm to change in the bathroom, Izuku opened his door and walked out of his room towards the bathroom, his eyes continuing to feel heavy as he slumbered forward like a zombie. Wincing at the bright light of the bathroom as he laid out a towel, Izuku got out of his pajamas, turned on the shower, and waited for it to heat up enough to step in. Once he stepped under the warm water, Izuku sighed a bit as he enjoyed a hot shower right and early in the morning, hoping that this would be enough to wake him up and get him ready for the day. Once he finally stepped out of the shower, having managed to clean himself up, Izuku brushed his teeth and got dressed into his school uniform, putting on the black Gakurin uniform and buttoning up the yellow buttons of his shirt. As he did so, however, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror, wincing slightly at the purple marks under his eyes, and then trailed down to his hands. Feeling his face fall, Izuku opened them, showing the red electrical scars on his palms and fingers. Taking a moment to stare at them, Izuku let out another soft sigh, and shook his head, putting his hands down to turn around and head back out of the bathroom and into the apartment. As he opened the door, he could make out the sound of his mom chatting with someone in a low voice, meaning that she must have arrived while he was showering, and quickly hurried his pace. Entering the kitchen, Izuku let out a sigh of relief at the smell of bread already being toasted, seeing his mom buttering it at the kitchen counter while humming, giving him a smile once he stepped around the corner. And sitting at the table, resting her head on her arms and letting out a groan of tiredness, was Ochako, looking just as exhausted as he felt. Izuku had to stifle a small laugh at her appearance. Her hair hadn't been combed yet, meaning that it was sticking up in places while she pouted at him, her brown eyes narrowing at his suppressed laughter. "Shut up," she mumbled, making Izuku chuckle some as he took the seat next to her. "Good morning, Izuku." Inko happily greeted her son, moving around the counter to put both plates of toast down for the two middle schoolers. "You know, I was just telling Ochako about how I still heard you up and about at 1 in the morning last night, although I'm sure you have a perfectly good explanation for that." For his part, Izuku winced a bit, feeling Ochako giving him a skeptical look while Inko's smile was a lot more stiff than usual, which made him sigh as he hunched over his breakfast. Sorry, Mom," he apologized, accepting his plate from her and trying not to glance at the compression sleeve she wore on her upper arm to cover her own burn. I was going to bed last night when 2 new heroes debuted, and I lost track of time. There aren't really any better excuses than that. I just, 1 minute it was 10 and the next it was 1. I'm sorry." Inko shook her head, but still patted his hair and moved away to get started on some of the dishes she hadn't washed last night. "Huh." Ochako smirked a bit, lifting the toast to her mouth while giving Izuku a sideways look. "I was gonna say, Deku, I was thinking you were looking like crap. More so than usual," says the person who hasn't combed their hair yet. Izuku shot back good-naturedly, also beginning to dig into his breakfast. "I was going to wait until we walked to school." She defended herself, not wasting any more time and taking a bite of her toast coated with peanut butter. "Ma parents only aim on den mimish ago." "I'm sorry, what was that?" Ochako made sure to swallow her food, blushing a bit in embarrassment. "I said, my parents only came back from the night shift like 10 minutes ago. I've been up since 5 getting my lunch and there's ready for when they wake up later." "Do you know how it went?" he inquired, feeling concerned as he took a bite of his own breakfast. "The job last night, Miwa had been worried about it before they left." "I'm assuming it went pretty well." Ochako smiled a bit. "They came back happy at least. But, dead tired." Izuku hummed at that, and raised his own toast to his mouth to start eating. Admittedly, he had felt concerned for Teo and Miwa when they left for the job last night. Usually pulling an all-nighter was good for business, using their crew to take down sets for hero interviews and the such, the kind of job that Inko had encouraged them to try, knowing that they could make some side money rather than compete with other construction crews over hero cleanup. But it always resulted in them coming home exhausted, and it was always a sad sight to see. Izuku knew that it weighed Ochako down as well. Although she said nothing, it was good for business and made them money, so she pushed down her feelings over seeing them staggering to bed absolutely exhausted and quietly talked about it to Izuku if she needed to. But at least they made money last night, and that meant that everyone was probably going to be in a good mood for dinner tonight. At least they would have some energy. Anyway, Inko reminded them as she passed by the table to gather up their plates, pausing to smooth out the pointed parts of Ochako's hair. "If you two are going to be leaving early, you'd better think about going soon. I'm not sure when traffic is going to pick up." "Huh?" Izuku blinked in confusion, looking around at his best friend as she nodded and stuffed the rest of her breakfast into her mouth, picking up the other slice to eat on the way and letting Inko pick it up to go wash. "We're leaving early? Is there something we have to do at school?" "I do, at least," she said as soon as she gulped down the mouthful of toast, picking up her backpack from beside her chair. "I just gotta drop off my high school application list. I told my homeroom teacher I'd give it to her before class started, and I'd rather not have an audience for that, "Oh." Izuku's eyes widened a bit, imitating her and standing up, grabbing his yellow backpack from where he had left it on the table last night and lifting it up. "You picked out what high school you wanted to go to?" "I got kinda distracted by all those tests last week, but I have my main pick decided." Ochako nodded, smiling to herself as she held her backpack with both hands. UA. Once she had said the name of the school, she had turned away to slip her backpack over her shoulders, careful to mind the toast in her hand, so she didn't notice Izuku's face fall at the mention of you, glancing back down at the table briefly before he let out a small sigh and stood up as well. He knew that his mom caught the look on his face, due to the way her own face fell, and she put Ochako's plate down on the counter, but he was quick to shake his head and replace the frown with a small smile as he turned to look at his best friend. Well, anyway, I might as well come with you too. I can find something to do before class starts. I might just sit at my desk and write in my notebook. Ochako smiled at that, albeit figuring that he would want to come with her rather than walking to school by himself. They both waved bye to Inko as the woman got to work on the dishes, thanking her for making them breakfast, and together, they trooped out the front door, closing it quietly. Once Izuku was sure the door was closed behind them, Izuku not bothering to lock it since Inko would probably be going over to the Urarakas to check on them in a bit, they both turned in the breezeway, making their way over to the elevator to head downstairs. "Hole up now, kids." Both Izuku and Ochako jumped at the sound of the deep, tired voice coming from the Uraraka's door, and both looked around, Ochako's eyes widening in indignation, to see Teo poking his head out. Izuku winced in sympathy at the sight of the older man. He looked absolutely exhausted, swaying back and forth, eyes bleary and suppressing a yawn, as though he were about 5 seconds from keeling backwards and passing out on the floor. "Daddy," Ochako gasped, looking up in shock and a bit of anger at her father. "You're supposed to be sleeping right now. You've been up all night." I know, Teo shook his head, "and I'm gonna go back to bed right after this, but I forgot that I got something for Izuka last night. Here you go, kiddo." Blinking in confusion and a bit of curiosity, Izuku reached out to take the piece of paper from Ochako's dad while she fumed beside him, the danger pout in full force today as though she were trying to force her father to sleep with a glare, but he couldn't focus on that when Izuku unfolded the piece of paper to look at the contents, and let out a small gasp of surprise and delight. "This is Fat Gum's autograph." Teo nodded, satisfied by the huge smile on Izuku's face. "Got a chance to grab it last night while we were talking down, though I get it to give it to ya. Happy early birthday, kid." "Thank you, Teo." Yeah, thank you so much," Ochako pouted. "Now close the door and go back to sleep." Okay, I'm going," Teo chuckled, turning back around and closing the door. Have a good day at school, kids. See you tonight." The two middle school students waved to the Uraraka patriarch as he shut the door behind him with his own wave, while Ochako pouted and crossed her arms in anger. "Seriously," she huffed in indignation, "he staggers into the apartment all exhausted and barely able to look where he's going because he can't keep his eyes open, and he just gets up to give you a stupid autograph. I thought you've made it pretty clear that you think your dad's kind of an idiot?" Izuku was too busy smiling at the autograph given to him to really pay much attention as they walked down the hall to wait for the elevator, Ochako pressing the button a bit harder than she usually would. "That's what you're always saying anyway." "Yeah. But it always makes me angry when I remember how much of an idiot he is." Chuckling a bit, Izuku let her fume and darkly mutter herself into silence between her eating the other slice of toast as they stepped into the arriving elevator, Izuku pressing the button to the lower floor while she continued to grump under her breath at her father. It was a pretty occurring sight for Izuku, seeing Ochako grumble and growl about her parents putting their health aside in favor of helping others, while casually ignoring whenever she did the exact same. To her, it wasn't the same, since she was young and stupid while they were older and should have known better. Of course, Izuku was really no better in that department, not really having any moral superiority to call her out. In the 10 years they've known each other, Izuku knew that he had a hard time staying out of trouble himself, and it was usually Ochako's job to drag him out of it. There had been times that she understood, like when Izuku, despite every part of him telling not to, tried to step in between a bully and his victim. Usually she scared them off, although the bullied kid never bothered to thank them, and then there were times she definitely did not, like when Izuku had jumped off a bridge to get a kid's toy that he had dropped, and Ochako had happily waved the little boy and his toy away before turning around and pretty much screaming every curse word she knew at the very wet and embarrassed boy, before dragging him by the collar back home so that his mom could properly ground him. But that was what Ochako signed on for. She had admitted to him, ever since that day at the park, the two had become inseparable best friends, it being possible to count the days they didn't hang out together on one hand. It didn't matter that everyone in school mocked Izuku and called him a villain for what he had done to Katsuki, Tsubasa and Yubi that day, and referred to her as his accomplice. When Izuku dared to even mutter the possibility that she'd be able to gain more friends if she didn't spend time with him, Ochako usually responded by giving him a head nuggie and patiently explaining that she wouldn't want to be friends with them even if they didn't make fun of her. Besides that, though, their friendship only grew stronger as the years went on. No pointless arguments, fights, or fun poking could ever shake that. Although, as Ochako suddenly remembered, frowning as they stepped out of the elevator and across the parking lot to begin moving down the street towards school, ignoring the playground beside them as they always did so Izuku didn't have to think about it, there was another problem that seemed to be arising that she really couldn't push aside. So, Ochako started in a quiet voice, drawing Izuku's attention to her as she turned her gaze to the pavement. What? Sorry, Deku, but I just remembered that I haven't heard you say anything about your applications for high school either. Do you have anywhere in mind? Oh, Izuku faltered at that question, glancing away and knowing what Ochako was probably about to ask. I didn't have anything picked out just yet. She nodded, glancing away as they walked down the street, passing by a few people on their way to work. Izuku glanced away, trying to think of an answer that would satisfy her, and then his shoulders slumped in defeat. I'm not gonna lie, Akin, I don't really know. You don't know what you want to do? Ochako looked around at him, adjusting her backpack on her shoulders as she saw her best friend sigh and shake his head. I don't know. He glanced away again. Nothing really. Appeals to me, you know? I guess I could attend any high school for whatever long-term careers, like what my dad does or learning how to sell things. I could probably easily do that and make a lot of money. My grades are pretty good, so I shouldn't be worried about any entrance exams. Is that right? Yeah, he nodded, raising a hand to thank a driver for letting them cross the street. The problem is, I don't know, I could probably easily do a lot of those jobs, but not a lot of those careers the teachers recommended really appeal to me, you know? Honestly, I'm kinda weighing the pros and cons of just asking Teo and Miwa for a job after high school. I'm sure they'd employ me. Oh, don't even try, Deku, Ochako giggled a bit. My dad would probably find a way to trick you into working for him for free. It's happened before, you know. You're never gonna let that go, are you? Izuku chuckled despite himself as they stopped their walking to wait for the light to turn green. Deku, you helped him put up a brick wall for an entire afternoon, and he had to be the one to remind you that he needed to pay you. And you still turned down the money. Honestly, Miwa's never scared me like that ever. He shuddered a bit at the memory of the warm woman's sudden coldness when he turned down the payment. I think she was actually going to throw me across the living room if I didn't take the money. Ochako shook her head and smiled as the light turned green, and continued to move across the street, knowing that they were about 10 minutes away from school. Still though, she knew that their nice waltz down memory lane distracted them from what they had been really talking about, and something that she needed to say to him. With a soft sigh, she opened her mouth to continue what they had been talking about what he was going to do once high school finally came around for both of them. And that was the time something else distracted them, that drove the conversation entirely from their minds. Get away from me. Both middle school students jumped about a mile high at the sound of a loud bellow of rage and panic, quickly looking around in shock at the sound of the voice. They could make out a crowd of people also looking around in alarm, and moving down the street to take a look at whoever or whatever was shouting, and they could already see a crowd starting to form. Ochako blinked for a moment, watching as several people raised their phones to record whatever was going on, and then felt her eyebrow twitch when HSE heard Izuku shuffling a bit behind her. She wasn't too surprised when she turned around to see Izuku fidgeting, a curious look on his face as he glanced at her nervously. You want to go over there to see what's going on, don't you? It might be a villain. And if it is, heroes will probably show up to stop them. He excitedly told her, clearly a bit hopeful, and then his face fell. Oh wait, we can't, you have to go to school early. Crap, sorry Akina dash. Deku, she giggled, tapping his forehead with her finger, we've still got loads of time to get there, school doesn't start for another hour and a bit. We got time to go over and see what's going on. Come on. Sure, she would have probably liked to have gotten to school extra early to avoid any of her bullies trying to start stuff with her, as they always did at Aldred Junior High, but it was worth it to see Izuku's face brightening up in happiness. She usually had to be the one to drag Izuku away from hero and villain fights, seeing as he was the one who really liked to get up and close to the action for his notes, but she couldn't resist the puppy eyes. With both of them laughing a bit, they were quick to jog across the street to join the people moving around the corner to join the crowd in whatever was going on, careful not to drop any of their stuff as Izuku pulled his notebook out of nowhere, getting ready to write all the notes he could about what they were about to see. It didn't take long for them to round the corner, coming across the massive crowd gathering and staring up at the train tracks, and looking up, it didn't take very long to figure out why. Whoa, that's a big villain. Izuku gasped, while Ochako let out a tiny sigh and shook her head slightly at the sight of the giant villain on the train tracks. Figures it was a guy with a gigantification quirk? That yell was freaking loud. That's going to delay the train for so many people, thank God we walked to school. So Deku, do you want to dash? Let's move closer. Izuku excitedly interrupted her, making Ochako giggle and shake her head again. I think I see Death Arms and Backdraft at the front, they must be handling the crowd. Letting out a small sigh but indulging her best friend, Ochako followed Izuku closely as they moved forwards to join the crowd, looking for a way to get closer to the front and observe the action. They saw their small opening in the mass of people, and crept forward, thankful that they were small enough not to disturb anyone as they snuck in. Man, turning into a monster's an amazing quirk. One observer in a suit shook his head ruefully. What did he do? He stole someone's bag and went out of control when he was cornered by the heroes. The man beside him explained as Izuku and Ochako slid into the crowd, trying to get to the front to watch the action better. A quirk like that, and he's just a purse snatcher. What a shame. Thankfully for the two students, it didn't take long for them to get to the front of the crowd, dodging in front of people calling into work and apologizing for the delay, and soon enough they got a better look at the fight that was beginning to unfold in front of them, and the new heroes rushing onto the scene to take care of him. Izuku began pretty much quivering with excitement as they watched the heroes move around the villain on top of the tracks, wondering who would be making the first move as Death Arms threw away a piece of metal that the villain had knocked down, and Backdraft kept the crowd back, and then a shadow fell across them. You can do it, Kamui. A gaggle of women fangirled as a man in a blue suit and wooden arms, legs and a helmet leapt over the crowd and began racing towards the monster on the tracks. He's literally made of wood, Ochako groaned as she ducked through a few people, shaking her head. How does he have fangirls? He's an up-and-coming hero. Izuku responded, finally getting to the front while she rolled her eyes. I'm sure that all the newcomers have loads of fangirls. Although, actually, don't ask me how he has fangirls, I don't know. Ochako thought for a moment, smirking. Probably has to do with him being as hard as wood all the time, right, Deku? Don't wait for a response to that, because I'm not gonna give you one. Izuku said in a deadpan voice, letting Ochako giggle to herself as he raised his notebook to his face, preparing to write notes on what he was about to observe. As they reached the front of the crowd, they watched as the giant villain let out a defiant roar and threw his arm out to smash the acrobatic hero to pieces, but luckily Kamui Wood saw it coming from a mile away, leaping out of the way by wrapping one of his wooden arms around a pole to whirl around and out of the giant's range. Get away! The villain bellowed in rage, making Ochako wince a bit. So loud. Wow, look at that! Izuku gasped, watching the fight eagerly as Kamui extended his arm to wrap around a train post, spinning him away from the villain. No wonder everyone calls him a young and talented rising star. Heh, I know that look from anywhere, a man observing the sight beside Izuku chuckled, the two teenagers looking around at the man with the stars on his head as he gave them a cheeky grin and pointed at the green-haired boy. You're a fanboy, aren't ya? Well. Izuku sheepishly blushed, glancing away while Ochako giggled beside him and nodded. Yes, he is. A big one, too. Gee fuckin'. Sticking her tongue out at him while he pouted at her, Ochako's gaze returned to the fight, seeing Kamui running up the villain's arm and throwing out another arm to wrap around the villain's neck, and when the villain instinctively threw up his arm to block the blow and threw it back, Kamui was carried along with him, eventually letting go and landing on the roof of the train stop, glaring at the villain as though he had murdered hundreds rather than just holding up traffic and saying something that couldn't be heard from the loud crowd. "Oh, here it comes." Izuku gasped excitedly, pointing as Kamui threw out his arm, the wood bending and extending into several large branches. "Show us something flashy, Tree Man," the Starman called out. "Primitive binding lacquered chain prison." Kamui shouted, throwing out the branches to wrap around the villain as he threw an arm up. "Canyon Cannon." Izuku and Ochako blinked in shock. The Starman beside them blinked in shock. Kamui blinked in shock. The entire crowd blinked in shock. As the villain was sent falling onto the evacuated street from his spot on the train tracks, groaning after being kicked hard in the face unexpectedly, the giant woman who had just completely and utterly stolen Kamui's thunder rose up from where she had landed, smirking a bit as she bent herself into an angle. "Here it is, here it is, here it is," the men behind them muttered, making Ochako groan in exasperation and raise a hand to hold over her eyes at the sound of several camera shutters going off. "Today is the day of my debut." The new heroine smiled provocatively, winking. "My name is MT Lady. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Ochako groaned louder while Izuku chuckled a bit despite himself, shaking his head as Lady winked and flaunted for the cameras, which only made the brown-haired girl look around at him with a glare, making him balk. "It was a good pun." "That pun was atrocious, Deku." Ochako deadpanned as more cameramen began snapping pictures with disturbing speeds as the men in the crowd smiled stupidly at the gigantic heroine while the women didn't look very impressed. "Oh, and your hard pun wasn't?" "My pun was clever. But acquaintance took 10 years off my lifespan." As Izuku raised his notebook to continue taking new notes of the debuting hero, Ochako returned her gaze to the scene before them, seeing MT Lady wave to the cheering crowd in happiness, eagerly soaking up the attention as she shrunk down to her regular size. She almost swore that she saw a sheet-eating grin briefly appear on the blonde woman's face before it transformed back into a grateful smile, while Kamui Woods sank to his hands and knees from where he had gotten his victory stolen from him above them, staring down in despair as the villain was swiftly apprehended by the police and strapped into capture gear to be taken away. Taking the time to check her phone as the crowd began to disperse, Ochako let out a sigh of relief at the time. The fight had wrapped up pretty quickly, which meant that they still had plenty of time to get to school, knowing that it wouldn't take long for her best friend to wrap up as Izuku continued to write in his notebook, staring at the small crater that the villain had landed in. "She looks like she'll be popular, and it is an amazing quirk," Izuku muttered as he scribbled, making Ochako shake her head but grin a bit as she moved her backpack around her shoulder to look for something to drink, only to sigh in disappointment when she spotted a few empty bottles at the bottom of her bag. But thinking about the damage to the city that'll go in hand with a gigantification quirk, its use might be limited? No, whether or not she could control the size should probably be taken into account as well. "I'd hate to have a quirk like that." Ochako shook her head as she watched MT Lady give an interview a bit away from the crater. "It seems useful, but dash." "Hey, wait, Yutaki notes over there?" The Starman suddenly cut in with a grin, pointing at Izuku again in a teasing manner as the two teenagers looked around. "You want to be a hero, huh? That's great. You can do it." He had said that in a tone that indicated approval, flashing the boy before him a thumbs up as he closed his eyes, but he didn't have a good look at his face, not noticing Izuku's curious and intrigued look immediately fall. Ochako herself felt herself falter when she saw the face, wincing slightly at the reminder of what she had been thinking of this morning while Izuku stared ahead blankly for a moment, and then he let out a quiet sigh. "Thank you, sir," Izuku muttered, glancing away while Ochako gave him a worried look. With that, Izuku closed the notebook, glancing at Ochako and trying his best to smile at her as he gestured with his head. "See, come on in, we gotta get to school." "Oh, right." With that, the two students bowed to the Starman while he waved them off, wanting to get back to his store before anyone realized he was gone, and together, Izuku and Ochako began moving back down the street toward school. This, however, was in silence, with Ochako flashing her best friend a worried look as he put his notebook back into his yellow backpack. His previous good mood completely evaporated, and she knew exactly why. It had been years since that day at the playground, and even then, Izuku hadn't used his quirk at all. All that she knew about it was that his hands would occasionally spark against his will if he felt some strong emotion or felt spooked, and that was usually when he would close his hands tightly or put them in his pockets and hurry away. She didn't have to know him well to know what he thought of his quirk, which always made her feel sad. She wasn't really informed or all-knowing about what people considered heroic quirks and what exactly heroes look for when taking on sidekicks, but even someone like her knew that electric types were pretty rare in heroics and highly desired. If Izuku became a hero someday, he'd probably become pretty popular, since his quirk had a lot of destructive force and was something to be reckoned for. But that was the problem. Izuku made it clear throughout the years that he wasn't going to be a hero. That was something he had made clear from the beginning of their friendship. He didn't mind helping her improve her quirk, going with her to her dad's construction yard and giving her helpful tips when she tried to lift something, or spotting her when she used her quirk for practice on something beyond her limit, and held her hair back when she inevitably hurled from going over her weight capacity. He fully supported her and liked to nerd out over heroes. He loved heroes. It was just, whenever the topic of him becoming a hero came up, he always shut it down, laughing awkwardly and denying that he wanted to be one while trying to change the subject. And it always hurt Ochako. She frowned as they walked down the street towards the school, because she knew exactly how he could go from loving everything heroes one moment and awkwardly glancing away from them the next. Their talk this morning about Izuku not knowing what he wanted to do in the future, she had held her tongue, but she knew what career he clearly wanted, and knew that bringing it up would only result in him shutting it down and walking sadly down the road, like he was doing right now. He was terrified of his quirk and what it could do. Ever since that day at the park, injuring 4 people and putting them in the hospital, and being mocked by their classmates, calling him a villain, he hadn't used it since. And that meant that he tried as hard as he could to deny that he wanted to be a hero, despite how obvious it was to her that he wanted to be one more than anything. All right. The teacher in the front sighed as he returned to the podium at the front of the class, not caring if his students were still talking and laughing amongst themselves. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to seriously think about your futures. Izuku let out a small sigh as he sat back down at his desk, hearing everyone finally start to quiet down as their teacher walked to the front of the room with a weary sigh. He had just returned from lunch, having hung out with Ochako at their spot on the roof that they usually ate, until the first bell had rung and they had to hurry to their classes. It was admittedly a bit harder this year, Izuku thought glumly, being sorted into different classes for their last year, but Izuku put up with it knowing that the moment the bell rung she was going to hurry over as quickly as she could, not wanting to be left alone in the mass of unfriendly faces that would surround her. And since he didn't want to be either, he knew he could put up with it and patiently wait for her at the end of the day. I've gotten back nearly all the handouts I passed out last week for your future plans. The teacher slumped over his podium, staring down at the stack of papers that he had gotten back this morning before school started, and you know what they all have in common? There was a long pause in the classroom, where everyone stared up at their droll teacher as he stared down at the stack of forms, and then without warning he suddenly swept his arm back, sending all of their handouts flying up into the air, completely nonchalant with a large and doopy grin on his face. You all plan to go for the hero course. Everyone let out a loud cheer, and as one, the entire class activated their quirks as though waiting for the chance to begin showing off what they had no matter how freaky it looked or how disruptive it was. Izuku let out a tiny sigh as he slumped forward onto his desk, trying not to be hit by the girl beside him with her hand transformed into fire, and studied the wooden surface as everyone laughed and cheered about how they would all become heroes. No one bothered to notice that Izuku was one of the 2 boys in the class not using their quirks at the moment, although Izuku's was simply because he didn't want to use it. The blonde boy sitting a desk to the right in front of him, however, probably had a much different reason as to why he wasn't showing off to the rest of the class. Yes, you all have such wonderful quirks. The teacher laughed a bit at the enthusiastic response. But using your powers while we're at school is against the rules. Come on now, let's quiet down a bit. Oi, teach. Everyone blinked at the sudden voice that interrupted their teacher, and looked around to see the blonde boy smirking and putting his feet up onto his desk. Izuku let out a tiny sigh and closed his eyes when he saw Katsuki's confident grin, leaning back in his chair and basking in the sudden attention on him. "Don't go lumping us all in the same group," he sneered, rolling his arms slightly. "I'm not going to be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects." And as par the course, a few angry voices began yelling at him. "That was uncalled for, Katsuki." "Yeah. Shut your pie hole. You all should shut up like the worthless extras you are." Katsuki cackled, a sheet-eating grin on his face as he leaned his chair back on two legs. "Oh, that's right." Their teacher remembered, reaching up into the air and somehow snagging Katsuki's application, reading it over to look over his preferred high schools and only finding the one I'd almost forgotten. "Bakug, you put your only option as UA High." "You?" One of the students gasped out. "Wait, the national school? That was in the top 0.2% this year, you know. Their acceptance rate is also really low too. That's exactly why you guys are just extras." Katsuki sneered confidently, and suddenly leapt up without warning. Izuku blinked a bit and looked up from where he had hunched over on his desk as Katsuki jumped onto his own, and stood up straight so everyone's eye was on him as he pointed straight at his chest. "I aced the mock exam. I'm the only one who could possibly get into UA. I'll be the one to finally surpass All Might and become the top hero." Throwing his fist into the air, Katsuki went off on his tangent about how he would be the most successful and rich hero in the world, while Izuku looked at his old friend with a weary look, and everyone stared up at him in awe. Honestly, Izuku had heard this all before, and let out a small sigh as he continued to hunch over on his desk, waiting for him to be done so that class could finally get back to work. "My name will be inscribed on the list of top earners. The story of my success starts here, as the only one in this nowhere school that makes it to UA." The teacher suddenly remembered again, flipping his clipboard to confirm. "Actually, I believe Uraraka from 3B also was applying for UA as well." While Katsuki froze in place on top of his desk with a twitch in his eye at the mention of the girl he hated the most, his thunder somewhat stolen, the other students in the class glanced amongst each other while Izuku sat up a bit, feeling a sudden spike of worry when he heard the sound of snorts and giggles. "Uraraka? The villain sympathizer is applying for UA? Her quirk is kinda handy." "Yeah, for floating garbage. Seriously, I saw her practicing one time, she was puking her insides out by the end of it." "Yeah, no way she's passing the exam. She'll probably get crushed by Dash. She'll get in." The class's muttering and sniggering about Ochako ceased almost entirely the moment Izuku spoke up, making everyone look around at the green-haired boy standing up at his desk and looking a bit cross at the people who doubted his best friend's abilities. However, the moment Izuku realized that he said that out loud and realized that the attention was now entirely on him, Izuku let out a small squeak and quickly sat back down, already knowing where this was about to go and slowly closing his eyes. As he glanced back down at his desk, he let out a tiny shudder at the sound of his classmates beginning to mutter again, this time about him as Katsuki looked around at him from where he had been standing on his desk and giving him a glare. Heh, of course the villain would stick up for his groupie. Yeah, not surprising at all. I bet he'll be cheering her on while he electrocutes someone in an alley somewhere. They'll both fail and drop out of school, giving them the perfect excuse to go around and hurt people. Murder a few more people for looking at them weird. Put them in the hospital. Deku and round face. The scourges of the underworld. While the class laughed at him, Izuku shrank back into his seat, already regretting opening his mouth. He couldn't just shrink down and pretend he didn't say anything, however, due to the fact that a shadow had suddenly fallen over him, and Izuku barely had any time to look up before Katsuki's balled fist came down hard on his desk. Letting out a yelp, Izuku threw himself back in his seat, nearly toppling over and shivering at the sight of his former friend's heated gaze, not even bothering to hide the obvious disgust on his face at the sight of the green-haired boy. Deku, Katsuki growled while glaring at him right in the eye, leaning forward and watching as Izuku squirmed a bit in nervousness. Your little round-faced beach isn't going to you. You're going to be making sure she doesn't, right? Izuku faltered, feeling a bit of indignation return to him as he tried to sit forward again. Kaken. Do you get me? Katsuki leaned in, gritting his teeth and making Izuku subtly shake as he heard the telltale sign of his hands letting out tiny puffs of fire. After all the shit you put me through, I at least deserve my spotlight, don't I? And I think we both know that I'm not going to be sharing it with her. You understand me? All right, the teacher said in a dismissive tone from the front, not sounding all that concerned over the fact that his favorite student was blatantly threatening the loser of the school. Let's settle down, I have to get classes resumed. Katsuki took another second to glare into Izuku's eyes before straightening up. Convince her, he spat, or I will. And you won't like how I do it. Throwing Izuku one last dirty look, Katsuki turned around and returned to his desk, picking up the chair that he had knocked to the ground when he had jumped onto the wooden surface, and retook his seat. Izuku let out another shaky sigh as he managed to sit forward again, trying hard to ignore the sniggers and whispers of his classmates as they threw more smirks and sneers at him, before class finally resumed. Thankfully, most of their gazes eventually moved away from the green-haired boy, letting him lean against his desk and sigh again. As one could easily predict, the relationship between Izuku and Katsuki did not improve after he returned from the hospital after what had happened that day on the playground. In fact, it got worse than Izuku could probably imagine. Strangely, Katsuki didn't join in on all of the new bullying material, never referring to him as a villain like the rest of his friends, but he did have a reaction when Izuku had told them, in a way to defend himself, that he didn't want to be a hero or a villain. That definitely got a reaction out of Katsuki. From there, he treated Izuku with utter scorn and disgust, still referring to him as Deku and talking down on him whenever he could, although he didn't go out of his way to do so like when they were younger. Izuku really didn't know why Katsuki would be so upset that Izuku didn't want to be a hero despite his insistence he would be the only one from this school that would become one, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. The damage was done. Katsuki would shove Izuku aside if the situation demanded it, would probably get in his face and growl at him on his bad days, and would send him a glowering glare whenever Izuku went on one of his hero sprees, which was only really in the presence of Ochako. Without her, the other classmates mocking him would quickly put an end to his tangents. Speaking of Ochako, Katsuki's treatment of Izuku really only made whatever fragile relationship between them worse. Izuku was pretty sure that Katsuki was the only person in the world that Ochako hated with a passion, and it didn't matter how many times Izuku tried to play peacemaker, it was clear that it wasn't going to change anytime soon. They'd gotten off to a bad start before Izuku's quirk manifested, and after that the animosity only grew. Ochako did her best to ignore his entire existence while only acknowledging him when Katsuki tried to push Izuku around, while the blonde boy gritted his teeth every time she stood up to him and called him out on his bullshit. Izuku, of course, learned very quickly that he shouldn't be the one to mend bridges with the two of them. Katsuki made what he thought of Ochako and Izuku clear, and Ochako made it clear that she would rather die than become friends with him. So Izuku dropped the case pretty quickly. Although, if he was telling the truth, he couldn't be too upset with Ochako. While it wasn't as bad as Izuku's situation, she still dealt with her own fair share of bullies, mocking her as Izuku's groupie, and she put up with it a lot better than Izuku usually did. Instead, she devoted her attention into defending Izuku, threatening to float people into the sky when they mocked or threatened him, and had done so since she enrolled in the same preschool as he and Katsuki. And Izuku in turn tried his best to defend her as well. Not a lot of people were really scared of him, after all, despite how they mocked him and called him a villain. It was probably because they knew that he wouldn't dare use his quirk against any of them, knowing that he was too scared of it to even consider it, and giving them more ammunition for the onslaught of bullying and mockery while Katsuki ignored his existence when it affected him or he was in a bad mood. Those were the dark and depressing thoughts that Izuku dwelled on for the rest of the school day, absently writing down notes on what the teacher was putting on the blackboard in his dull monologue that put everyone to sleep, until at long last the final bell rung, signifying the end of the day. As everyone got up to either go home, get to their clubs, or study, Izuku sighed as he closed his school notebook, taking a moment to close his eyes, and then jumped when the teacher addressed him directly. Midoriya, the teacher said in a cold voice, addressing the green-haired boy in a manner different from what he would use with other students, you're the only one who hasn't handed in their handout for their future plans. Get it to me by tomorrow morning, no excuses. Oh, sir. Shaking his head while giving him a dirty look, the teacher walked out, letting Izuku sigh a bit and slump back down on the desk. He stared blankly at nothing for a moment, before finally sighing and reaching into his backpack to pull out his hero analysis, flipping it onto the page he left off on this morning and getting back to work, unaware of Katsuki standing near the door to the classroom and waiting with his two latest cronies, glaring at Izuku and crossing his arms. Try as he might to take his mind off of things, however, Izuku couldn't help but frown as he put the tip of his pencil down on his notebook. He didn't lie to Ochako this morning. He really had no idea what he was going to do once high school rolled around, or what he even wanted to go for. Nothing he had seen or done research for really appealed to him. He saw applications for schools that could theoretically teach him a lot, but nothing really piqued his interest. He supposed that, if he really ran out of options, he could go to a school that specialized in teaching, learn how to become the type of teacher that specializes in helping kids with their quirks. His hero analysis might help him there. Or maybe he could take after his dad and land a job that went overseas, that made plenty of money. Or he could go into IT, or, well, it wasn't really ideal, but he could become a customer service representative, work a desk job for the rest of his life. Heck, he had joked about it earlier, but he knew that if he asked Teo and Miwa, they wouldn't hesitate to give him a job with their construction company. It was just. Izuku couldn't help but feel his frown deepen, letting out a small sigh as he finished sketching Empty Lady's picture, having looked up her costume on his phone and absently doodled it. As much as he tried to put down those feelings every day, no matter how much he tried to deny it to Ochako, no matter how many times he tried to crush that dream himself, heroes seemed to just call to him. He studied them, drew them, kept up on all the new debuts and interviews, and had been more excited than anyone when Ochako wanted to become one, supporting her 100% and going with her all the time to practice her quirk. He felt drawn to them, but he knew, no matter how much he might have wanted or dreamed, he knew that he couldn't be one. Not with the destructive quirk he had, the one that his classmates and the entire school called villainous. The power to control lightning and blast it out of his hands, and destroy anything it hit. He wasn't fooled, of course, knowing that deep down this was just a quirk, but he couldn't help but feel afraid of it, and what would happen if what happened at the playground happened again. Since that horrible day he hurt Katsuki and his mom, he hadn't used his quirk at all, and tried to pretend like it just flat out didn't even exist. It was difficult, of course. Quirks were a part of one's body. It couldn't just be turned off no matter how much he wished it could. There were times that some static electricity came out a bit stronger from him and shocked people, or when there were times that he got angry and couldn't stop a few sparks from emerging from his hands, and in both of those instances, he would panic and immediately stuff his hands in his pockets, apologizing and running off to whoever saw his quirk. Ochako had frequently told him that it was okay, and encouraged him to try and practice with his own quirk when they went to her family's construction lot and used her quirk to practice on some of the things there, but he always refused. No need for him to risk a repeat accident, especially with Ochako, Teo and Miwa there to get hurt. The park beside his house, the one he had melted down and destroyed by accident, hadn't been rebuilt at all by the city since there, only being wrapped up in yellow tape and forbidden for anyone to go on it, and Izuku was fine with that. He was fine with a large, physical reminder of why he shouldn't become a hero right outside his door every day as a reminder. And just as he let out another sigh and tried to refocus, trying to take his mind off of his funk, he heard the sound of footsteps running down the hall towards his class. Everyone who was still lingering in the classroom, chatting and laughing amongst themselves, were very quick to aim looks of scorn and distaste at the door as the footsteps stopped outside the back door, and then Ochako threw open the door, immediately snapping her gaze to Izuku still sitting at his desk and smiling widely. It was a smile that was returned by Izuku, who leaned back in his seat as she entered the classroom, and his bad mood from the entire afternoon faded away. It really only took one smile from her that brightened his day up. "Hi." She greeted her best friend, walking into the classroom and ignoring the pointed glares, mutterings and sniggering from the other students. "Sorry that I'm running a little late, Deku. I had to finish up some homework and hand it in." "What are you doing?" "I was just adding Empty Lady's addition to my hero analysis." He smiled up at her as he closed his phone and put it back down on his desk, letting her look over his shoulder at what he was doing as he put his pencil back in his bag. If you just want to give me a minute, I can finish up her page and we can go dash. Hey, Ochako suddenly interrupted him, Izuku blinking at the sudden seriousness in her voice as her smile faded from her face and she pointed at a paragraph on the page. What's this about, sexiness? Eek. Izuku squeaked, jumping a bit. Deku. Ochako turned her suddenly cold gaze back to him, narrowing her eyes somewhat suspiciously. I thought you were just writing about her quirk this morning. Does this mean that you were checking her out with all those other perverts? No. You got it all wrong. That's not it at all. Izuku quickly waved his hands in protest, going very red very fast. It's important to note specific heroes that can use their looks for Be Better brand deals. I swear, Akin, you know that I'd never put something like that in my notebooks? Some heroes like her might have brand deals and will act as models, you know, like Midnight. You're trying to assure me weren't thinking of anything perverted, and you decide to use Midnight as an example? Ochako raised an eyebrow while Izuku winced. Yeah. Not a good example to use, is she? Nope. She giggled at that at least, leaning against his shoulder and giving him a teasing grin. Not at all. And I get it, Deku, you aren't thinking anything perverted, I'm just pulling your leg. I swear, ever since I found your little pussycat magazine underneath your mattress, you've been so defensive. Do not mention the pussycat magazine. Izuku's panicked face continued to burn while Ochako sniggered. That was for research. I was reading the articles. Articles, huh? Why yes. Oh, Deku, you act like I was born yesterday. One day, I'm gonna find out which one of the pussycats you're dash. What the F do you think you're doing, round face? Both teenagers stopped their little back and forth at the sound of the gruff voice right behind them, and looked around, Ochako rolling her eyes, to see Katsuki storming up to them, flanked by Yubi and the latest lackey to attach himself to the blonde boy like Perse. Izuku felt himself gulp a bit as he automatically stood up, wanting to avoid conflict with his old friend as much as possible as Ochako leaned against his desk and fixed Katsuki with a glare. What do you want? I heard you're applying to you, Katsuki grunted as he stopped just short of her, glaring down at the brunette girl while she refused to back down. Thanks to them hitting P-Bar pretty recently, he had a growth spurt, standing a good head over top her as he looked down on her. I am. Ochako crossed her arms, making what she thought of the boy and what he was going to say clear as she continued to lean against Izuku's desk. Why do you care? I want to know. Katsuki's glare intensified as he crossed his arms. Why the F you're doing that? You know what I've said before, I'm the only one who's going to get in there from here. That's going to be a part of my origin story, the first student from his school to get into you. Ignoring Ochako rolling her eyes pointedly, Katsuki leaned against his own desk while his two cronies smirked at them, flanking him although it was completely unnecessary. Most top first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want the shine of being able to be called the only student to make it into UA from this mediocre city junior high school. I mean, he was unable to suppress his own smirk at his abilities. I am a perfectionist. I want them to realize that I'm legit, the next big thing. And that's not just ego talking, I know I'm that good. Ego, Izuku and Ochako thought internally, with Ochako almost rolling her eyes into the back of her skull. Total ego, Katsuki's cronies were unable to stop themselves from thinking. But that's not important. Katsuki lifted himself off the desk, moving to stand right in front of Ochako and sneering down at her, while Ochako continued to fix her with a glare. I want to give you a little advice, round cheeks dash. He suddenly leaned in, dropping his smirk and giving her a cold glare to show how serious he was. Don't even think of applying to UA. Or else. Ochako said nothing to that at first, continuing to glare up at Katsuki as he waited for a response or any kind of confirmation that she was magically going to do what he said, and then she answered, with a smirk on her face, sounding kind of anxious there, Kakin, scared I'll make it in and ruin your perfectly good backstory? Don't call me Kakin. He growled between gritted teeth, clenching his fists and letting some smoke rise up from his fists to intimidate her. Or I'm going to wipe that iffy smirk off your face and give you something to cry about. Kaken. Izuku finally managed to squeak out, unable to take it anymore and trying to separate them before a fight inevitably broke out, raising his hands. Come on, you've made your point, you don't have to dash. What about you, nerd? Katsuki turned his attention over to the green-haired boy, ignoring Ochako as she clenched her own fists, probably ready to fight in case this turned ugly. You've got something to say to your little bestie here, don't you? Remember? What we discussed. What? Izuku blinked, taken aback. I told you to discourage her, didn't I? Katsuki knew that he had Izuku trapped here, putting his hands back in his pockets and smirking again as he glanced at Ochako's reaction out of the corner of her eye. So go ahead. Tell her she shouldn't apply for UA. Go on. Ochako blinked at that, and looked around at Izuku. The boy stood frozen for a second, unable to respond, while Katsuki subtly leaned in. Come on, Deku, he taunted. Tell Akin here that she shouldn't apply for you. Shouldn't be too hard for you to come up with an excuse why she shouldn't do it, right? Since you gave up a long time ago. Come on, quitter, say something. Izuku continued to stare blankly at Katsuki, a silence settling in the classroom as they were the last ones there, until he sagged down, staring at his feet while his mouth thinned into a wobbly line, tears beginning to build in his eyes. While Ochako's face fell as well, Katsuki snorted and adjusted his bag on his shoulder, feeling like he'd made his point, turning around to leave with his friends while they sneered at the two students. Come on, Katsuki's latest friend snorted, smirking at the boy shaking a bit. You could at least say something back. Oh, don't be like that, Yubi snarked, he's pathetic. I bet he wishes he was still quirkless. Izuku continued to study the ground as his hands subtly shook, not looking at anyone as Katsuki stood by the door, pausing for a moment to look over his shoulder at the green-haired boy. You know, I'm glad that you probably won't apply for UA, Deku, Katsuki scoffed, turning back to the door, feeling his smirk fall and glaring at nothing. Not that you would get in anyway. A school for heroes doesn't take cowards. With that, Katsuki moved through the door, letting his cronies laugh at them while shutting it behind them. For a moment, Izuku continued to stare at the floor, shaking a bit while clenching his fists and unable to look up at his best friend as they stayed silent for a moment. He had no idea what he could say to her at the moment, seeing her also staring at the floor while guilt coursed through him. And then Ochako sighed, making him quickly look up at her as she shook her head and tried to give him a shaky smile. Come on, Del, let's go home. Mama and Daddy were supposed to make supper tonight. We should get back to your apartment so I can help. Alright. Izuku nodded quickly, glancing away and moving to gather up his stuff. Ochako waited patiently as he put his notebooks and pencils into his backpack, and soon, they left the classroom, the last ones to leave as they walked down the hall, down the stairs, and out of the junior high while any stragglers giggled and pointed and muttered at them. During their walk out of the school, neither of them spoke to the other, instead silently moving down the street towards their path back home. Neither of them looked at the other, instead staring at the pavement as they made their way back to the apartment. And then, when the silence got too unbearable for him to take, Izuku let out a shuddering breath, feeling himself tear up again as he wrung his hands together. I'm sorry, Akin. Huh. Ochako blinked, feeling herself jolt out of her own bad mood as she looked around at her best friend. Sorry? For what? For not standing up for you, he said miserably looking away again as they moved down the sidewalk. Kaken, earlier when everyone had heard you were applying to you, he told me to discourage you, and I wasn't going to, you know. But I should have stood up to him for you then. I froze up. Dash. No, Deku, it's okay. She assured him quickly, reaching up to hold his shoulder, one pinky up to calm him down. I get it, I'm not angry at you for that. Not at all. I know that you weren't going to turn on me like that. Of course not. I know, he muttered, but I still should've. Deku, she interrupted him, giving him a pointed look. I'm not angry at you. I'm more angry at him than anything, okay? I just dash, she let out her own shuddered breath, and looked away, scowling. I'm really tired of him, you know? How he always tries to get under our skin. I know, he nodded, still looking downcast as they walked into the tunnel they always used. It's just, I should have stuck up for you. He was right, I was being a coward. Before he could walk any further and continue that line of thought, though, he faltered when Ochako suddenly reached down and grabbed his hand, bringing him to a stop and making him look around in surprise, seeing the look of hurt on his best friend's face, before it was replaced by absolute certainty. Deku, you aren't a coward. She made sure to emphasize what she was saying, staring up at him while squeezing his hand. You not using your quirk doesn't make you a coward. You're freaking awesome. I don't care how many times I have to beat that into your head, but it's true. We both know that he was just trying to get a rise out of you, because he's never gotten what he wanted. Turning her glare back down to the sidewalk, she continued to lead him down the tunnel slowly. He's mad that he never got a round 2 to prove that he's better than you. He just wants to prove that he could beat you after what happened at the playground that day. He thinks you're a coward because he's never got the chance to hurt you again. Just don't listen to him, okay? You aren't a coward because you don't want to fight him. Izuku hesitated again when she turned back to fix him with a pout, and he let out a small sigh as he nodded and smiled a little bit, squeezing her hand back. Okay, Akana, okay. Good. She smiled at that, giving his hand one more squeeze as she finally let it go, both of them beginning to move towards the exit of the tunnel, until Ochako glanced back at Izuku's face and let out a tiny sigh as she adjusted her backpack on her shoulders. Hey, Deku. Yeah. I was Ochako faltered for a moment, not really sure how to phrase this as she turned her gaze back to the ground, letting out a sigh. I was just wondering. Yeah. Izuku looked around at her, confused. Your plan for the future, she muttered. You're sure you don't know what you want to do? Izuku faltered at that, looking back around at his best friend as they slowed to a stop near the end of the tunnel, not paying much attention to anyone but each other, and being completely unaware of the sound of something moving out of the sewer cover behind them. Why do you ask? She paused again, continuing to study the ground, and then let out a small shudder, trying to summon her courage, and finally just asked. Deku, are you sure you don't want to apply for a hero school? Not even UA, just anywhere. Izuku's breath caught in his throat at this question, staring down at his best friend as she unsurely glanced back up at him, knowing how sensitive this topic was. For a moment, Izuku continued to stare at her, trying to think of something to answer with that would leave her satisfied, and then he let out a small sigh and turned away, glumly staring at the ground while adjusting his backpack on his shoulders. Izuku hesitated again, and then in a small, defeated tone as he absently pulled out his notebook, not even noticing as he did it, I told you, I don't want to be a hero. I know that, Ochako was quick to assure him, even though both of them knew that he was lying through his teeth, and I'm not going to pressure you into doing something you don't want to do. It's just, I was thinking, and if we do end up having to go to different high schools, we dash. Well, what do we have here? Izuku and Ochako immediately froze, staring blankly at each other at the sound of a voice behind them, and not a friendly one at that. It sounded warbled, sinister, and wobbly, as though it were gargling on something. Slowly, they both turned their heads to look over their shoulders, and felt themselves shudder, eyes widening in horror. Staring down at them was what could only be described as a giant blob of green, mud-like liquid. It towered over them easily, its back almost reaching the roof of the tunnel as the mass shifted before them, and then a pair of big, yellowish eyes emerged to glare down at them, a wide grin of sharp teeth appearing from the mass to smile evilly down at the two teenagers as they stared up at him in terror. A medium-sized invisibility cloak. He grinned sinisterly down at them, the grin growing wider. You'll make the perfect skin suit for me to hide in. With that, the sludge villain charged towards them, laughing mockingly as he leapt at them. Ochako stared up in horror as the villain spread his arms, intending to open his mouth wide and devour her whole. But before he could envelop her, Izuku acted without thinking, letting out a yell as he shoved Ochako away, allowing the green sludge to slam into him and completely cover him. Ochako cried out, slamming down against the ground hard and hitting her shoulder against the tunnel's wall, noticing out of the corner of her eye as Izuku's notebook hit the ground and flipped open to a random page. Letting out another groan, Ochako managed to get up onto her hands and knees, knowing that she was getting her leggings and school uniform dirty, and then became aware of the sound of someone gagging. She was quick to look back around to where Izuku was, and then she felt her eyes widen once again in horror. "Don't worry," the sludge villain falsely assured Izuku as he pushed a tendril of slime into the boy's mouth, Izuku's eyes widening in pain and terror as the villain attempted to shove himself down his throat. "I'm just going to take over your body. Calm down, it's only gonna hurt for about 45 more seconds. You'll be feeling a lot better soon." The brown-haired girl on the ground continued to stare up in utter horror at the scene before her, seeing the sharp mouth of the villain continue to snigger and mock Izuku as he shoved more and more of his fluids into his mouth and blocked his nose, laughing in a mocking tone as Izuku tried to grab at the sludge, unable to form a grasp and trying as hard as he could to breathe through the layer of slime blocking his nose and mouth. "You can't grab me," the villain taunted with a sneer. "I'm made of fluid." "Ah, thanks so much for your help, kid. And hey, for what it's worth, I don't agree with what you said before. You're my hero." "Let him go," Ochako whispered, taking one more moment to stare at the horrifying scene before her, and then she completely snapped, leaping to her feet and sprinting straight towards the villain, slipping her backpack off her shoulders to use as a weapon as she screamed, "Let him go." Instead of being intimidated by the small girl before him, however, the sludge villain only laughed as her pink backpack sank into his body, and he threw out a tendril. Slamming straight into Ochako's stomach and chest, the girl let out a shout as she was thrown off her feet and slammed by the tentacle into the wall, crying out in pain as she hit the concrete wall. Izuku's eyes, which had been watering in pain and terror, immediately snapped to her the moment he heard her crying out, feeling them widen under the mass of sludge that was forcing itself down his throat, and felt himself shudder in terror as Ochako was pinned to the wall. "Oh, don't worry, sweetie, this'll only take a few more seconds," the sludge villain sneered, and then studied her with a sudden interest. "Hey, actually, now that I'm looking at you, you're actually pretty, aren't you? Maybe instead of boring and plain here." As Ochako strained against the substance, kicking out and groaning in pain, Izuku stared in horror at what the sludge villain was implying, and then felt his fists clench. "I didn't think that he of all people would come to this city. So I'll wrap this guy up quickly, take you somewhere private. And then I can do a little switching up, can't I?" Izuku knew that he should be more worried about how he couldn't breathe, that the air in his lungs had left a long time ago, replaced by the unpleasant slime pushing down his throat. He knew that his strength was leaving him, that he might even be dying, that he should be worrying about that. He knew that. But the moment the sludge villain had turned his gaze to his best friend, Izuku felt a tight anger in his chest, and clenched his fists tight, ignoring the tears in his eyes as he glared at the sludge villain trying to kill him. Not her. Not her. Not her. Unknown to the three of them, a spark emerged from Izuku, a flicker of electricity running up his arm. Before anyone else could make a move, however, the manhole cover that the sludge villain had emerged from was suddenly sent flying into the air, colliding hard with the ceiling before coming down to crash against the ground, drawing the attention of the three other occupants of the tunnel. The sludge villain peeked over his shoulder with a smirk, before quickly snapping up, whipping around with wide, horrified eyes. Izuku could only squint as someone else rose up from the manhole, and Ochako stole a small glance out of the corner of her eyes. Before her eyes widened, and she whipped her head around as she let out a small gasp at the appearance of a large man with two tufts of blonde hair that stuck up above his head. "Have no fear, young ones, you're safe," the man holding the bag of groceries assured them, stomping his foot down hard on the ground and raising the dust from the concrete, before moving into a crouched position, grinning widely at the villain in challenge. "Because I am here." With a panicked shout, the sludge villain abandoned his formerly smug attitude and flung out the hand not holding Ochako down to strike All Might directly in the face, but the pro-hero was even quicker, ducking underneath with the same brave smile on his face as he charged forward towards the villain with his two hostages. Ochako watched in awe as the villain tried one last feeble attack, only for All Might to dodge the second strike and wound his fist back. Texas. Smash. Throwing his fist forward, All Might struck out, and Ochako felt her hair, and even some of the skin on her face, blow back from the sudden hard torrent of wind slamming straight into the sludge villain, making him strain in pain and horror as the blast of wind struck him dead center. Wind. Pressure. I can't hold her together. With a small explosion of green mud, the sludge villain blew completely apart, the fluid body completely and utterly scattered, and both Izuku and Ochako were freed from his grasp as the two middle school students were sent flying out of the tunnel. Ochako let out a squeak of shock as she realized that she was about to slam face first down into the ground, squeezing her eyes shut and getting ready for the pain, and hoping she didn't break her nose. That was until a massive arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, stopping her from kissing the ground and holding her up into the air. Easy there, young miss, I can't exactly have you hit the pavement, now can I? Letting out a humored laugh at that, All Might straightened up, grinning down at Ochako as she strained her neck to look around and up at the pro-hero, eyes wide and jaw dropped. She could see Izuku draped over All Might's shoulder as the pro-hero held both of them up, having absolutely no problem apparently holding the weight of two middle school students while he casually strolled out of the tunnel and back onto the street, Ochako wincing somewhat when they stepped into the sunlight but too busy being completely and utter flabbergasted at what was happening. Your dash. All Might. The pro-hero grinned at her, and Ochako could have sworn that sunlight was shining off his teeth, giving them an apparent shine. Are you all right, young lady? Did he do anything to hurt you? No, I'm fine, but, Deku. Ochako gasped, remembering what had been happening and quickly looking up at her best friend still draped over the pro-hero's shoulder. That villain he was trying to possess him. Is he okay? All Might was sure to put Ochako back down on her feet, letting her back up some as he knelt down to gently lay the prone boy against the pavement. Ochako felt tears build in her eyes in fear and panic as she immediately went down to her knees, staring in horror as Izuku remained unconscious in the middle of the street. Thankfully he was still breathing, his chest moving up and down while he had his eyes closed. He seems to be all right, albeit passed out. All Might straightened up a bit, picking up Izuku's discarded notebook and flipping the pages open, looking at them with interest. Ochako wasn't quite assured by that, however, bending over to shake Izuku's shoulders and pretty much threatening to cry tears of terror at the sight of her best friend unconscious on the ground. Aren't you going to do something? Of course I am, young miss. But before I can, I need to make sure the villain won't try to escape. I've been chasing him all afternoon. He's a slippery one. Once I'm certain he won't be able to escape, I'll quickly attend to your friend. Before she could say anything to that, All Might reached into his grocery bag with one hand, having put the notebook down safely beside Izuku's head, and pulled out the bottles of soda that he apparently bought, grinning widely. Young miss. He held out the pop bottle. Would you like a drink of this? Ochako looked down at the offered beverage in bewilderment. What? But why? I need something to seal this villain away, and I do not want to be too wasteful. I would have to dump the contents of this bottle in order to imprison him and dash. You dump a bottle of perfectly good soda? Ochako gasped in horror, the frugal creature that lived in her brain depending on coupons screeching to the high heavens as she stared up at the symbol of peace as though he had crawled out of a sewer, which, technically, he did. You didn't even take a sip. No, don't dump it. Hold on. I have a few empty water bottles in my bag. I can fill them up with your soda. Excellent. I was going to say, that'd be an awful waste of my 1,000 yen. Haha. As Ochako scrambled to grab her pink backpack from where it had landed, the sludge villain behind them let out a small groan, trying hard to resemble his bits and pieces and refocus. He knew that he was in serious trouble right now. The symbol of peace, who had been chasing him for the last hour, had finally caught up to him and was about 10 seconds from being apprehended. He was still feeling fuzzy from the blast of wind, but he knew he had to get out of there and back into the sewers immediately. Letting out a small grunt of terror, he began summoning his body parts over to his head, desperate to form some kind of escape route and maybe crawl into the manhole that All Might had emerged from to try and slip away. Until a large hand grabbed his head, making the sludge villain freeze as his large eye glanced up at the pro hero before him. My apologies for the delay, I had to empty out what we're going to consider your transportation to the police. All Might laughed a bit, and the sludge villain shivered at the almost sadistic look in the symbol of peace's dark eyes as he lowered the 2 empty bottles of soda. Now, then, while I'm getting you in here, why don't you tell me about what you were about to do with these young children? While the sludge villain tried to stammer out an explanation as All Might put him into the uncomfortably small bottles, Ochako gulped a bit as she put down the 6 empty water bottles she had been carrying around in her backpack, now filled to the brim with the soda All Might had bought, and returned her gaze to Izuku. Now that, whatever that was that just happened, was out of the way, she could concentrate on the fact that her best friend still hadn't regained consciousness at all. Feeling herself shake, Ochako moved to kneel down on the ground, not caring if she got her leggings dirty, as she looked over Izuku, checking for any injuries and relieved when she found none, just a bit of sludge around his mouth which she wiped away with her sleeve. "Deku?" she asked quietly, gently taking his shoulders and giving him a small shake to try and wake him up. It didn't do much good, however, as he continued to quietly slumber. Before she could think of what to do here to wake him up, however, she heard a small laugh and the sound of footsteps on the asphalt approaching the 2 teenagers again. My apologies for the delay, but I've managed to seal him completely away. All Might chuckled at his rhyme, patting his pockets where he had the sludge villain stuffed into the not-so-empty pop bottles. "Now then, your young friend." Leia, Ochako nodded quickly, glancing at the 6 water bottles and pointing to them. And you can take back your drinks now, I'm sorry for dash." "Oh no, I insist you keep them, young lady," All Might gently assured her, smiling down at the brown-haired girl as she tried to protest. "I'm going to be having my hands full with our little sludge friend here anyway, and I know that you definitely won't waste them. And no need to fight me on this, I can simply go buy some more later. You don't exactly have to worry about soda drinks when you're the #1 hero." But we're getting distracted now. Let's tend to your friend now." "Why, yeah," Ochako nodded quickly, deciding to drop the matter of who exactly owned the drinks now as she returned her gaze to Izuku. He's breathing, but I can't wake him up." Not to worry. I know what to do in these types of situations." "Why you do?" Shaking a bit, Ochako looked up hopefully as All Might began to bend down as well, aiming his dark but assuring stare to the young man unconscious on the ground. "Stand back, young miss." He gave her a small grin as he bent over, lowering a hand. "I know the perfect way to rouse your friend." Ochako watched as All Might reached down to Izuku's face, wondering briefly if he knew some kind of technique to help him wake up, and then blinked when All Might, without a moment of hesitation, began lightly patting his cheek in a gentle but insistent manner. Pat 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 pat. "Hey, Hito." Before she could wonder how on earth the symbol of peace thought slapping a kid awake was a good idea, Ochako let out a small gasp as Izuku let out a tiny groan, evidently wondering what was tapping on his face and speaking in a subdued but enthusiastic voice, and slowly opened his eyes. Staring up at the sky for a moment, he turned his gaze to see Ochako hovering above him, seeing her face filling with both relief and terror as tears leaked out of her eyes. Are you okay? Can you breathe?" Izuku tried to say, and then coughed, feeling some of the sludge that had been shoved down his throat earlier spit out. As Ochako reached into her bag to grab her handkerchief and wipe away the sludge on his chin, while also trying to wipe her own eyes away now that she knew he was okay, the hand that had been smacking his cheek stopped and moved away, making him wrinkle his brow in confusion and turn his head. To see All Might himself smiling down at him, dark eyes widening in relief and delight when he saw that he had been successfully roused, and quickly moved his hand from where he had been smacking Izuku's cheek to give him a salute in greeting. "Thank goodness. I was starting to think that we had lost you there." For exactly one moment, Izuku stared up in confusion at the hero standing above him while Ochako bent over to inspect him, trying to see if there were some injuries she hadn't seen before upon a closer look. And then he realized exactly who he was looking up at. Aoiwa. As quickly as he could, he moved back, making Ochako jump a bit in surprise and whirl around as Izuku scrambled down the road, continuing to stare up at the pro-hero in surprise, awe and horror as All Might leaned back up to straighten his back, putting his hands on his hips as he gave the screaming fanboy and his very confused friend assuring grins. "I'm glad you're okay." All Might nodded happily. "Sorry about getting you both caught up in my heroing. I don't usually make mistakes like this," he shrugged, and then raised a hand to his head to chuckle at himself, "but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new city. Haha." Izuku, meanwhile, continued to melt into a puddle of fanboy shock and awe at the sight of his hero, not minding Ochako as she crawled after him and closely inspected him as he had his meltdown. "Still, you two were a great help. Thank you." With enthusiasm, All Might grabbed the 2 bottles of sludge villain from his pockets, threw them briefly in the air and let them spin before catching them, and dramatically held both bottles up, smiling widely. "I've safely captured the villain." For a few more seconds, Izuku stared up at him in shock while Ochako wiped his mouth again with her handkerchief, the boy not even noticing his best friend fretting around him, and then he let out a small gasp. "An autograph," he stammered, quickly moving to check his pockets for his notebook. I have to, where did I dash? Deku." Ochako gulped, realizing that he was slowly transitioning into a panic attack and pointing out to the discarded notebook on the ground beside them. All Might had put it there when he had been helping her pour the soda into her water bottles. Thankfully, Izuku spotted it without having her tell him, nodding quickly. Please sign my notebook." Izuku grabbed the book from where it had been laying beside his head, ripping it open to a random page, and then screaming again when he saw the large, All Might, already signed in large English letters on 2 pages with his own squiggly picture. But he already did. When did he have time to do that? Ochako wondered out loud in wonder, but was soon distracted when Izuku sprung up onto his feet like a springboard, and began bowing so quickly and fast he looked like he was blurring in the air. Thank you very much," he shrieked. "This will be a heirloom. A family treasure passed down for generations to come." Ochako rolled her eyes in exasperation while All Might flashed another grin and a thumbs up. "Well, now that I know you two are all right," All Might patted the bottles of sludge as he put them back into his pockets, "I need to take this guy to the police. You two stay out of trouble now. And see you again on the other side of the screen." "Oh, of course, sir." Ochako immediately hopped up from where she had been kneeling so that she could sink into her own bow while Izuku continued to stare in awe, his eyes never leaving the back of his hero as the number 1 bent over to stretch, getting ready to jump. "Thank you so much." Your dash," Izuku stuttered. You're already leaving?" Of course, pros are constantly fighting time as well as enemies. For some reason, Izuku faltered when he realized that All Might was leaving, not noticing Ochako as she continued to bow in thanks to the hero in front of them for saving them. There was a part of him that told him that it made sense, that All Might couldn't exactly stay around and hang out when he had a villain he needed to bring to the police, but there was another part of him that was making him hesitate. "You know, I'm glad that you probably won't apply for UA, Deku, not that you would get in anyway. A school for heroes doesn't take cowards." Remembering Katsuki's words made him shake a bit, staring at the pro-hero as he bent down to stretch, and then he felt himself shudder. He told Ochako that he didn't want to become a pro-hero, but maybe. Well, then All Might grinned a bit as he took a deep breath, and then, using his strength to jump up, launched himself into the air, causing a large gust of wind that knocked Ochako's hair back and made her take a few steps backwards as he flew into the air. "I'm counting on your continued support." Wow, he's really fast. Ochako laughed a bit breathlessly, feeling a bit excited and gleeful at the thought of seeing her best friend geeking out about meeting his favorite hero. "So, Deku, you want to hear about how he got that villain into those bottles?" The reason she trailed off, of course, was due to the fact that all of a sudden, her best friend was nowhere in sight. Blinking in confusion, Ochako looked left and right, wondering where on earth he could have possibly gone, and then she stopped. Slowly, she returned her eyes to the sky, seeing the pro-hero flying away above her, and to her horror, seeing someone wrapped tightly around All Might's leg as he soared into the blue sky. Someone very, very familiar. Ochako choked on her own words briefly, eyes bulging out of her sockets as she stared at the unusual sight flying away from her, until, raising her hands to grab fistfuls of her hair, screamed at the top of her voice, "Deku! Hey 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 hey!" All Might panicked as well at the sight of the young man clinging to his leg, and immediately reached down to dislodge the arms he had wrapped around the pro-hero's leg, grunting in surprise at the tight grip the boy had on him. "Let go of me. Your fanaticism is too much." "And no way." Izuku protested as best he could, his face flapping around at the wind blowing directly into it, giving him a demented and distorted appearance. "We're flying. If I let go now, I'll die." All Might froze for a moment at that protest, blinking, and then fidgeted a bit in embarrassment. "That's a good point." "Have dash," Izuku tried to say through his blubbering, feeling his eyes begin to sting from the skin around them being pushed back. "A lot of things, I want to ask you directly. Please, you're my favorite hero dash." Okay. All Might nodded quickly. "I got it, so close your eyes and mouth." "You're freaking me out, kid." Managing to get control of himself, Izuku did as All Might instructed and closed his eyes and mouth, throwing his head down to embrace the leg that was currently the only thing preventing him from falling to his death, as the reality of what he just did finally settled in and made him stiffen up. At least All Might helped out by grabbing the back of his school uniform to prevent him from slipping off, letting out a small sigh as he began looking around for a place to land. And unknown to Izuku, raised a hand to cough a bit, wincing at the taste of blood in his mouth. Sheet. With a loud crash that sounded throughout the neighborhood, All Might landed hard on the top of an apartment building, not even 1 minute after the pro-hero had initially taken off. Thanking every god above, Izuku slowly slid off of his hero's leg and fell to his knees, grabbing his legs tightly while trying to summon his soul back into his body from where he had left it on the ground. That was terrifying. Good grief, All Might huffed, shaking his head in disapproval as he put his fists down on his hips. "That was utterly reckless, young man. I would encourage you never to do something dangerous like that again. Now then, if you knock on the door for a little bit, someone will let you in so you can go back down to the street. I am seriously out of time, so I have to get going." Izuku jolted at that last little proclamation, looking up in panic as All Might waved at him behind his shoulder as he walked away. "I still dash. I'm sorry, but I have to go." But dash. "I told you, I don't want to be a hero." Suddenly remembering what he had said only a few minutes ago, Izuku felt himself falter, his hand left outstretched as he stared at the back of his hero, and the words that had been plaguing his mind for years came bubbling to the surface. "Get back, or he'll electrocute you too. Villain." He felt his hand slowly lower back to his side. I don't have the specifics of how powerful it is or how it works, but it's clear that Izuku's quirk can be dangerous if not used correctly, if yesterday's demonstration is anything to say. "I hurt people. I hurt Kaken. I hurt my mom. I'm a villain. Only villains hurt people with their quirks." He felt his eyes begin to mist up. A school for heroes doesn't take cowards. He's pathetic. I bet he wishes he was still quirkless. But as All Might reached the edge of the rooftop, putting his hand on the railing in order to launch himself over and take off again, Izuku remembered Ochako's words, from all those years ago when he was huddled in his bed, traumatized by what he had done and the little girl had embraced him. And you said you'd be a hero. A hero that makes people smile. You said that. So let's be heroes together." He felt himself let out a shuddered breath, and then he spoke up. "Even if my quirk is dangerous, can I still become a hero?" That, thankfully, made All Might pause, standing at the railing and resting his hand on it as he stared ahead. Izuku muttered, tears welling in his eyes. "I hurt people with my quirk the first time I ever used it. And because of that, I vow to never use it again. But," squeezing his eyes shut, he asked, in as loud a voice as he could, "is it possible to become a hero with the quirk of a villain?" Izuku didn't know, since he had his eyes squeezed shut getting himself ready for a denial from the pro-hero that he could be a hero, but All Might stayed at his spot on the rooftop, staring off into the city. The pro-hero quietly mulled over what was just asked of him, and slowly turned his head to look at the boy he had just dropped off, who he had passed off as a kid he had just saved, and got a little enthusiastic, and looked at him in a new light, a bit curious. The quirk of a villain? He repeated quietly, about to look around properly and ask for a little more information from Izuku, but then a sudden shot of pain streaked through him. Letting out a small gasp, All Might felt himself lose some of his strength, eyes widening and the smile wiped from his face as he realized what was happening, steam beginning to rise off of him. "Oh no!" he grunted, grabbing his shirt tightly with one hand. "Not now. God damn it." Not noticing All Might's sudden predicament, Izuku stole a small glance at the ground, letting out a small sigh. I realize that you probably don't really care about something like this," he admitted. I'm pretty sure you've come across a lot of people with quirks that can be dangerous if they're not used correctly. But I just..." Letting out another sigh, he felt his shoulders slump. "When I was a kid, my quirk developed a bit later than the other kids in my class, and it was a mutation, not anything like my parents' quirks. I can throw lightning from my hands." He paused to raise up his palms, staring at the scarred palms dejectedly, "and when one of my friends lunged at me one day, wanting to hurt me and another friend of mine, I lashed out, and I used it to destroy a playground. And because I wasn't careful and used my quirk without thinking, I put him in the hospital with a few other of our friends. And I hurt my mom." Wringing his hands together and glancing away, Izuku continued to explain in a quiet voice. "The kids at my school, they always make fun of me and call me a villain or accuse me of getting ready to go on a massacre. The only one who sticks up for me is Akin, the girl we were just with. And I always feel so bad when she does stand up for me because I know that if she didn't always stand up for me, she'd probably have better friends, or she'd be able to go to school without them mocking her. But she believes that I can become a hero with this quirk no matter how scared I am of it. And there's a part of me that can't deny that I'm drawn to heroes no matter how much I try to deny it or try to downplay it." He was unable to stop the soft smile from crossing his face. "That's why I don't know." He shook his head slightly, looking a bit more cheered up as he tried to hype himself up a bit. "I think saving people is cool. It's what I thought for a long time. Saving people with a fearless smile. Deep down, that's what I want to do. No matter what I tell myself to dissuade it. I want to save people, just like you." The reason he faltered, however, was due to the fact that he finally looked back up at the pro-hero before him, finally summoning the courage to glance up and gauge his reaction, and All Might was gone. In his place was... Izuku stared at the man before him for one moment, and then his eyes bulged out of his head, and screamed out, "What the heck?" Standing exactly where All Might had been a minute ago was a very, very skinny man, wincing slightly and glancing away with a cringed expression. He had long, thin limbs, a sharp, angular face with a chin that looked like it could stab people, and blue eyes staring away with dark scalea. He was wearing the same white shirt and green jeans that All Might had been wearing, but they were baggy, as though meant for someone twice his weight. But the long blonde hair, wearing the same clothes that looked like they were supposed to be, the men. Wait, did that mean? Wa dash? Who dash? You dash? Huh? Izuku threw himself back, staring in horror and shock at the emancipated man before him. "Why, you deflated? Wait, are you a fake?" In terror, he pointed an accusing finger at the man before him, denial immediately settling in. "You're so skinny." Letting out a small sigh of exasperation, the man before him straightened up, trying to look seriously at the young man before him, even though inside he was also freaking out a bit at his secret being outed, and said, "I assure you, young man, I am all my bluff." Izuku let out another high-pitched scream at the blood that suddenly burst out of the man's mouth, while All Might cringed a bit more while hastily covering it up with his large hand. "Impossible!" Letting out another sigh, All Might raised a hand to wipe at his mouth, in order to get the blood cleared away so the green-haired boy would finally calm down. You know how guys at the pool are constantly flexing and posturing to show off their abs and stuff? It's kinda similar to that. No way. Izuku protested, feeling like his entire world was shattering as he weakly pumped one of his fists. Well, All Might is. He's fearless. He saves everyone with a fearless smile. All Might stared at him for a moment, lowering his hand from his mouth as he quietly debated something with himself, and then let out one more sigh, putting his hand behind him on the railing and guided himself slowly to the ground to have a seat. Honestly, he was kind of exhausted. A fearless smile, huh? He quietly repeated, shaking his head slightly as he glanced back up at the middle schooler before him. Now that you've seen me in this form, young man, I'll have to ask that you keep it to yourself. Don't write about it online, don't tell your friends, sorry, I mean your friend, sorry about that, kid, that was insensitive. Izuku stammered, still having his mind blown as All Might shook his head. Anyway, I'm trusting you to keep your mouth quiet about what I'm about to show you. Izuku faltered at that, staring at the emancipated man as All Might reached down to pull his shirt up, and then Izuku gasped, and quickly moved his hands to his mouth, feeling revolted at what he was seeing. Not pretty to look at, right? All Might asked as he showed the large, gnarly scar on his left side, a huge closed-up hole that spread across his torso like a spiderweb. It's an injury I got from a villain about 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed in the blow, and I lost my entire stomach. The reason I look like this is because I became emaciated from all the surgeries and their after effects. Truth is, kid. Letting out another defeated sigh, All Might let the shirt drop back down, covering the scar as he looked to the ground himself. I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. And then I'm stuck like this until I recover enough strength to buff up again. What? Izuku gasped, feeling himself tear up slightly at this. That can't be true. 5 years ago, was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? You know your stuff, All Might chuckled despite himself, but no. A punk like that couldn't land a hit like this. This fight. It wasn't made public to the world because I wanted to make sure it wasn't. With a small frown, All Might turned his gaze back to Izuku. I will save people with a fearless smile. You got that right. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. People everywhere have to think that I'm never afraid, but honestly, I smile to trick the fear inside me. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure's high. After all, this job isn't easy. Izuku couldn't help but hang on every word All Might said, feeling his eyes widen and tears build up as his hero, the man with the fearless smile, admitted that he was just as afraid as anyone else when it came to heroics. Pro heroes are always risking their lives, All Might explained, frowning, so normally, young man, I'd be telling you to not pursue this career. But I don't think that's what you're asking here, is it? You said that you have a lightning quirk, right? One that lets you generate electricity. Izuku stammered, and then quickly nodded. Why yes. That sounds pretty powerful, All Might giving him a serious look. I imagine that with that ability and proper training, you could become a great hero. Izuku felt his breath leave him at that, staring at All Might in shock as he felt a bit of hope begin to rise in his chest. But I don't think that's the answer you really want. And that hope was immediately dashed when All Might said that, the pro hero letting out a small grunt as he began to rise to his feet, bracing himself against the railing. Izuku faltered, staring at All Might in confusion as he continued to stare at him seriously. You are able to become a hero with your power. I have a feeling that you already knew that. He said shortly, you know that you can become a hero with your power. Anyone could become a hero with your quirk. It doesn't matter how destructive or evil you think it is, you could probably easily slide into the top 10 rankings if you train your quirk well enough and become popular. But if I'm being honest, what you need from me, young man, isn't assurance. With another sigh, All Might moved away from where he had sat and left Izuku standing there, moving to the roof access door of the apartment and testing the doorknob. Satisfied when he felt it twist and opening it up, he looked back at Izuku, giving him a stern, albeit understanding look as the boy looked at him in confusion and a bit of emotion. I don't think the question you need to ask is, can I become a hero? he explained as he stepped through the door. I think the question you should be asking is, should I become a hero? And that, young man, is a question only you yourself can answer. With that, All Might moved through the door and quietly closed it behind him, leaving Izuku alone on the rooftop. For a moment, the green-haired boy stared blankly at the spot that All Might had been in, slowly mulling over what the pro-hero had explained to him, and then he felt himself sag, letting out a small sigh as he turned his gaze to the ground again and quietly unclenched his fists, which he had no idea he had even squeezed closed. Before he could even think about what All Might had told him, however, he suddenly became dimly aware of the feeling of his phone buzzing in his pocket, something, he realized, that had been going on for the last few minutes, unnoticed due to the shocking revelation of All Might's weakness he had unwittingly stumbled upon. Wrinkling his brow somewhat in confusion, Izuku numbly reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone and glancing at the screen, and immediately cringed. Akin. Deku. Do you answer the goddamn phone? Deku, I will hunt you down and kick your butt. Deku. Unable to stop himself from gulping a bit in nervousness, it was only then that Izuku remembered the state he had been in when he had last seen his best friend, clinging to the leg of a pro-hero that had just jumped in the air. Realizing that he should probably give her a call before she kept her word and hunted him down, he quickly dialed her number and pressed the green button before raising it to his ear, bracing himself for the cursing. It didn't even ring once before she answered the phone. Izuku Midoriya, I am going to murder you. Eek. Izuku squeaked a bit, jumping as Ochako's venomous voice filled his ear, but soon settled down and sighed. He probably, no, definitely deserved that. But before he could say anything to defend himself, Ochako went on a tangent, and as a construction worker's daughter, she had a very colorful vocabulary to get through before he would be able to get a word in. So he sighed and subjected himself to what was probably going to be an entire minute of uncomfortableness. You dumbass, f-ing piece of sheet, garbage. You fucking, green-haired a-hole. You piece, a sheet, modern, microscopic, rot-brained, fucking dash. Oh, and there went her nice voice. Izuku slowly nodded, realizing that she just slipped into her Mia accent. That meant she was really angry. You fuckwit, goddamn dash. Piece of human excrement, shitty-faced, dickhead, sheet fair brains dash. Yeah. Dense motherfucker. Akin? Are you still there? Yeah. I was just talking a breath. I think I got everything out of my system. At the very least, she sounded a little calmer, although her voice was still frosty as she addressed him. Where are you? Are you okay? Why, I'm okay. Izuku glanced around, realizing he was on the roof of a building, and sighed a bit. I don't know where I am. All Might dropped me off on some rooftop before he took off. I'll have to get back down to street level before I text you the street name. Okay, fine, you do that. But the moment you find out where you are, text me. I'll come find you, and then I'm going to wring your neck. Yeah, okay, Akin. Sorry. Deku, are you okay? Izuku blinked when he heard her frosty voice suddenly vanish, replaced by a quiet and concerned inquiry. You sound... I'm fine, he sighed again, unable to stop a soft smile from gracing his lips. I'll see you soon. Hearing her make an affirmative noise, Izuku lowered the phone from his ear, pressing the red button and disconnecting the call, and then letting out a small, defeated sigh. He didn't even notice the loud roar of an explosion in the distance, but for now, all he could think about was what All Might had asked him, repeating them in his mind over and over as he slowly turned towards the roof access door, opening it, and stepping through to begin going down the stairs back to the street. I don't think the question you need to ask is, can I become a hero? I think the question you should be asking is, should I become a hero? Honestly, for a few seconds, Izuku had to seriously think about what All Might was exactly talking about and what he meant. He wasn't sure what exactly the difference was supposed to be between, can I be a hero, and, should I be a hero? But, slowly but surely, the small gears in Izuku's mind began to turn, and he found himself frowning. All Might, even with the shocking revelation he had explained to him, it was the last few words that he couldn't get out of his mind. And Izuku knew why. because deep down he knew that All Might was right. For years, Izuku had been so afraid of his quirk, he squashed his childhood dreams of becoming a hero. He had pushed aside every small insistence or recommendation of him entering the hero business, always weakly laughing off Ochako's quiet questions and Teo and Miwa and his mother's suggestions. But the truth was, yes, he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to be a hero more than anything. Izuku sighed to himself as he finally made it down the stairs and moved towards the door leading out to the street. Keeping track of heroes and their special moves, writing about new debuts late at night, analyzing their quirks and how they could improve them, eagerly helping Ochako train her own quirk so that she could become a hero. Deep down, he knew that this was the life he wanted, more than anything. What All Might had been trying to say? It was obvious, Izuku thought as he spotted a street sign, taking out his phone to text Ochako. The pro hero had pointed out that Izuku knew that he could become a hero with his quirk, no matter how dangerous it was, and he had been right. Electricity quirks in the hero business were rare and hard to master, but if he tried hard he could become successful. All Might had been right. He knew that already. It wasn't a question of, can I? It was a question of, should I? And he didn't know. Izuku felt himself tear up slightly as he roughly wiped it away, texting Ochako the street name and then beginning to aimlessly walk. Should he become a hero? His quirk was dangerous. It was destructive. The one time he had meant to use it, even though he didn't know what was happening, it had horrifying consequences. He had been plagued with nightmares for years of electrocuting Katsuki and his mom. He had nightmares of accidentally shocking Ochako, sending her falling through the skies unconscious towards the ground. He had nightmares that he would eventually get angry enough that he wouldn't care anymore, go inside his school and that was why he thought he shouldn't become a hero. He realized. He didn't trust himself. He didn't trust his quirk. He was scared of it, so how could he use it without those horrible thoughts? How could he? Oof. Izuku let out a small gasp as he unintentionally walked into someone standing on the street, blinking in shock as he took a few steps back. Realizing what he did, he let out a small gulp as he quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dash. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Stuttering to a stop, Izuku felt his apology fade away, due to the fact that, upon glancing up, the man he had bumped into hadn't even looked at him at all, as though Izuku hadn't even bumped into him. Or, even acknowledged his presence. Instead, the man was looking anxious, trying to peek over the head of... Wait, what? There was a whole crowd here, looking into a plaza that Izuku hadn't realized he even walked towards. Wrinkling his brow in confusion and curiosity, his previously glum thoughts fading to the back of his mind, Izuku moved around the crowd to stand on his tippy toes, trying to see what exactly everyone was looking at. And then he felt his eyes widen. It was the sludge villain. Izuku let out a shocked gasp at the sight of the amorphous form of the villain that had been choking him to death only 20 minutes ago, laughing evilly as he towered over the heroes. Izuku felt himself shiver when he caught the sight of a hand in the mass of sludge, flailing around before being dragged back into the fluid. Flames surrounded him from all sides, and he threw a hand forward, an explosion of fire ripping away from it and slamming into another building. Izuku could make out Kamui Woods, Death Arms and Backdraft attempting to hold back the fire and rescue any civilians left behind, but doing absolutely nothing to halt the villain at all, letting him add to the damage by throwing out another explosion to strike at one of the stores. And the crowd was beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Why aren't they doing anything? One of the civilians grumbled, he's got a hostage, just jump in and save him. Overheard that they can't even fight him. There's no hero on the scene that can take care of it. They're waiting for another hero with a more suitable quirk. Oh, come on really? That thing is busting up my shop. No way my insurance covers that. As the crowd continued to mutter and the three heroes on the ground backed up to join the cops holding them back, however, Izuku only continued to stare at the villain, confusion and terror beating in his heart. How did he get away from All Might? That should have been impossible. There was no way All Might would have lost him. He had put the villain in those bottles and put them in his pockets. In the pant leg that Izuku had. No. Izuku felt what little breath he had completely leave his lungs, staring horrified at the villain as he threw another blast of fire at another building, making the crowd gasp and scream in terror. This was all his fault. If he hadn't grabbed onto All Might's leg to ask that stupid question, then the villain would have been apprehended. And he wouldn't be here, causing carnage and destroying everything in sight, with no one to stop him. And the heroes were waiting for a hero with a suitable quirk to arrive. The reason they weren't fighting the villain right now, it had to do with their quirks being a bad matchup with this villain. Someone like All Might would. I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. And then I'm stuck like this until I recover enough strength to buff up again. Oh god. All Might was out of time. That's what he implied, right? That he used up those precious 3 hours. Because of Izuku, All Might didn't have the strength to stop the sludge villain. Why aren't the heroes doing anything to help the hostage? One of the spectators grumbled. God, it's not like anyone's stopping them from just jumping out there. Just screw the kid and take down the villain. Hey, no way. That's bad publicity. Izuku felt his heart quicken at that factoid, that so many people were already writing off the hostage that he had taken. Izuku felt himself shudder, raising a hand to his mouth. The memory of the pain, the way he couldn't breathe as the villain shoved itself down his throat, did that mean someone else was experiencing that right now? Bearing that horrible suffocation? He felt his breath come out jittered as the crowd continued to murmur. He thought he would have died after a few seconds of that, and there was someone suffering through that right before his eyes? Hey, actually, wasn't that the villain All Might was chasing around earlier? All Might? No way. He's here. Yeah, saw him chasing that guy downtown before they went down into the sewers. Seriously? Then this guy got away from All Might? As the crowd continued to turn on the heroes both present and absent, Izuku squeezed his eyes shut briefly, looking down at the ground in despair. There was a part of him that wanted to take the blame, shout to the heavens that this was all his fault, but his mouth was shut tight, as though unable to open even if he tried. He wanted to accept the blame, tell them that it was his fault. All Might couldn't stop this guy, that he couldn't stop this villain. And the hostage? No, someone would have to come, Izuku rationalized as he looked back at the sludge villain. Someone not perfect, but someone with a more suitable quirk. Someone that would help. Someone. Anyone. Izuku stared at the villain, wincing when the arm of the hostage began sinking into the sludge. Anyone. The villain's head turned to sneer at the heroes gathered around, and Izuku got a better view of the hostage writhing within him. He felt tears continue to build in his eyes at the sight of that blonde, spiky hair. The explosions around him, created by the villain. The red eyes, looking around pleadingly. That was. And then Izuku moved. Only that it wasn't just his feet that moved. It took surprisingly little effort to shove his way through the crowd, bursting out at the front and ducking underneath Death Arm's extended hand, bursting out of the gathered crowd and barreling straight towards the villain, letting out a few squeaks of terror as he sprinted past the heroes, not hearing their shocked gasps, nor the sound of the crowd screaming in shock at what was happening. You idiot! Death Arms barked, throwing out a hand but not moving from his spot. Stop! Stop! As the attention of the sludge villain immediately snapped to Izuku, his eyes widening in recognition and glee as he stretched an arm back, intending to blast Izuku back. The boy kept his eyes on Katsuki as the bully looked weakly at him, and then Izuku felt his arms tense. Sparks popped out of his palms, tingling and numbing his arms, but Izuku didn't notice. Fear and terror slammed in his heart, but he didn't even notice it as he threw his hands backwards towards the ground, feeling the familiar sting and pain of lightning beginning to pour down his arms, ready to fire. It didn't matter that this was only the second time he would have actually used his quirk, Izuku knew it well. And at the moment, Izuku didn't care, locking his eyes on Katsuki's wide eyes staring at him in shock. Get him out of there! Izuku screamed at himself. Save him! And without warning, the lightning in his palms blasted out, striking the ground just behind Izuku as he ran in a loud explosion of sound and light that made the heroes and civilians watching wince in pain. Izuku felt his feet leave the ground as he was pushed up into the air, letting out a small shriek of panic as he was sent flying towards the sludge villain, his backpack ripping off his shoulders from the force and speed, and sending his things flying everywhere. The villain, instead of striking out and swatting him out of the air, recoiled in surprise as Izuku blasted through the air towards him, his hand outstretched as he grabbed onto Katsuki's free hand and pulled. However, Katsuki was stuck pretty deep within the sludge, so Izuku strained as hard as he could as he landed on the sludge villain, one foot sinking in as he tried to pull his former friend free. You little dash. The sludge villain growled, getting over his shock at what Izuku had done, and threw an arm back, its palm beginning to smoke from the explosion he was about to unleash. Die! Izuku's eyes widened at the realization of what was about to happen, and then without hesitation, he threw his arm forward, pointing palm up at the sludge villain's face as his arm tingled. The sludge villain let out a shriek of pain as the blast of lightning from Izuku's palm slammed directly into his eye, throwing his head back and roaring to the heavens as it smoked and shocked him. That, at least, distracted him from keeping a hold on Katsuki, releasing his face and letting the blonde boy cough in pain and relief. "Kaken!" Izuku yelled, "Grab my hand." "Why, cough, why are you here?" Katsuki demanded, completely confused and taken aback by what the loser of his class was even doing. "I don't know." Izuku shook his head, grabbing Katsuki's wrist and pulling as hard as he could. "My legs, they moved on their own. I just dash." Before he could do anything else, however, the sludge around Katsuki's face surged, and Izuku panicked as the blonde boy was once again enveloped by the villain, trying to shove the sludge down Katsuki's throat. You little sheet." The sludge villain bellowed in rage, his eyes still burning from Izuku's lightning strike as he threw his arm out again, glaring down at the suddenly frozen boy. "I'm going to kill you, and wear your pathetic little meat suit like a coat. Do you hear me? He'll die in vain." Death Arms shouted, finally moving forward with the rest of the heroes and stretching out an arm. "Is he suicidal?" Izuku let out a small gasp as the arm threw itself down, intending to strike Izuku dead and make him nothing more than a smear on the side of a building, and with nowhere to go and one foot stuck in the villain, Izuku knew he couldn't run. Squeezing his eyes shut, Izuku threw his arms up, feeling them continue to spark and tremble with electricity. But then a muscular arm intercepted the sludge villain's attack, making sure the sludge wrapped around it and diverted the explosion. Izuku flinched at the loud explosion behind him, but felt himself blink when he realized that it didn't hit him. Now, a familiar voice drawled, making Izuku's eyes widen. "I believe we've already had this discussion, haven't we?" Izuku's gaze whipped back up, and he let out a gasp at the sight that greeted him. Standing overtop him was All Might, smiling widely although there was a noticeable shaking, and preventing the sludge villain from striking him as he protected Izuku from him. All Might. Izuku's eyes widened, remembering their conversation. "But? I really am pathetic," the pro-hero shook his head at himself. "Someone recently kicked me in the butt for not living up to my own ideals. And even now, I struggle." With a fierce grunt, he ripped his arm free of the sludge villain's grasp and reached out to grab the back of Katsuki's school uniform. "Pros are always risking their lives," All Might proclaimed, throwing his other arm back and ignoring the blood escaping his mouth. "That's the true test of a hero. Didn't you, All Might?" Detroit. Smash. Admittedly, what happened after that, Izuku had no idea. One moment All Might had thrown his fist forward, unleashing a blast of wind that completely eviscerated the sludge villain and freed Katsuki from its grasp, and the next he was staring blankly up at the sky, wincing a bit when drops of rain appeared out of nowhere to shower them. Letting out a small groan, Izuku tried to raise a hand to rub his eyes, but winced at the sudden pain in his palms, making him gasp out. Letting out a small groan, Izuku rolled onto his sides, and blinked at the sight of All Might standing proudly, raising a fist into the sky as the crowd cheered for him. There was a shuffling near him, and Izuku looked around to see Katsuki managing to sit up, groaning lowly as he coughed up some sludge from before. Grunting, Izuku managed to sit up, wincing again as he put his palms on the ground to help him up, and then glanced at them, and then froze at the sight of red lines on his palms, suddenly remembering what he had done. He used his quirk. For the second time in his life he used his quirk on purpose. And did he use it to save Katsuki? No. No, he only used it to blast his way to the sludge villain, and then blast him in the eye. All Might saved them. He overcame the pain and saved the two boys. Izuku felt himself frown as he stared down at his palms. He didn't do anything. It didn't take too long for the other pro-heroes to gather around, scooping up the remains of the sludge villain that All Might had blasted apart into trash bags to escort off to prison, and All Might found himself distracted by the onslaught of reporters that came out of nowhere to interview him, the pro-hero laughing bombastically as he answered all of their questions. And every so often, the number one hero would glance behind his shoulder, looking at Izuku on the ground staring at his palms, and wincing as the two heroes above him read him the riot act. "You utter idiot!" Kamui Woods reprimanded him, glowering down at him as he crossed his wooden arms across his chest. "There has to be a limit to how rash you can be. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger." Death Arms snarled. All Might was clearly on the way. "You needlessly put yourself at risk of death, and for what? A little attention?" "And no, sir," Izuku mumbled, continuing to stare at his hands while Katsuki glowered beside him, being praised for absolutely no reason by the one hero in the white spandex and yellow cape, ignoring the three reporters circling around him, and no one being aware of a brown-haired girl pushing her way through the cheering crowd, unable to take the sight of her best friend being scolded anymore and running over. Even if you thought your quirk would give you an advantage, you were clearly in over your head. I'm thinking that some legal action should be dash. Stop it. Izuku jolted at the familiar voice above him, but before he could look up, a pair of arms wrapped around his shoulders. Looking around, Izuku blinked at the sight of Ochako, the girl glowering and meeting Death Arms' glare melons for it as she held her best friend close. "I heard the people in the crowd. He was the only one who did anything while you were standing around." She snarled, her Mia accent out in full force today. "He went and did your job while you stood there and whined, until All Might showed up and stole your thunder. So stop crapping on him and leave him the F alone. Now listen here, young lady." Death Arms crossed his arms, or did the best he could with his black and yellow striped wrist guards. "You don't get to dash. While I don't quite share the language, I do believe she has a point." The group that had been getting ready for a fight jumped a bit and looked around as All Might strolled forward, raising one hand to put a pause to the reporter's questions so that he could smile at the group on the ground, not noticing Katsuki's eyes snap to him as he addressed Kamui and Death Arms. "I believe that you both have made your point," he evenly said to the two heroes. "The boy has been reprimanded. No need to drag this out now. I believe that this young man has learned his lesson." "Perhaps," Kamui said frostily, "but now that you're here, All Might, the boy should also apologize to you for dash." "An apology is not necessary." All Might held up his hand to shush his junior, giving Izuku and Ochako an assuring grin. "I'm just relieved that everything turned out all right, or All Might, I should say. Ha! You two can head home now." Izuku stared up at All Might for a moment, seeing him give the young boy an assuring nod, but he was soon distracted by Ochako tugging on his sleeve. Being pulled to his feet by his best friend, Izuku did nothing to resist Ochako as she gently took his wrist, careful of his hand since it was still somewhat tingling with electricity and sparks, and began to pull him away from the pro-heroes, leaving Katsuki on the ground glaring after them. Thankfully, All Might grabbed the attention of the reporters again, preventing them from going after the two middle school students to ask questions, and letting the green-haired boy leave the plaza. As they walked away, Ochako pulled out her cell phone to call home and explain what had happened, and Izuku didn't even think to grab his things that had been thrown from him when he had launched himself at the sludge villain, as they moved around the corner and out of sight. Of course, no one noticed or were aware of the man leaning against the wall of the plaza, studying the scene carefully before raising a phone to his ear as he hid away from the pro-heroes. "Hey! Already on the news, huh?" "Yeah, I'm there right now. No one can see me though. I saw the fight too, the boss was right. The sludge guy was talking out of his butt, All Might wiped the floor with him. Yeah, I'm on my way back now before anyone spots me. Tell the leader we gotta start recruiting again. Sounds good. Heh, you can tell the boss I saw something funny at the fight. None of those reporters were talking about it. Some kid broke off from the crowd to get in a fight with old Sludgy. Actually put up a decent show before All Might stepped in. Used a quirk similar to the one the boss is being refitted with. Yep. Save a cigar for me. Oh God, this was awkward. Izuku couldn't help but gulp a bit as he walked down the road with Ochako towards home, his hands, thankfully no longer sparking, secured in his pockets as the sun began to set in the distance. He stayed quiet as he stole glances at his best friend, although his attempts to meet her eyes were entirely one-sided. For one, Ochako was moving a bit quicker than he was, pretty much a step ahead of him and walking much faster than her best friend. Secondly, she hadn't looked back at him at all since they had left the square, leaving behind All Might and the reporters. They had been halfway back to the apartment when Izuku realized that he didn't have his backpack or any of his things, making him shrink up a bit as he realized he left his notebooks behind, but he decided not to bring it up when Ochako had hung up her phone call to the Midoriyas explaining what had happened. Mostly, he could only really concentrate on the coldness emanating from his best friend, and how she wasn't looking back at him at all. Izuku coughed quietly, glancing away awkwardly. So, were you in the crowd earlier? Did you see what happened? And no, probably not. I probably would have seen you. You must have heard what happened, though. Okdash. Deku. Izuku and Ochako faltered in their step at the sound of the rough voice behind them, and they both looked around. Running straight towards them was Katsuki, panting a bit as he skidded to a stop just a few feet away from them, taking a few moments to catch his breath as he glared at Izuku. Ochako, meanwhile, only slightly turned her head, fixing the blonde boy with a cold glare as though unvocally daring him to do anything. Izuku blinked, taken aback by Katsuki's appearance, and turned around to give him a concerned look. Catch a dash. I never asked for your help. And you didn't help me. Katsuki suddenly barked, clenching his fists and snarling at the boy. Ochako only raised an eyebrow at him, while Izuku blinked again in surprise. You got that? I was fine by myself. I don't need you looking down on me all the time. Katsuki ranted, shaking a bit in rage. You get one good hit on me when we were kids and you think you're better than me. I owe you jack shit. He whipped back around, storming down the road with an awkward walk, and yelling over his shoulder, Don't look down on me, you d-med nerd. Izuku felt himself sweat a little bit, chuckling weakly while Ochako slowly turned her head to look back down the road, not looking back. I guess that happened, he said in a small voice, looking back around at Ochako as she started walking back down the path, as though there hadn't been an interruption. However, there was something in the way she walked and didn't look back at Izuku at all, that finally made him break, jogging forward a bit to grab her wrist and bring her to a stop. Akin, are you angry at me? At that question, Ochako finally slowed to a stop, staring straight ahead while Izuku stared at the back of her head. For a moment they were silent, with Izuku feeling his heart hammer in his chest and a slight pain from his numb hands holding her wrist, and then Ochako let out a soft sigh. Kinda. Izuku winced at that. It always did hurt to hear his closest, and let's be honest, only friend admit that she was angry at him. However, before he could apologize, she looked around, and he felt himself tear up at the look of anger, frustration, and sadness on her face, an expression she must have had since they left the plaza 10 minutes ago. I'm not gonna lie, you scared the hell out of me today, Deku, she admitted quietly, glancing at the ground as she slowly slid her wrist out of his grasp and letting him stand back. First we get attacked by that sludge villain, and I had to watch him try to shove himself down your throat. Then I had to watch you latch yourself to All Might's leg when he took off. I thought you were going to fall off and then I had to find out that you got in a fight with that exact same villain. I know. Izuku nodded, looking down as Ochako got herself more and more worked up. And this isn't even the first time. Sure, this time was definitely the worst, but I always have to drag you away from this kind of stuff. She turned fully around, giving him a look of anger and desperation as she tried her hardest to explain this. Watching villain fights and heroes being thrown around while you take notes, and dash. Izuku felt a bit hurt at that, glancing down at his feet in guilt while his best friend continued to rant. And you just dash. For the second time that day, Ochako raised her hands to her hair, grabbing 2 fistfuls and looking thunderous for a moment, and then she let out a sigh, glancing away while lowering her hands, and muttered, "Deku, you scared the hell out of me. I thought that there were times today that I thought I was going to have to watch you die." And I dash, she shook her head, and glanced up at him, making him falter at the sight of tears in her eyes. "I'm not an idiot, Deku. I know that I can't convince you. I can't convince you to apply for UA if you don't want to. I know your reasons, and I understand them, and I respect them. But Deku, if we go to different high schools, I can't watch over you anymore." Deku, I know I was complaining about it just now, but I don't mind when you want to go watch hero and villain fights, and take notes. But if we go to different high schools, she sniffled, glancing away again, then I can't make sure you don't get hurt. And today was just a reminder of that. That if you're on your own when this kind of thing happens, she raised a hand to wipe away a tear, then I can't stop you from getting hurt. That hit him like a blow in the stomach. Izuku felt his gaze lower to the ground again, tears stinging his eyes at the reminder that, yes, it was more than likely that they weren't going to be able to spend much time together once high school started next year. Ochako was training to be a pro hero. There was no way that she could be distracted from the hard workload. And he knew that she was right. This time next year, she might not be able to look after him anymore. For a moment, the two of them were silent, not looking at each other while they silently teared up, and then Ochako took a deep breath. Time for a hug. Izuku blinked, looking back up at her as she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. You scared me to death today. That means I deserve a hug at least. Izuku hesitated, and then sighed and nodded, unable to stop himself from smiling softly. Okay. With that confirmed, Ochako walked over, putting her backpack down on the ground, and throwing her arms around his neck. Izuku blinked a bit in surprise at how she latched onto him, going a bit red despite himself. Of course, they'd hugged plenty of times over the years, since Ochako was a very physically affectionate person that expressed herself through hugs and the such, but there was something different about this hug that made his cheeks feel a bit hot. But still, he knew that he had frightened her with his various acts of stupidity today, so that at least meant that he needed to make up for it. And that he did, wrapping his arms around her back and squeezing back gently. I am sorry, he muttered into her shoulder, hearing Ochako take a deep breath with his hands on her back, and feeling her shake a bit. I know, she whispered, and I know. They stood like that for about a minute, holding each other while gently swaying, until Ochako finally separated from him, finally smiling a little bit, and moved to pick back up her backpack so that they could go home. Look, she said quietly to him as they started walking again, this time side by side. I'm sorry for losing my temper with you. It's not like I didn't deserve it. Izuku gently shook his head. I'll be honest, I don't know what today even was. In any case, she grimaced slightly, it's just, you need to be more careful, okay? I know that today was freaking nuts, but I don't want a repeat of that, at least, not without me being there to back you up. I know, Izuku nodded, feeling a bit downcast at the reminder, and I know that us hanging out together once high school starts. Ochako winced at that little reminder, although she shook her head and put her arm around his shoulder, drawing him in to give him a one-armed hug. Let's not think about it right now, she muttered, continuing to walk forward towards the apartment. Let's just go home and unwind from today, okay? We got a whole year before we even have to worry about that sort of thing. Okay. Izuku let out a soft sigh, but still smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist, returning the hug while she smiled gently back. He felt a bit thankful that she had managed to get over her anger at him, although it had been well-deserved, but at least she was smiling again, so that was all that mattered. Of course, if he had thought Ochako's reaction to his idiocy was bad, he hadn't thought of his own mother's reaction. Izuku. Izuku let out a squeak 5 minutes later, due to the fact that the moment he opened his apartment door, Inko immediately launched herself on him, grabbing him in a tight hug and squeezing the life out of him. His eyes bulged out of his head like a stressed toy while she sobbed loudly, with Ochako blinking but recovering from her shock quickly, shaking her head while Izuku weakly patted his mom's shoulder. Behind Inko, Teo and Miwa were also giving the boy the disappointed parents look, making him wince at the sight of the wet patches on their clothing from where Inko had been obviously crying on them when Ochako had called home to tell them what had happened. I was so worried. Inko sobbed, not noticing her son's predicament as Izuku continued to weakly pat her shoulder in order to get free from her bone-breaking embrace. What on earth were you thinking? It was bad enough to hear that you got attacked by a villain by Ochako, but then to hear that you went and jumped in a fight. What were you thinking? I can't breathe. Oh. Inko gasped in shock and immediately let him go, letting Izuku take a deep breath and cough for a bit as she instead grabbed his arms. I'm so sorry, Izuku, I'm just Dash. I know, he nodded a bit in guilt, letting out a defeated sigh and moving to hold his mom's unscarred arm, giving her an apologetic look, and I'm sorry for worrying you. I really am. I moved without thinking. I know that's not really an excuse, but... Inko stared up at him for a moment, and then sighed, wiping her eyes and glancing down. Well, at least you're okay, she managed to say, letting out another shuddered breath. You are, aren't you? Or do we need to dash? And no, I'm fine, he assured her, just kinda shaken up. Grounded though, aren't I? Oh, of course you are. Inko couldn't help but giggle at that, seeing her son wince a bit while Teo and Miwa shook their heads, just for the week. I'm sure Ochako won't mind giving you the silent treatment until the weekend. Nope, Ochako shook her head, smiling a bit at Izuku's look of betrayal. I'll just keep him company during breakfast and lunch, and after that he's on his own. Great, Izuku grumbled, betrayed by my best friend. Again. You need to let that go, Deku. You poured wine on the carpet and blamed me. I'm never letting that go. We were 8. The small group laughed a bit at the back and forth, and Inko sighed as she finally stepped back, wiping her eyes again. Anyway, she gestured with her head towards the inside of the apartment. I'm sure you both had a long day, so let's go inside and dash. Pardon me, young man. The group blinked at the sound of a deep voice on their right, and turned to look around, and while the Urarakas and Inko blinked in surprise, Izuku felt his eyes bulge out of his head once again, this time without the assistance of his mother's hug. I'm sorry to interrupt you this evening, All Might sheepishly chuckled as he approached them in his emancipated form, holding a familiar yellow backpack in both of his hands, but I had been at the scene of the villain fight, and saw that your son threw this at the villain, scattering his things. Due to the heroes yelling at him right afterwards, he didn't have time to collect his stuff, so, I had thought to get his notebooks and everything. You don't need to worry, young man, everything's inside. Feeling himself shake, Izuku hesitantly reached out to the offered backpack, glancing down and feeling its familiar weight. While Ochako looked up at the man with an unreadable look of confusion, Inko managed to get over her shock of the man appearing before them. Oh, that's kind of you, sir, she said kindly to the tall man before them, aware of Teo and Miwa being taken aback by his unhealthy appearance. Izuku, you can say thank you, can't you? Oh, a dash, Izuku gasped and quickly moved to bow. Thank you, sir. It's no problem, All Might shook his head, raising a hand to rub through his hair. Although, there was something I was, dash. Izuku blinked, and glanced back up to see All Might awkwardly glancing at the others, before shaking his head and trying his best to smile. Young man, as repayment for gathering your things, do you mind walking me back down to my vehicle? I'm just down in the parking lot. He gestured with his hand towards the railing, where his truck presumably was, and coughed a bit. I know that you probably would like a chance to unwind and relax, but, I'm honestly feeling a bit, dash. Oh. Inko suddenly gasped, catching something that Izuku must not have. Yes, Izuku, why don't you help her dash? Yagi, ma'am. All Might bowed a bit, unaware of the small woman's eyes going to the blood on his chin from where he had coughed. Wise, Izuku, why don't you help Mr. Yagi to his truck? He must, well, it'd be good manners for him coming all this way to give back your backpack. Right. Izuku nodded stiffly, and All Might sagged a bit in relief. Once Teo and Miwa gave the blonde man a polite nod, and together, Izuku and All Might turned around to begin walking down the breezeway towards the elevator, while Ochako continued to look after All Might with a confused look on her face. Oh dear, did you see the blood on his chin when he coughed? Inko fretted, raising a hand to her cheek. He must be sick. That poor man, should we have invited him in? I'm not sure. Miwa shook her head, looking after them herself. But should we be sending Izuku off with him like that? We don't really know him after all. Don't worry, dear. Teo put his hand on her shoulder. That guy's a twig. All else fails, I can take him. While Miwa elbowed her husband in the ribs while Inko shook her head at the Uraraka patriarch, Ochako continued to watch as Izuku and the strangers stopped at the elevator, not talking at all while they waited for it to arrive while Inko, Miwa and Teo stepped back into the Midoriya apartment to get supper ready, with Miwa taking her daughter's backpack from her to put down. Ochako wasn't worried. Well, that would be a lie. She was a little worried. But she knew that Izuku wouldn't just waltz off with a stranger. He might have done a few dumb things today, but if he thought he was in trouble, he'd run back in and get her or her dad. She chose to pointedly ignore all the times she had to drag him away from danger, and just trust him on this. She knew at the end of the day, as much as she didn't like it, her dad had a point. This Yagi guy was just a twig. If he caused trouble, Ochako sighed as she began to step through the door. Izuku could probably take him, seeing as Izuku was an able-bodied teenager, and he was just a tall, thin guy in a white, baggy t-shirt and oversized green jeans and… Wait a goddamn minute. Blinking, Ochako's eyes widened, and she quickly looked back out the door for the man who brought Izuku his backpack, but he was already gone down the elevator with him. She suddenly panicked, trying to remember what exactly he had been wearing as she tried to peek over the railing to see if he was down there, and make a comparison in her mind, but before she could, she heard her mom calling for her. Ochako? Why do you have 6 water bottles full of pop in your backpack? Ochako looked quickly around, realizing what she was talking about and stammering. Continuing to stammer as she rushed back in the apartment, Ochako felt the mental dots that she had been connecting between the skinny man and the pro-hero that had saved them today be pushed to the back of her mind for now. Meanwhile, downstairs, Izuku gulped as he followed All Might out of the elevator, walking a bit stiffly as the pro-hero led him out of the apartment and towards the parking lot. Looking up at the tall man, Izuku cleared his throat a little, suddenly feeling a bit shy. All Might. Yes, young man? All Might asked as he glanced behind him. Are you okay? You said that you only had 3 hours, right? That must have dash. It did take a lot out of me, All Might answered for him, but gave him an assuring smile. But yes, young man, I'm all right. Well, as fine as I can be, considering. I would have put this off for a bit, but there was something I needed to follow up with you on, and it couldn't really wait. Izuku started, but then faltered, realizing something. Wait, were you following Akin and me? How did you know where I lived? Well, I guess, mostly, and perhaps a little following, All Might admitted, looking sheepish as he scratched his hair. Let me tell you, it was hard to lose those reporters, but it's fine. I stand for justice, not sound bites. Izuku at least chuckled a bit at that. I was just surprised, that's all. I think I would have noticed someone in a truck following us, but dash. Oh no, young man, I didn't drive here. All Might laughed. I jumped. I let go of my form once I caught sight of you and followed you all back. Wait, you don't have a truck here? Nope. I have a truck, but it's at home. Then how are you going to get home? There was a pause while All Might stared blankly ahead, and Izuku gulped a bit when he realized that All Might had accidentally stranded himself, before the symbol of peace sighed a bit. Suppose I'm going to have to call a taxi. He shook his head, but then his smile fell. But that can wait until later. We're here. Izuku faltered, looking around to where All Might had led him, and then felt himself freeze as All Might lifted the yellow police tape up to go into the playground, feeling himself stop in his tracks and his eyes widened a bit as All Might walked towards a bench. Once I had some time to myself after getting away from those reporters and managed to find you, All Might explained as he moved into the playground, noticing out of the corner of his eye as Izuku stood stiffly behind the yellow line but deciding not to point it out. I decided to do a bit of research on my phone. And I found out about this from an old news report several years ago. He gestured with his hand to the melted playground, looking back at the young man behind him, about an incident where a child lashed out with his recently developed quirk, injuring 4 people and putting them in the hospital. Izuku's gaze fell to the ground, while All Might gave him a sympathetic look. It didn't take a detective to figure out that between what you told me and where you live, young man, that child was you. Yeah, he muttered, still staring at the ground, it was me. All Might nodded a bit and put his hands in his pockets, sighing. I believe that I owe you an apology, he admitted. I had told you on that rooftop that every quirk can be used to become a great hero, and that you already knew the answer to the question you asked. I had dismissed you because I thought you were asking me if it was possible to become a hero with your power, and I told you that you needed to answer that yourself. No, you don't need to apologize, All Might. Izuku shook his head, feeling some tears in his eyes yet again. You were right. I already knew that answer to the question. I wanted some gratification. I was just dash. Young man, I wasn't finished. Izuku faltered, glancing back up at the tall man before him as All Might approached him yet again. At that square today, when no other hero acted, you did. When everyone was hesitating to jump in to save that boy, including myself, and yes, young man, I really was a part of that crowd, you leapt in without a second thought. You told me you were afraid of your power, but in that moment you acted without hesitation to try and save that boy's life. And had I not intervened, you were willing to give your life to save another. All Might slowed to a stop before him, staring down at the boy and looking more serious than Izuku ever expected out of the man with the fearless smile. I'll admit that when I was following you back to your home after I got away from those reporters, I caught what that boy said to you. That boy, he wasn't exactly what you would call a friend, was he? No, All Might, Izuku muttered. He was the boy I injured here. The one I hurt. Everything he said, it was right. He wasn't your friend. All Might glanced to the ground, and yet, you still jumped in to save him. Even when I was hesitating. And I shouldn't be hesitating to go beyond my own limits. I told you the traits that make a great champion, and even I have a hard time following my own ideals. Oh no, All Might please. Izuku protested as he waved his hands, looking a bit stricken for a moment. You don't have to say that, I was the one who messed up. I shouldn't have dash. Young man, you did not mess up. All Might shook his head, moving around to sit down at the bench near the entrance of the closed park, letting Izuku stay behind the yellow line. You did what many top heroes have done when they began their careers, your body moved before you could think. Izuku felt his breath catch in his throat, staring down at his hero as the older man looked up at him, smiling gently as he leaned forward a bit to look into Izuku's eyes. On the rooftop this afternoon, he reminded the young man, you asked me if you could be a hero with the quirk of a villain. You told me that everyone, except your family and your best friend, believes you have the quirk of a villain. And from how you spoke and how you looked at your hands after you used it today, you believe that as well. Well, young man, I believe that's hogwash. Quirks cannot make you good or evil. He leaned back on the bench. That is for you to decide. Power is power. It's neither good nor evil, wrong nor right. It's simply power. All Might explained patiently. What matters most of all is intent and action. What you do with the power you are gifted, that determines whether or not your power, you are bad or good. And from what I saw of it today, your quirk is not bad, because you yourself are not bad. Your quirk is dangerous. Yes, it is destructive. I won't lie about that. But should you learn to harness it? Grow from it? Use it? You could become a hero. Izuku stared at All Might blankly for a moment, feeling his breath catch in his throat, and then he looked down, feeling tears sting his eyes. Young man, I said today that the question shouldn't be, can I? It should be, should I? All Might raised an eyebrow, because I believe, sincerely, that under the right training, you can be a hero. So I am going to ask you here and now, young man, should you be a hero? For a moment, Izuku stared at All Might, continuing to tear up as he glanced down at his shoes, feeling his tears begin to flow down his cheeks. He remembered what he had thought this afternoon after the pro hero had left him on that rooftop, about how terrified he was of his quirk if he chose to experiment with it, of who he could hurt if he wasn't careful, and yet he felt his eyes close. Yes. Izuku cried, turning away a bit as he trembled. I want to be a hero, All Might. All Might smiled gently, leaning forward again to reach out and pat Izuku's arm. In that case, young man, that's what you should be. A hero. For a few minutes, All Might let Izuku quietly cry to himself, giving the green-haired boy a chance to calm down as he shivered and shook. Finally, Izuku raised a hand to wipe his eyes, and looked back up at the pro-hero seated on the bench, trying his best to give him a good smile through the tears and snot on his face. Thank you, All Might. I thank you. For what? All Might chuckled good-naturedly, patting his arm again. You answered the question yourself, young man. I just gave you a few pokes so you could get there. There's no need to thank me for that. Izuku let out a small laugh at that, wiping his eyes and straightening up. Even if you thought your quirk would give you an advantage, you were clearly in over your head. Izuku faltered at the memory of what Kamui Woods had said, and then blinked. With that reminder, Izuku remembered something important, and felt himself sag a bit, the smile on his face slowly fading away as All Might blinked up at him. Young man. Thank you, All Might, for saying that I should be a hero. I really needed to hear that. It's just… All Might wrinkled his brow, leaning forward again. What is it? Today, at the plaza, he muttered, I just jumped into that fight to save Kaken, but I failed. I only managed to get over to him and grab him, but that villain was going to kill me. I know how to blast out, but it hurt me. He took his hands out of his pockets, staring at the red lines from earlier today and years ago, and frowned. I have no idea how my quirk even works, and if you hadn't stepped in, I probably would be dead. There's no way I can safely practice my quirk anywhere. I want to be a hero, but I have no idea how to use my quirk safely. All Might stayed silent at that for a moment, realizing Izuku just made a pretty good point. He had the firepower, of course, but no experience with it. If Izuku wanted to become a hero, he couldn't just blast himself around and shoot people with no way to tone it down. He needed practice, someone to guide him, someone to… Diamen. All Might realized what needed to happen, and let out a small sigh as he stood up from the bench. This was going to make things complicated, even more so with Mirai continuing to blow up his phone demanding him to reconsider his choice, but he knew that he couldn't just leave this young man out to dry. He needed guidance, a safe place to practice his quirk, and more than that, from what he described earlier today, an environment with someone there to support him. And he had all three of those things. So he didn't really have much choice, did he? Young man, All Might said in a low voice, nodding to himself, I have a proposition for you. Izuku blinked, looking back up and seeing All Might scratch the back of his neck. You don't understand how your quirk works, All Might summed up, and you were moving because you wanted to save that boy today, not because you knew how. I admit, young man, I do see a part of myself in you, All Might admitted, making Izuku squeak and quickly glance away as his face went a bit red. Also had trouble with harnessing my quirk when I was a young man. I was actually around your age when it first manifested. Really? Izuku gasped, looking up at the pro-hero in shock. It's true. It was because of the guidance of my own master that I was able to perfect my quirk and become the hero I am today. And All Might sighed, realizing that once he said this there would be no going back, and shook his head as he straightened up. And I would like to offer you the same opportunity, young man. Izuku felt his eyes widen in shock, taking a step backwards as his face went pale. Are you saying that you want to train me? Well, I suppose I am. All Might laughed a bit, wiping a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked down on the green-haired boy. I admit, young man, you have potential, and a lot of it. But you're right as well. You were able to shoot electricity out of your hands, but you don't show a lot of control over where you aim and how much energy you pour out. You're right that training your quirk can be dangerous, to you and other people around you. Izuku winced at that, but before he could apologize, All Might shook his head. So in that instance, it would be foolish of me to simply leave you on your own. He shook his head, crossing his arms proudly. Young man, with your permission, I would like to train you on how to use your quirk. Before you say anything, though, know this, I am not going to be babying you. This will be extremely difficult, and I won't just be training your quirk, I will be training you. I'll be having you follow a tough schedule, and it'll be difficult to have a life outside it. Izuku faltered at that, seeing All Might grimacing slightly. I apologize, but it's the same schedule my own master had me follow, and look where I am now, not currently, but, you know. But anyway, if you want to learn how to control your quirk, know the ins and outs of your abilities, and learn how to master it. I think that what I have in mind for you would serve you well. But again, it's entirely up to you. So what do you say? Izuku stared up at All Might for a moment, still feeling some of his tears from earlier return in his eyes as he realized that this wasn't a dream, and All Might really was offering to train him, and then quickly raised his hand to roughly wipe his eyes. He had no reason to even be hesitating now. All Might had encouraged him, and was giving him an opportunity to master his quirk. He knew that, if he really did want to become a hero, it would need to be trained, and he knew that it was dangerous, so why would he turn down the opportunity to have the world's greatest hero oversee its training? There was absolutely no reason to turn him down. Wiping the rest of his tears away with his sleeve, Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself, and then, feeling determination flow through him, nodded. I'll accept your help. Absolutely no hesitation, All Might smirked to himself. I thought so. Now then, I do have something cooked up, but I still need to put the finishing touches on it. For now, let's exchange contact information, young man, and I'll text you when actually, he realized, blinking a bit, perhaps introductions are necessary before that. Raising his hand for a handshake, All Might grinned down at the middle school student. My name is Toshinori Yagi, young man. If you want, you can still call me All Might. Izuku hesitated for a moment, and then returned the grin as best he could as he took his idol's hand, pumping it up and down. Izuku Midoriya, sir. Well then, young Midoriya, All Might nodded. Let's get along. Why yes, sir. Good. Now then, I think it's time I called my taxi. You should get back inside. I imagine your mother's wondering where you went. You're right. Crap. Once contact information was quickly exchanged and All Might promised to text him once he had something concrete planned, and Izuku's grounding was over, the two men parted, with All Might walking him back to the parking lot and letting Izuku run back upstairs, waving to him before turning around and walking away from the apartment. Thankfully, Inko and the Urarakas were more relieved that Izuku was okay, and Teo admitted that he had watched the two at the playground debating with himself to storm down and beat the skinny man to a pulp if things got out of hand, although Miwa did poke him in the funny bone for admitting that out loud. Still, Izuku was relieved that everything seemed to finally calm down, although Ochako did send him a small, concerned look. Once Izuku had washed up, dinner got properly started, with Izuku confused why they were drinking pop out of water bottles but not questioning it as they dug in, instead telling his mom and the Urarakas about his day before the incident, with Teo shaking his head at Izuku distracting himself while going to school with a hero and villain fight while Miwa frowned when Ochako told them about their confrontation with Katsuki. Once their dinner was finished, and the adults stepped up to wash the dishes, Izuku headed into his room, pulling out the piece of paper from his backpack given back to him by All Might with a determined look in his eyes, and grabbed a pencil. As he wrote down the name on the piece of paper, he suddenly heard the sound of knocking on his door, and looked around to see Ochako poking her head in. Hey, Deku, she said quietly, I was just wondering if I could talk to you real quick about that guy Dash, she faltered, however, when she saw what Izuku was doing and wrinkled her brow. Hey, what's that? Izuku glanced back down, and then nodded, looking back up to give her a smile. It's my high school application form. I've made my decision. Well, really? Ochako gasped, blinking a bit. The small pit of worry in her stomach that had started forming this morning about this suddenly clenched, and she felt herself shrink a bit as she stepped into her best friend's room. I think that's great. It's great that you finally made a decision. Yeah, Izuku nodded, lifting the piece of paper up, and it's going to be my only option. I'm not worried though, I'm pretty sure I can get in. Let's have a look. Ochako tried to maintain her smile, walking over to look over his shoulder. I guess I should know where Dash. It was then that she caught a glimpse of the name of the high school Izuku wanted to go to, however, and she felt herself blink at what she saw. Top selection, UA High School. There was about 10 seconds of silence, with Izuku waiting for Ochako's reaction expectantly. Finally, Ochako slowly turned her gaze from the paper to Izuku, blinking a bit in shock, and he finally gave her a more natural grin. Honestly, thank you, Aken. You never doubted me, and you were right. It just, took me a bit of a kick in the butt to get there. He raised his hand to pat her shoulder. You aren't getting rid of me that easily. There was another pause, and then Ochako practically launched herself at him, making him yelp as she pretty much tackled him out of his chair in a hug and sent them both falling to the floor. The adults, blinking at the sudden crash, walked over to his room to peek in, shaking their heads at the sight of their children rolling around onto their backs, clutching the back of their heads and groaning in pain, but the smiles they sent to each other more than made up for that. It had taken all might 3 days to contact Izuku again, and the boy had been grateful it came right at the end of his grounding. He had been with Ochako at school, eating lunch on the roof while she did homework, when the pro hero had texted him a time and location and advised him to wear a tracksuit for training. Izuku had gulped at the early hour and the distance from his house. From the looks of things, it was about an hour away on foot, but still sent the pro hero an enthusiastic text back, more than ready to begin training with the number 1 hero. Once Sunday morning finally rolled around with no school to look forward to, Izuku left the apartment early in the morning at 5 a.m., with a map on his phone and a sweatsuit on, to walk to the beach where the pro hero was waiting. It admittedly took a while and he only got lost once, but he managed to make it to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park in time, seeing All Might pulling up with his truck, the only car in the parking lot. Jogging over, Izuku saw All Might park and exit the vehicle in his shrunken form, wearing a loose dark t-shirt and track pants. Izuku glanced over at the beach itself, and gulped at the literal mountains of garbage that covered the entire beach, not a trace of sand in sight. That's a lot of trash. Good morning, young Midoriya. All Might waved to him as he approached, being sure to lock his truck with his key. I hope that you found this place okay? Yeah, I did. I got turned around once or twice, but here I am, Izuku chuckled, glancing at the garbage again before looking back to the pro hero before him. So All Might, what exactly are we doing here? Is this where we're training? You would be correct. He nodded, moving to go around to the back of the truck to open the tailgate, with a curious Izuku following him. This will be our primary location for training, young Midoriya. I do have a plan, so you don't need to worry. We can start by Dash. Wait, so I'm cleaning garbage? Izuku looked interested at least, glancing into the truck bed and seeing several thick layers of rope. As in, cleaning up the beach? I'm cleaning up trash to train my body? Correct. All Might nodded, leaning against the truck a bit and smiling knowingly. I imagine it's not exactly what you had in mind? No, that's fine. Picking up trash can, it can help me train my body, I know that. Izuku glanced at the nearest trash pile again, gulping a bit. It's just, I'm not sure how exactly this will help me train my quirk. My body, yeah, but Dash. But this is only a part of it. All Might assured him, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Don't worry, young Midoriya, I will be helping you to both train your body and use your quirk safely. But cleaning up trash is equally as important. I did some research on the internet yesterday, and I found out that the coast of this beach has been like this for years now. Yeah, I know, Izuku nodded, glancing around. I think Akin's dad used to pass by here on the way to work a few years ago. He said that he always wanted to visit, but he never had the time. I guess that was before, all this piled up. Because of the currents, objects tend to trend here a lot, and various dumpers take advantage of that to drop off their stuff, both legal and illegal. The pro-hero shook his head. Because of that, the local residents don't come here anymore, and this place became a junkyard. Which is a shame. I was told this used to be a popular spot. I remember passing by here once on a trip with Akin's family. It looked really nice. Well, as luck would have it, here we are again. You see, young Midoriya, I've noticed a little trend over the last few years. Heroes these days tend to be after all that showy stuff, catching flashy villains and such. Like a lady a few days ago, swooping in and taking out a villain as dramatically as she could to get everyone talking about her. Well, I know I'm one to talk about dramatics, but things were different before quirks. Originally, being a hero meant doing volunteer service, even if people called it boring. One cannot waver from those roots. I see. Izuku realized, feeling a small smile come to his face. So as part of my training, I'm going to be cleaning up the beach, helping out the environment. Partly. There's still a bit we need to cover for training all around, but part of it will include cleaning up this beach. Oh wow. Izuku looked around happily, balling his fists in excitement. I can't wait to get started. Now hold on a sec, young Midoriya. All Might raised a hand. We're still waiting for Dash. But All Might, this is my first step towards being a hero. Izuku looked around at the tall man, seeing All Might raise his eyebrow but looking down in intrigue at the boy. I've done nothing but sit around and hope for something like this. If I'm going to get into UA, I need to get started at once. Ordinarily All Might would have insisted Izuku have a little patience. They were still waiting, after all, she wasn't here yet, but there was something in Izuku's voice, the energy and enthusiasm to get started on something as potentially boring as garbage cleaning, that infected All Might. Without meaning to, the pro-hero swelled up to his muscle form, returning Izuku's shaky grin with his own confident one. Ah, you convinced me, you no-good go-getter. All Might laughed heartily. Very well. We can get started right now. Grab those ropes from my truck. I'll show you how to wrap them around a fridge, and you can get started by pulling one across the beach to the parking lot. Okay. Sounds good. Izuku nodded, feeling determined as he moved to grab the ropes from the truck. He knew deep down that this was probably going to be monumentally difficult, but he knew that he could handle it. As it turned out, though, pulling a fridge across the beach turned out to be harder than he thought. Although to be fair, All Might didn't mention that he would be climbing on top of the fridge to add to the weight, making Izuku strain as he tried his hardest to pull the fridge even an inch across the junkyard with his eyes squeezed shut, using the ropes wrapped around him to pull as hard as he could as he tried to move the fridge, but alas, it was in vain. Hey. All Might called out teasingly, I don't know about you, but this is a pretty comfy fridge to sit on. Be pretty nice if it moved, though. With a yelp, Izuku felt his foot slip, and let out a shout as he flopped down onto the sandy ground face first, groaning. If you could move it even a little, it would be a lot easier, All Might called from his perch, making Izuku grumble. People move these things every day, and that's without super strength. Yeah, he tried to get back up, putting his hands on the ground to lift himself up, but it's a lot harder when there's an added 274 kilograms on it, right? Oh, I actually lost weight. I'm down to only 255 kilograms. In this form at least. Oh, Izuku groaned, that's great. Well, don't let it get to you, as I mentioned earlier, this is only part of your training. This is actually for All Might's voice suddenly brightened up, making Izuku blink a bit when his voice got louder and more enthusiastic. Speaking of that, there you are. I was just wondering when you'd get here. Izuku felt himself jump a bit when he realized that All Might wasn't talking to him anymore, and suddenly became aware of a second pair of feet approaching them. Looking around, he blinked at the sight of a pair of cyan running shoes coming to a stop before him, and he was quick to look up at the new arrival, a bit confused and taken aback by this unexpected third party but ready to say hello at the very least. Awkward as he was, he knew his manners. But the moment he finally looked up at the newcomer's face, he felt himself freeze in a mixture of surprise and horror. That's a girl. A very pretty girl. The girl standing in front of him, looking down in a mixture of concern and confusion, looked at least as tall as him, dressed in a crop top that exposed her surprisingly toned stomach, and arms that, while still feminine-looking, held a lot more muscle mass than his own thin and dangly ones. A training bracelet was on her right wrist, colored black and white, and she wore a pair of shorts that went down to her mid-thigh, exposing her strong legs. Her orange hair was tied up in a ponytail on the left side of her head, bangs hanging off her forehead and some of her hair sticking up. Izuku felt himself go very red. She was very beautiful, teal eyes looking down at him with a slim face that held confusion at his presence, but at least she wasn't looking at him as though he were trash. She was holding a black backpack in one hand, although she put it down once she saw him lying face down in the dirt. Yeah, hello, All Might, but hey, are you okay? She knelt down beside him and Izuku froze up even more, blood pumping to his face as she slid the straps of rope off his shoulders, and offered him a hand to help him sit up. When he didn't respond at all, she glanced at his face in confusion, blinking. Are you okay? She repeated, looking up at the hero standing up on the fridge with her brow wrinkled. All Might, why were you making him drag that refrigerator? Heck, why is he here? I thought you and I were going to get started on training this morning. We are. All Might nodded in confirmation, jumping down from the fridge with surprising ease and grace. We were just passing the time to wait for you to get here, but just to clarify beforehand, young Midoriya here will also be training with us. Not for the same reason as we discussed yesterday, young Kendou, but there was a matter with his quirk that I couldn't leave alone. I'll explain more in a second. Wrinkling her brow, the girl let out a sigh, and without thinking too much, raised her hand in the air. Before Izuku could unfreeze himself, he blinked as her hand suddenly began growing, bigger and bigger until it was large enough to wrap around his torso, which was exactly what she did, reaching down and wrapping her enlarged hand around him. Unable to stop himself from letting out a small yelp, Izuku felt himself be lifted off the ground as the girl stood up, and then put him down on his feet. Once she was sure he wasn't going to topple over, the girl let him go and shrunk her hand back down, and Izuku looked at her in surprise as All Might walked around him, putting his own large hand on her shoulder. This, young Midoriya, All Might happily introduced the girl before him, is Itsuka Kendou, my successor and your training partner. Indeed, the pictures of this place really didn't do it justice. Instead of being one of those that would take a good long look at Dagoba Beach and wince at the literal mountains of garbage that was spread across the sand, All Might nodded in satisfaction, carefully walking down the steps that led to the beach. In his emancipated form, no one really paid him any mind as he walked carefully through the landfill, looking around and making a mental checklist of everything that might be trouble. A broken mirror? Yes, that would need to be removed carefully so as they didn't cut themselves on the glass. He could make out a few cars in there, thankfully more at the bottom of the piles so that if he had his successor cleaning the garbage it wouldn't fall on her. A few dressers and cabinets, fridges, yes, she would need to be careful moving those mattresses, those would be something light, tires to roll or carry, or push, a few discarded and broken televisions, furniture, a few safes, If he put down that locker and put those tires and that pole together, he could have her use a makeshift weight bar and plates. Yes, this was the place. Letting out a relieved sigh, All Might wiped his brow, smiling. It had been a busy few weeks, what with hero work and the incident with young Midoriya yesterday, but he'd finally found the time to come to the place he planned to train young Kendou and young Midoriya both, in order to inspect it and make sure there weren't any potential dangers. He knew that in order to train young Kendou, he needed to find a secure spot that would allow her to train all the muscles in her body, and a place for young Midoriya to practice his quirk and prevent anyone passing by from getting hurt, and this was it. Still though, All Might knew that this wouldn't be a walk in the park for either of them. He'd only really known young Midoriya for an afternoon, but he knew that the boy had confidence issues out the wazoo. To have not used his quirk for years, Out of complete and utter fear of it, the pro hero didn't just have to train him to use it safely, he had to make sure that Izuku had the confidence to use his own abilities. As for young Kendou, he knew that she was confident in her quirk, as simple as it was to use, and did have outside training, but this would be an entirely different kind of training that she wasn't experienced in. And to add on his training plan, he grimaced, with different sleep schedules and eating plans and the such. It would be tough for both of them. And yet, All Might shook his head. He had the utmost confidence in both of them. He had known young Midoriya for only an afternoon, but he could tell that the boy had the heart and soul of a hero. If he was willing to leap into a battle, he couldn't win to save a boy who treated him with disdain. And young Kendou proved her worth as the next successor of One for All. While she did get in trouble with both the authorities and her parents, he had still been amazed, staring in that crowd as she emerged from the burning building, coughing up her lungs and puking into a trash can, but waving aside the gratitude the children she saved gave her. It had been then that All Might had realized his own weakness. He sighed. He had grown too used to his own shortcomings, that when he had run out of time that day, he had been powerless and pathetic watching the flaming building burn, and yet young Kendou had ran in, clearly out of her depth and punching a hole through the wall, and saved those children. It was then that All Might had realized who his successor should have been, and chased her down, introduced himself, and revealed his identity to her, as well as the truth behind his quirk, One for All. Of course, she'd given him an earful when she realized he had just stood aside while she busted her but saving heroes, but she had still accepted his offer to train her personally, and he had promised to be in contact with her when he had come up with a proper training plan. Of course, there had been criticisms of his choice. All Might grimaced as he remembered the phone call a week ago. You're going to pass your power on to a girl who can only grow out her hands? She's someone who wants to save people, no matter what. She showed bravery that day and dash. She can't fulfill her duties with just her intentions. There are a number of other people far more suitable for One for All. She is also dash. All Might, you have to reconsider. Togata is ready. With a sigh, All Might patted the hood of a nearby abandoned car, frowning. Sir Knight, I meant well, he knew, but he always had his own reservations on how All Might would inevitably pass on his quirk. Young Togata was indeed a great hero, that was true, but young Kendou had proven her own worth. And so, All Might had made up his mind. Now though, he just needed to draft up a similar training plan for young Midoriya. His presence would perhaps be a hiccup, but All Might simply couldn't leave him helpless. He had the time, the place, and to build his confidence, a training partner to lift his spirits. All Might had no doubts that young Kendou would be a welcome presence while young Midoriya was training. She emulated warmth, comfort, and confidence, and that would bounce well with Izuku's lack of self-confidence. They would make a good team. Now all he needed to do was text Izuku and let him know to meet him early tomorrow morning at the beach, and then text young Kendou to give him a call, so that he could explain where to go. She at least deserved to hear his voice after 2 weeks of radio silence. He needed to explain young Midoriya's presence here as well. Or maybe not. All Might felt himself smile a bit mischievously as he began walking back to the parking lot, rubbing his hands together. It'd be a nice surprise for the both of them, and a good way to introduce themselves to each other. Very well, All Might thought to himself as he buffed up to his true form, I'll keep it a surprise. Beep 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 beep. Throwing out her arm, Itsuka Kendou managed to hit her alarm clock in one go, letting out a groan as she flopped her hand out to hit the top of the stupid machine beside her bed. Once silence was mercifully restored to her dark room, the orange-haired girl yawned as she rolled over onto her back, staring dully at the ceiling as though it were at fault for her being awake a lot earlier than she would like. Alas, she knew that she should probably get up. She didn't need to. Get head chopped by her grandpa so early in the morning. The last time that happened she had ended up with a headache as she walked to school. Taking one last moment to enjoy the softness of her mattress, Itsuka yawned again as she threw off her comforter and moved to sit up, groaning a bit as she put her feet down on her hardwood floors, and let out a small hiss as she moved to stand up a bit too fast, lowering her hand to rub the bruise on her hip. Usually when she helped out at the dojo downstairs, she would occasionally get some hits in but nothing too bad. But little Tatsumi in the kids' classes managed to get a particularly good hit in, and left quite the mark. She had managed to cover it up well. Tatsumi was kind of a crybaby and didn't like hurting other people, but once everyone had left, she had waddled up the stairs to the bathroom to complain and groan about it. Unfortunately for her, Itsuka smiled a bit as she began to walk across her room, grabbing her school uniform to change in when she got in the bathroom. Her grandpa didn't have much sympathy. He was a strict teacher, after all, and he made it clear when she was a little kid training with him that he wouldn't show her any favoritism, a promise that he'd kept for years now. Not that she was bothered by it, or would accept favoritism anyway. She wanted to be pushed hard, even when she was little, so her grandpa going easier on her than the other kids wouldn't have been accepted in this house at all. Opening her door, Itsuka yawned again as she stepped out of her room down the hall, rubbing her eyes and finally managing to get to the bathroom, where she could throw some water in her face before she headed into the kitchen for her morning coffee. Thankfully, she had taken a shower before she went to bed last night to soothe the bruise, so she just needed to get rid of the awful taste in her mouth, get dressed, and manage to comb the absolute disaster that was her hair. Once she was dressed in her school uniform and rinsed her mouth of toothpaste and spat into the sink, she glanced into the mirror, rolling her eyes at how messy her hair was now. Although she really couldn't fault anyone else but herself, she decided to grow it out for once instead of keeping it short like she always did, and grabbed her hairbrush from the counter as she turned around to walk out of the bathroom and into the kitchen, where her parents were already up and about and hopefully have already put on a pot of coffee. Well, Hakushu Kendou said from the kitchen table, smiling a bit at the disheveled state his daughter was in. Look who's decided to finally join us. Coffee, Itsuka grumbled in response, looking tiredly around the kitchen. I need coffee. There's still some in the pot, he chuckled, pointing to the oven top, and Itsuka sighed in relief as she moved to the counter, grabbing her coffee cup from the shelf and grabbing the pot from the top of the oven. As she poured herself a glass of black coffee, Itsuka glanced back at her dad and couldn't help but giggle a bit as he flipped open his newspaper. He probably didn't know this, but he had a bit of grease on his cheek from work yesterday, which he probably didn't even notice since he had pretty much stumbled his way to his and her mom's room last night and collapsed on his bed when she had come back from school, opting to take a nap instead of eating dinner with the rest of the family. She knew that he was pretty busy at the shop lately. Since winter was pretty much over, everyone needed their snow tires off, so that meant that the repair shop would be busy for the next few weeks. But that meant that they were getting some extra cash, so Itsuka knew that her dad didn't mind the workload. Getting some extra money meant that he could put some aside for car and motorcycle parts, which put a smile on Itsuka's face. Once she took a long drink of coffee, letting out a satisfied sigh as she felt some energy finally come to her, Itsuka was unable to stop herself from teasing her dad. You know you got some black smudge on your cheek, Dad? Hakushu blinked, raising his hand to his cheek while Itsuka passed by her mom cleaning some dishes, grabbing a bagel from the bread box and pulling it apart. Other cheek, Dad. Oh, damn, the bearded man grumbled, looking at his fingers and seeing the black grease. That's probably from the Tamashira's car yesterday. They had an oil leak that splashed everywhere. Has it been that busy? Itsuka asked as she put her bagel in the toaster, taking a second to lean against the counter and take a sip of coffee. A bit more than usual, but I'm a tough guy, honey. I'll survive a few weeks of hard work. Besides, we get a little extra cash. Hakushu winked as he rose from the table to go wash his face. I bet we can put some on the side and get you that helmet you keep looking at in your magazine. You better not be talking about the bike just yet, Itsuka's mother, Tenohira, said from her spot near the sink, smirking a bit to herself as she shook her head. Don't forget that you're still grounded until tonight, Itsuka. I know, Itsuka groaned, flopping a bit on the counter while her mother dried her hands, walking over to take the comb out of Itsuka's pocket where she had put it and beginning to smooth out her wavy and messy hair. And I'll be looking forward to doing something other than helping Grandpa downstairs or doing homework or studying. A third voice suddenly said from around the corner, sounding gruff and stern, that sounds like a complaint. It isn't. Itsuka was unable to stop herself from smiling as her grandfather walked into the kitchen, letting Hakushu pass by him to go to the bathroom and wash his face. I just have other hobbies, Grandpa. In that case, Ochako Kendou grunted as he sat down at the table, giving his granddaughter an unamused look. You should avoid doing foolish things that would get you grounded, Itsuka. So you don't have to spend time with your grandfather. Dad, I thought you were going to sleep in today. Tenohira pouted at her father as he slid the newspaper from his son-in-law's spot towards him so he could read. Your first class is at noon, you didn't have to get up early. Bah. Teiko shook his head, opening the newspaper to scan the contents. You know that I'm not one to sleep in any later than 7, daughter. Besides, you might have let Itsuka sleep in again, so I needed to be awake in case she needed to be woken up. One day, I'm going to just unplug your alarm clock. Itsuka's mother shook her head, and you can just sleep in. I doubt that, daughter. I'll just wake up by myself and yell at you. Tenohira clicked her tongue and let out a small grumble as she finished doing up Itsuka's ponytail, putting it into the usual style on the side of her head, and Itsuka couldn't help but giggle a bit as her mother returned to washing the dishes, hearing the sound of her bagel finally popping out of the toaster and feeling her stomach grumble. She liked snarking and making fun of them, and occasionally got reprimanded by her grandpa, but Itsuka loved her family with all of her heart and wouldn't change anything about them. They fully supported her dreams of being a hero, even her grandpa, and had suggested that she attend a middle school that specializes in preparing its students to attend UA High, but Itsuka had turned that down, planning to get in on her own merits while attending Mustafa Private Middle School with her friends. She enjoyed going out and doing chores and the such with her mother, either grocery shopping or heading to the mall to buy clothes, or simply sitting at a park and eating out. While her father, they bonded over building her motorcycle in the garage downstairs, and he occasionally took his daughter to work with him to have her help out in the shop. Even her grandpa, despite his stern teachings and refusals of favoritism, trusted her enough to have her assist him in the dojo downstairs, especially around the younger students where she was the more approachable of them. Although, speaking of the dojo, Grandpa, did you need my help after school today? She asked as she took the 2 pieces of bagel out of the toaster, wincing a bit at the heat as she dropped them onto a plate set out by her mother. There's a test on Monday I kinda wanted to study for, and I wanted to get started tonight. Shouldn't you have begun studying for that in the last 2 weeks? Teiko eyed her over the top of his newspaper, making her giggle as she slid the plate of butter towards her, leaving studying until the last minute. Disgraceful, granddaughter, disgraceful. I'd take your disappointment seriously, Itsuka giggled, if my grades weren't in the 90s and above, and I wasn't studying for other tests in the meantime. Teiko slowly nodded, indeed. So, about tonight? No, Itsuka, I didn't need your help at the dojo tonight. Her grandfather shook his head as he flipped the page of his newspaper, nodding in thanks to Tenohira as she gave him his own cup of black coffee. It's not the usual crowd tonight anyway. The Nakamuras let me know last night that their daughter had a dentist appointment, so they won't be in attendance. All right. Itsuka nodded happily, finishing buttering up her bagel and wrapping it in her napkin, hurrying over to kiss Teiko's cheek, moving around her dad as he returned to the table with a relatively clean face. Or as best he could, her dad never could be 100% clean. In that case, I should probably be off. Set wanted to meet up early so we could do some last-minute studying before the test today. Sounds good, baby girl, Hakusha chuckled as she gave him his own kiss on the cheek. Have a good day. And remember, Tenohira said from the counter, grabbing Itsuka's plate to put in the dishwasher and giving her daughter a raised eyebrow. If you pass by a burning building on your way, what are you going to do? Itsuka let out a small groan as she swung her backpack over her shoulders, but still answered, let the firefighters and heroes do their jobs. Tenohira giggled, good girl. Giving her daughter a hug and kissing the top of her messy hair, she patted her daughter's shoulder and let her go off, Itsuka hopping down the stairs and moving past both the garage door and the door that led to her grandpa's dojo, and exited the house, closing the door behind her and starting her walk to the train station, munching on her bagel while pouting a bit. The burning building. Itsuka shook her head a bit. She could see her parents' frustration with her about doing that. It had been dangerous, nearly suicidal, and had gotten her a harsh talking to with the heroes that had arrived after she had gotten done saving the 2 children trapped in the building, and a swift grounding from her parents. But at the end of the day, she couldn't bring herself to regret it at all. Not when it had led to a man approaching her, explaining his true identity, and telling her that her show of bravery and heroism had inspired him to offer her something she couldn't dream of refusing. Frowning, Itsuka munched on her breakfast as she grabbed her cell phone from her skirt, bringing it up and looking through her messages. All Might had said that when he had a plan to train her he would contact her, but that was over 2 weeks ago now, and there hadn't been any contact from the pro hero since. She chalked it up to the number 1 hero being super busy, but even now, she was starting to feel a bit anxious. If she was going to be trained for One for All, she'd kinda like to be updated on what was going on. But she shook her head and continued walking down the street, waving to a neighbor as she took another bite of her breakfast. She just needed to be patient. "All right, you can now please put your pencils down," the teacher at the front called to the class, patting her podium as she looked around the classroom. "It's almost time for the lunch bell to ring, so the test is now over. Can the person in the back please collect all the papers in your row and bring them to the front?" With a sigh, Itsuka put down her pencil and slid her paper away from her, taking a second to rub her eyes as the person behind her took the test away. She was relieved that she finished the test about 5 minutes ago and had used the spare time to double-check all of her answers and catch any mistakes she might have made. Now she had no problem with the girl behind her bringing the test up to the teacher, confident that she passed with flying colors and taking a chance to lean back in her chair and crack her neck. She really had no excuses for bombing this test. She chuckled to herself as she leaned forward in her seat, since studying was pretty much all she had time for the last week or so due to her grounding. Still, she would be relieved that once she got home tonight the punishment would be over, and she would be free to do more than just studying in her room, helping her grandfather in the dojo, and sleeping. And waiting for All Might to finally get back to her. But again, like she had thought this morning, she just needed to be a little patient. From the sound of things, Itsuka needed additional training before anything major could happen, and she would rather not be given a quirk she was in no way prepared for. No, she could wait for the pro hero to get back to her, and in the meantime relax a little bit and work on her bike once all these tests were over. Excellent. Her teacher tapped all 20 pieces of paper together in a neat pile, looking around the classroom with a smile, her antennas tapping together subconsciously. "Now you have one more math test on Monday, and then that'll be it, and you can relax a little bit. Just be sure to study, and if you would like to take a mock entrance exam for your preferred high school, just find me at the teacher's lounge and I'll give you one for practice. Since I've already collected your career aptitude tests, I'll know which one to give to Dash." Before she could finish that, however, the bell above her head rang, making her shake her head and smile as her class obviously sagged in relief. Okay, I get the message, go to lunch," she laughed, beginning to walk out the door so she could return to the staff room for her own lunch. "And don't forget that physical education's next, so remember to head downstairs with your gym clothes." Letting out a sigh of relief, Itsuka stretched her arms above her head, being sure to crack her back somewhat as she reached down to her backpack to pull out her bento box to eat. As she placed the wooden box on the surface of her table, there was a small thump, and Itsuka smirked a bit at the sight of a familiar mop of messy green hair, its owner having face-planted on the surface of her desk and beginning to quietly groan. "I'm assuming that the test didn't go very well?" she guessed playfully as she bent back over to grab her chopsticks from her backpack. "It went fine," Setsuna Tokage grumbled, not sounding fine at all as she slowly shook her head, rubbing her forehead against the desk as she wrapped her arms around her head. "I'm not going to fail, at least. Thanks for the extra study this morning, Ken, or I'd actually be F-ed." "Ouch," Itsuka giggled a bit. "So not a failing grade but close?" "Probably." Setsuna peeked up from underneath her messy hair, pouting at Itsuka's teasing smirk. "I'm betting that I passed, but not by much." "Of course, that doesn't mean much to you, does it, Miss Perfect?" "I'm not perfect." The orange-haired girl shook her head, putting her chopsticks on the table so she could open her lunch. "I'm pretty sure that I got 1 or 2 questions wrong." "Ooh, look at you," Setsuna teased as she finally sat up, smirking at her friend as she flipped her hair behind her shoulder. 2 questions wrong on a 50-question test. "Oh, what will your mother think? That I'm way too smart to be her daughter?" Itsuka giggled. "At least that's what my dad always says." "I mean, you have your moments of stupidity," another voice said above them, sounding uninterested, and both girls turned to see Yui Kodai approaching them with her own lunch, using one hand to slide the chair away from the desk beside Itsuka's and putting it beside them so that she could sit. "I can name a few." "Oh, my God," Itsuka sighed, slumping her shoulders a bit as she shook her head. You're talking about the fire, aren't you? It's bad enough my parents keep bringing it up. Do you regret running into a burning building? Yui raised her eyebrow as she sat down, with Setsuna smirking at the orange-haired girl teasingly. I mean, I did save a few lives, Itsuka shrugged, so, contrary to what I tell my parents, nope, I do not. Then no, Yui shook her head, I'm probably never going to let it go. Rolling her eyes, Itsuka instead broke her chopsticks apart and muttering a quick, thanks for this meal, before digging into her lunch, while Setsuna and Yui did the same beside and across from her, while shaking their heads as she ignored their judgmental and amused gazes. Still though, she gave them, she couldn't exactly brush their opinions on her stupidity away. She knew that they had a point, and running into a blazing fire to save a few people was an incredibly idiotic thing to do, as her parents and Backdraft, who had arrived at the scene while she had been busy puking up her insides due to the smoke inhalation, had told her. It was just what happened afterwards, receiving the words of encouragement from the most unlikely of sources and the offer she couldn't get out of her head even weeks later, prevented her from truly regretting her actions. She saved lives, and the most powerful hero in Japan gave the opportunity to save many more in ways she didn't think was possible, so she could deal with having to help her grandpa for the last 2 weeks, sitting in her room doing nothing but study, and putting a pause on her bike maintenance. Okay, admittedly, the bike thing was killing her, but her punishment was only until tonight. Then she could start working on her baby again. Also, I owe you 100 yen, Yui, Setsuna grumbled as she broke her chopsticks apart, scooping up some sushi as Itsuka continued to quietly think to herself and mourn the loss of time she could have spent on her bike. Sento didn't even recognize me yesterday. Yui nodded, smirking a little bit, probably because your face wasn't caked in makeup. Yeah, Setsuna pouted, it's SCKS that I gotta give up the gyre fashion, but I gotta start cleaning up my act. If either of you two tell anyone at UA that I was into that kind of stuff, by the way, I'll never forgive you. Oh, perish the thought. Yui shook her head. Why give up perfectly good blackmail material? Yeah, Itsuka rejoined the conversation, smiling mischievously. Why should I give up the chance to have you buy me food? No way, your secret is safe with us. Assholes. Anyway, Setsuna popped some of her sushi into her mouth, glancing between her two friends. Once you aren't grounded anymore, Ken, do you guys want to hit up the mall? There were a few dresses I wanted to try on and buy for the summer before we have to go all in on you. As much as I'd like to, I can't. Yui shook her head, tossing a slice of tomato into her mouth. My dad has guests coming over tomorrow night for a dinner party, so I have to practice smiling in a mirror all tomorrow afternoon so I can make a good impression. Sorry. Lame. What about you, Ken? Want to go on a date? As tempting as that sounds, Itsuka chuckled. My parents are letting me off the leash tonight, and I just want to spend some time working on my bike tomorrow. So I'll pass. Next week though? I'll hold you to that. Setsuna pointed her chopsticks at the orange-haired girl threateningly. I want to spend a little time shopping before I have to start studying for the recommendation entrance exam, and that's going to take up all my effing time. That's an exam, a practical, and an interview, right? Yui at least looked a bit curious, or, as curious as she could with her blank state of a face. I know you will have us doing a practical and a written test, at least. Yeah, Setsuna nodded in confirmation, pouting a little bit. I'm pretty sure I'll stomp the 2 exams. I'm gonna start taking things seriously once summer break starts. It's just the interview I'm nervous about. I hate not knowing what they're gonna ask. Don't worry about it right now, girl, Itsuka assured her. You've got a whole year to get ready for it. We can do mock interviews for you to get yourself prepared if you want. Ah, how sweet, Setsuna smirked a bit. I might take you up on that later, but honestly, right now I just want to have 3 months to enjoy my last year of middle school before I have to dedicate my entire life to studying. You say that like we aren't going to be busy training and studying either, Itsuka giggled. Just be sure to remember us when you're in the big leagues, alright? Girl, it's not my fault that FANG Majestic thinks that I'm hero material. Setsuna put her hand on her chest in a mock-arrogant tone that made Itsuka snort and Yui roll her eyes. Just like it isn't Yui's fault she's got a literal army of guys that thinks she's a goddess, I just roll with the punches. For the last time, I don't have a fan club. Yui shook her head as she continued to eat her lunch, while Setsuna gave her a doubtful look, and Itsuka rolled her eyes this time. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Girl, you don't notice the pervs peeking at you from the bushes every time you walk home from school? Setsuna gave her a skeptical look. I swear to God, I'll just say that we're dating just so they'd get off your back and actually get lives, although they'd probably die of blood loss from all the nosebleeds we'd give them. Tempting, Yui smirked, but I know I'm not your type. Yeah, Setsuna giggled, you're a tad too horny for me, and I've gotta concentrate on studying. Me too. Itsuka shook her head, blinking when she heard her phone chime in her pocket as she unscrewed her water bottle. I swear, Yui, you can be a little more subtle about how much you check people out. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yui shook her head. I certainly did not look at your melons when I came to sit down. How kind of you to admit it, Itsuka snarked, letting out a small hum while Setsuna chortled. As she began to drink her from water, she pulled her phone out of her pocket, wanting to check who was texting her as she eyes trailed down to the message she just received. And then her eyes positively bulged out of their sockets. Good afternoon, young Kendou. At your earliest convenience, could you please give me a call? PFFFD cough cough cough. Both Setsuna and Yui jumped a bit and looked up to see Itsuka beginning to choke on her drink, grabbing her mouth in one hand and coughing roughly as she stumbled out of her chair and onto her feet, staring at her phone with widened eyes. You good girl? Setsuna pet her head a bit, staring up at her friend in confusion. Is something dash? I have to cough. I have to go to the bathroom, Itsuka managed to say through her ragged coughing, giving her best friends a weak smile as she pointed behind her at the door. Cuff, be right back. Trying desperately to clear her throat, Itsuka quickly turned around to start heading out the door into the hall, hurrying around the desks and her classmates as she jogged out the open door. Behind her, Yui and Setsuna looked confusedly after her, before glancing at each other. You don't think she got some boyfriend while we weren't looking, do you? Setsuna rolled her eyes a bit as she returned to her lunch. Unless she found some mysterious guy that could somehow charm her with black coffee and motorcycles, Yui shook her head as she munched on another slice of tomato. I sincerely doubt it. Outside her classroom, Itsuka finally managed to unblock her airway, clearing her throat and getting control of her coughing, and quickly began hurrying throughout the school to find a safe place to call All Might. She'd been waiting for 2 weeks now for All Might to contact her about how he would be training her, and now that he had finally reached out, she hurried her pace as she tried to find somewhere private so that she could call him and get a few more details, more than eager to get some more information. She knew he had to set up a few things beforehand, and now she was more than a little excited to learn more. Passing by Class 4 and waving to Mina, Itsuka made her way through the school, looking for an empty classroom to make the call. She knew some classrooms upstairs were empty during this time, so she could potentially sneak in there to call All Might and hopefully not be overheard. She didn't think anyone would keep quiet if she slipped up and accidentally said something that would indicate she was talking to All Might. Either they'd think she was a liar or hound her to get his number. And as she really didn't like either option, the more private she got to do this, the better. Managing to get upstairs without anyone noticing, Itsuka went to the first classroom she saw, sliding the door open, and got a good look at a black-haired kid slamming a rebar against his forehead as hard as he could, the sound of metal hitting something very solid echoing throughout the empty classroom as blood leaked out of his forehead. Itsuka froze up briefly, thoughts of calling All Might fading entirely as the boy looked around at her at the sound of the door opening, also freezing up as he realized the position he had been caught in, slowly lowering the piece of metal back onto the empty podium and gulping nervously. As the two cautiously eyed each other, it was then that Itsuka blinked, realizing that he recognized the guy. Itsuka pointed weakly at him, staring at the boy in confusion and a bit of suspense. Kirishima, right? From Class 1. Yeah, the black-haired boy. Gulped, glancing between her and the metal bar he had been slamming against his head, as though realizing the weirdness of what he had been doing. I was training my quirk during the lunch break. Didn't realize anyone would be up here. I'm not hitting myself on purpose or anything like that. Drew tried to defend himself, and then blinked. Wait, yes, I was hitting myself on purpose, but not to, dash. Oh no, I get it. Itsuka giggled awkwardly, pointing aimlessly behind her as she slowly backed out of the classroom, beginning to slide the door close while he held out a hand. No, hold on, dash. Sorry for interrupting. But I'll get back to whatever I was doing. You keep doing, whatever it was you were doing. With another awkward wave, Itsuka slowly slid the door shut, still not entirely sure what on earth she had walked in on, but turned right around to walk back down the stairs with a small sigh. She could hear Izuku thumping his head against something pretty solid, although she couldn't tell if it was the rebar, one of the desks, or the blackboard. Probably would be better to leave him to whatever that was. It took a little more time, but Itsuka finally managed to find her own safe spot outside the school, waving to a few of her classmates eating outside as she made her way under a tree, glancing left and right one more time to make sure that there was no one nearby to overhear this phone call. Once she was sure no one was stalking her or watching her, Itsuka let out another sigh, tried to hype herself up by hopping up and down, trying to be as confident as she could. Once she felt a bit more encouraged, she dialed All Might's phone number and brought it up to her ear, feeling herself shake a little bit. Thankfully, the phone only rang 2 times before she heard the phone call connect, making Itsuka straighten up. Although she got to see the hero's dorky side while he had talked to her in his thin form, she was still honestly a little intimidated by him just due to the fact he was the #1 hero. Hello, young Kendou. Hello, All Might. Itsuka stammered a bit, gulping again as she glanced around one more time to make sure that absolutely no one was in sight or watching her as she walked a bit further away from the school, moving into the shadow of the tree. Sorry about, not calling you back right away. I was with friends, and I had to find somewhere private to call you. That's quite all right, young Kendou. As a matter of fact, I actually had to interrupt a hostage situation between my sending the text to you and your phone call, so this is excellent timing. She suddenly became aware of the sound of smoke blowing off something, and she wrinkled her brow in concern at the sound of a series of hacking coughs, indicating to her that he just shrunk down to his depowered form. Well, this at least gives me time to take a little break. Itsuka coughed, still glancing around for anyone who might be eavesdropping and aware of how suspicious she might look. So Sir Dash. Oh no, young Kend, there's no need to refer to me as sir. All Might is fine. I told you last week, there's no need to be so formal around me. A dash? Itsuka gulped again, right? All Might. So, did you mention when we last saw each other you were looking for somewhere to train me? Did you find a place? That's correct. All Might said in an enthusiastic voice over the phone. My apologies for the radio silence the last 2 weeks. It's been quite busy for me. I knew from your last text that you were going to be grounded by your family until today, so that gave me a good enough time frame to find you a place for training. Gee, great. Itsuka nodded quickly, unable to stop a small smile from gracing her face. So where will we be going? What'll you have me do? I'll be keeping that a secret for now. It's a bit too much to explain over the phone, and I imagine your lunch break will end soon. Just know that tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., I will meet with you at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, and we'll go over more about what exactly we'll be doing to prepare you for One for All. Understood? Why, sir. Itsuka immediately confirmed, balling her free fist. I'm looking forward to it. Fantastic. In that case, young Kendou, I'll let you go for now. Have a good rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Why, you too. See you tomorrow. After exchanging goodbyes, Itsuka hung up her phone and put it back in her skirt pocket, taking a moment to glance around one more time to see if anyone was watching her, and once she was sure no one was looking, quickly hopped up and down while pumping her fists, smiling giddily. She had been excited for this ever since last week, when All Might had offered her the power of his quirk, One for All. She had been honored that the hero had seen potential in her, and thought that she was worthy of becoming the next symbol of peace. And tomorrow morning, she smiled widely as she began jogging back to class to eat the rest of her lunch. She was going to take the first step in her dream of becoming a pro hero. This, young Midoriya, is Itsuka Kendou, my successor and your training partner. Or, alternatively, All Might could instead rip the rug right out from under her. Itsuka sputtered at the same time the boy she was being introduced to did, the orange-haired girl immediately wheeling around to stare up at the pro-hero in shock as he smiled proudly down at her. She hadn't even been here for 5 minutes, having woken up at 4 in the morning so she could get the bus route and get here in time, and now here she was, staring at the boy across from her in shock and befuddlement as the gears in her mind squeaked to an absolute halt. What? She stuttered, looking from Izuku to All Might so fast her ponytail flipped around to hit her in the face. Training partner? All Might, you never mentioned anything about training partners. What? A successor? Izuku said in a low voice, eyes locked on the girl standing in front of him while his face paled almost comically, taking a shocked step back. She's your successor? What? Hold on a second, All Might, what? It's true. All Might laughed, raising a hand to rub the back of his head. I had thought of leaving it as a surprise, young Kendou. Indeed, young Midoriya will be joining us to train with his own quirk. All Might's surprise, however, evidently didn't go over very well, due to Itsuka rapidly looking back and forth between the two of them with an air of exasperation and befuddlement, while Izuku's eyes continued to go rounder and rounder as he did the same between the two of them. It would have been comical, seeing how they conveniently looked away from each other when the other's eyes fell to them, but All Might suddenly felt his smile stiffen when Itsuka's look became a lot darker and colder with each passing moment. You never mentioned anything about training partners, Itsuka repeated, her eyebrow beginning to twitch and making All Might sweat a bit as he took a cautious step back, having a feeling that he made a mistake of some kind as Itsuka's fists slowly clenched. I thought that you were going to dash. Young Kendou dash? All right, let's start over, she groaned, raising a hand to hold over her eyes. Why exactly is, dash? Pausing for a second, Itsuka let out a sigh and turned back to Izuku. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Izuku sputtered for a moment when she looked at him, still a bit taken aback by the fact that All Might's apparent successor was a girl his age, but then cleared his throat, glancing away and muttering, Midoriya. Midoriya? Itsuka nodded politely at him at least, then turning her gaze back to the pro-hero before them with a frown, right? I'm Kendou, by the way, it's nice to meet you. So what is Midoriya doing here, All Might? On second thought, young Kendou, you can go back to calling me sir, it seems so informal dash. All Might, Itsuka narrowed her eyes, not feeling very intimidated by the number 1 hero anymore. Explain. All Might sputtered a bit, evidently taken aback and feeling himself stiffen even more, while Izuku continued to stare at Itsuka in complete and utter shock, seeing her massage her forehead as though a headache was starting to come on. Honestly, she didn't really have a problem. Okay, that would be untrue. She did have a problem with Izuku's presence here, but not with the boy himself. It was just, oh, good lord, it was way too early for this kind of thinking. She'd only been awake for about an hour and now All Might was pulling a complete stranger out of nowhere and saying that he would be training with her. She needed a bit more information and a cup of coffee. Scratch that, a lot of information and a lot of coffee. You see dash, All Might nervously said, tapping his 2 index fingers together as the 7-foot-tall man cowered before the 5.5-foot girl, before his shoulders sagged. I had thought it would be a nice surprise for you too that you didn't know and well dash. Itsuka let out another sigh, continuing to massage her forehead as she realized that All Might's little surprise completely backfired in his face. And, honestly, her reaction probably wasn't helping matters. There was really no need to get annoyed, she just needed a bit more information before she could figure out what was going on. So, after letting out one last sigh, she turned to look back at Izuku, trying to smile politely. So Midoriya, she tried again, I'm not angry at you by the way, but can I ask why you're here with me? I know that I'm here so that All Might can train me, but I'm not sure why you're here with me. I think All Might mentioned something about your quirk? Izuku shook briefly, still kind of out of it due to the presence of the pretty girl who was apparently All Might's successor, but when she had turned to address him, he tried his best to shake his head and try to get back into the right mindset, as in, one where he could probably communicate like a normal human being, not stuck in a state of pure shock. For her part, Itsuka at least patiently waited as he tried his best to gather his thoughts, while All Might continued to twirl his fingers guiltily behind her, until finally, Izuku gulped and glanced away again. I have some problems with controlling and using my quirk, he explained in a quiet voice, at least loud enough for her to hear, and when I met All Might a few days ago, he said that he would help me out, train me to figure out how to use it. He told me it'd be here so I had a safe place to practice, and I didn't hurt anyone, but he never mentioned that someone else would be here as well. It was here that Izuku hesitated again, glancing back at the orange-haired girl as she slowly nodded, putting her hands in her pockets as she listened, and then he let out a small sigh. He paused again, and then looked back down at the ground. I can leave, if that's what you want. He said that you're his successor, that's way more important than me learning how to use my quirk. I can get out of your hair. Itsuka couldn't help but sputter again, blinking at the boy as he looked down at his shoes and seemed to be in the mindset that he had to go, and then he glanced up when he heard her groan, seeing her raise a hand to pinch the bridge of her nose. No, you don't have to leave, I don't mind if you're here, it's just, All Might. She snapped, wheeling around while the pro-hero defensively raised his hands. This is your fault. Yes, it is, All Might sighed, slumping his shoulders and giving the two teenagers an apologetic look. Perhaps I should have been more transparent with the both of you. Not perhaps, Itsuka pouted, pointing a finger in his face. Definitely. The pro-hero gave the two of them a nod, pouting at the ground while obviously feeling guilty, while Itsuka scratched her hair and returned her gaze to Izuku. Midoriya, I don't mind if you're here, she was sure to make clear, making the boy blink in surprise and look back up at her. It's just, a dash. It was here, however, that Itsuka found herself hesitating, glancing unsurely back up at All Might as he straightened up. She knew the reasons that Izuku was here, of course, but she didn't know how much he knew. Or what exactly she could say here that wouldn't give anything obvious away about the true purpose of her training. Thankfully, All Might seemed to pick up on her uncertainty, subtly shaking his head, and tried to regain the confident smile he always wore as though he hadn't spent the last 5 minutes being reprimanded by a 14-year-old girl. In any case, we've gotten pretty distracted, haven't we? Perhaps we should be getting back on track. He managed to get both teenagers' attention with that, pointing dramatically up in the air and grinning. I explained this briefly to young Midoriya when he arrived here this morning, but just so you know, young Kendou. With that, All Might began to explain to Itsuka what exactly they were going to be doing at the beach, gesturing around at the mountains of garbage while instructing her on why it was so important to clear the beach, not only to improve her strength but also her ideals. While Itsuka patiently paid attention and listened, Izuku took a second to stand back for once, staring at the girl before him while trying to get his breath to calm down a little bit. All Might's successor. Before today, if someone had suggested that the pro-hero could even be surpassed, he probably would have rolled his eyes at the mere thought that he could be succeeded. But now that he was standing back and looking at the both of them, it did kind of make sense. He supposed All Might obviously couldn't be a hero forever, and from the scar he had shown Izuku a few days ago, he knew that All Might wasn't exactly in the prime of his youth anymore. If he could only be a hero for a few hours a day, no matter how much it hurt Izuku to even think about it, retirement seemed to be on the horizon. But this girl, she was his successor? Izuku couldn't help but stare at her as she listened to All Might explaining things to her, although he knew how awkward he must have looked just staring at her. This must mean she must be powerful, right? She had to be, if All Might was considering her as his successor as the symbol of peace, presumably. Hell, she must have been powerful enough for All Might to have a direct hand in training her, but what was her quirk? She grew her hand to pick him up, so was it some kind of transformation quirk? Kind of empty lady's quirk, letting her grow? And wouldn't he just get in the way? Izuku felt his face fall at that thought, glancing away again. If All Might needed to train his successor, would he just be distracting him? Should he really be here? And as I told young Midoriya, one cannot waver from those roots. Okay, Itsuka nodded slowly, raising a hand to her chin as she thought about what All Might told her. So I'm going to be training my body by cleaning up the trash. Since there's a bunch of different size junk around, depending on their size and shape, I can exercise different parts of my body. That's right. All Might nodded proudly, walking over to the fridge that he had been making Izuku drag and knocking on it with the back of his hand, not noticing that he left an imprint of his knuckles on the metal surface. As your first step towards becoming a hero, you will restore the horizon for this entire section of the beach. Still though, Itsuka glanced around again at the literal hills of trash piled up throughout the beach, gulping a bit nervously. It's a lot of garbage. Like, God, this is probably going to take months to clean all up. Would I even be able to clean it all up before the start of next year? Definitely, it won't be a simple walk in the park, young Kendou. All Might gave her that, smiling a bit cockily. But you do want to go to UA, don't you? UA? Izuku blinked in surprise, looking back up as Itsuka turned back to the symbol of peace with a smile. Of course I do. She nodded, balling one of her fists. Graduating from UA is practically a requirement for becoming a great hero. I guess if all else fails, I can go to Shinketsu, but UA is where I want to go. They've got the best hero teachers in Japan. And Izuku stuttered a bit, causing the other two to look around at him for the first time in a few minutes, as though they had forgotten he was there, which didn't really help with his "maybe I shouldn't be here after all" of stance. And it's the school you graduated from, right, All Might? Yes. All Might flashed the green-haired boy another thumbs up and grin. UA has a reputation of training students who become top heroes. There's a reason, U2, our motto is plus ultra. They expect their students to go beyond their limits to become heroes. And that, young Kendou, is what you need to do here for the next 10 months, going beyond your limits to clean this beach, to prepare you for the entrance exam. Yes, the entrance exam. If you are to succeed, you will truly need to go beyond. Plus ultra. Right. Itsuka nodded slowly, still glancing around at the mountains of garbage with an unsure look. It's just, I am aware that it's a lot for even one person. All Might teased her, grinning when Itsuka blushed a bit in embarrassment, which is where young Midoriya here comes in. Izuku jumped a bit, feeling his eyes go wide as he looked up at the pro hero. What? Wait, what do you mean, All Might? It means, All Might grinned, that you will also be handling the cleanup of this beach, young man, in addition to practicing your quirk. Wait, what? Izuku gasped, looking back around at Itsuka as she hung back a little. But, shouldn't it be BK Kendou who cleans up the beach? If it's to prepare her to be your successor, but would I just be in the way? Nonsense, young Midoriya. All Might crossed his arms into an X shape. You wouldn't be in the way. In fact, your presence here is a natural benefit. While you are correct that young Kendou is my successor, we shouldn't kid ourselves. He let out a small laugh as he walked over and lifted up Izuku's arm, showing how skinny it was as he poked his bicep in a teasing manner. You're not exactly Hercules. You didn't need to point it out, Izuku grumbled, pouting a bit while Itsuka suppressed a small giggle. While training your quirk should be your top priority, All Might continued to explain, letting go of Izuku's arm and letting it flop back to his side. It would be unwise to ignore how your body should also deserve the same amount of attention. Quirks are natural extensions of our body, and you will need to train yours to use your quirk correctly. The physically healthier you are, the better mindset you will be in. And I understand what you're saying, young man. You're worried about unnecessarily taking some of the weight off young Kendou's back and hindering her process. Izuku gulped, while Itsuka blinked. Well, you don't need to worry about that. I have considered that possibility, and came up with this. All Might suddenly reached into his back pocket and brought out 2 rolled-up stacks of paper, grinning proudly as he flattened them out and tapped the pages with his finger. My aim to pass, American Dream Plan. Handing over both stacks of paper to Izuku and Itsuka, All Might continued to explain while they opened the booklets and read through the plan. These are training plans to help you both clean up the beach and practice your quirks at the same time. Young Midoriya, you may notice if you glance at young Kendou's copy that your plan doesn't include as much cleaning. While we certainly will be training your body, clearing the entire beach will be her responsibility. There will be times where you two will need to work together, but I have considered that and made sure to adjust your plans accordingly. While she will be clearing the beach, you will be dedicated to practicing the safe usages of your quirk. While I was looking around here yesterday, I noticed plenty of large objects that we can use as target practice, as well as other items that you can practice pouring small outputs of electricity on. Geez, Itsuka muttered as she flipped through the pages, grimacing slightly. There's even a sleep plan in here. Our days start at 4 in the morning. Indeed. I'll be having you both follow these plans in every aspect of your lives. All Might suddenly leaned over so that he could be down at their level, raising his hand as though to whisper to the two students. Truth be told, though, this is going to be a super hard schedule to follow. Do you two think you can handle it? Izuku and Itsuka paused at that, continuing to read through the paper while paling slightly. Oh God, this was not going to be easy, and then Itsuka was unable to stop herself from letting out a small chuckle. Well, she shrugged, glancing back up at the pro hero, I figured it was going to be tough anyway, so what the heck? Bring it on. Izuku, who had also been thoroughly reading the papers while feeling very nervous at the utter hell that was awaiting him, glanced up at the orange-haired girl when she said that, seeing how confident she looked, although a closer look showed the small bead of sweat on her forehead, indicating her own nervousness. With a small sigh, Izuku tried his best to grin, and nodded up at All Might. Why yeah, he tried to say confidently, I kind of figured I'd have to work hard, since I haven't used my quirk in a long time, so let's do it. Grinning proudly at the two students before him, All Might patted both of their shoulders, and straightened his back to smile down at them. You too. You'll end up hyping me up if you're not careful, he chuckled, patting their shoulders again as he turned back to the fridge he had Izuku dragging him on. Now then, if we're done with the introductions and explanations, I believe we can get started. Not with our proper exercise, of course, but a bit of a warm-up so that you both know what to expect. We'll handle young Midoriya first while dash. Oh God, you cannot be serious. The three of them, huddled in the shadow cast by the mountain of garbage, jumped at the sound of an unfamiliar voice coming from behind them near the parking lot. Izuku and Itsuka quickly looked around, eyes widening at being caught red-handed with the symbol of peace, while All Might turned around to take a look at the sudden arrival, and then let out a small groan, raising himself up and accepting the fact that this wasn't going to be pleasant. Standing at the stairs leading up to the parking lot was a tall, lean but muscular man with sharp and elongated features. Izuku blinked at the simple plainness of the office clothes he wore, a plain white suit with gold buttons, a white dress shirt, and a red tie with white dots decorating it. His hair was smooth to the left, dark green with 3 yellow streaks on the front. He wore a pair of triangular glasses, worn over his sharp yellow eyes. Still though, Izuku couldn't help but gulp some as the stranger before them studied them. This man practically emulated a sense of authority and power, and he looked unnaturally stern as he slowly walked down the steps towards them, staring at Itsuka with a slight glare that made her feel suddenly nervous and take a step back, while All Might sighed behind them. There was also something familiar about him, Izuku thought as he stared up at the man, but where had he seen him from? The television, maybe? So it's true, the man shook his head, continuing to glare at Itsuka. You really intend to train this girl? Of course. All Might's warm, assuring voice had completely vanished. Izuku and Itsuka gulped slightly at the sudden coldness as he addressed the man coming towards them. I said what I said, Knight. The man, narrowing his eyes somewhat, leaned back up to his full height, making Izuku gulp again. He practically towered over the 2 middle schoolers, which didn't help when he turned his gaze to Izuku. And who's this? Another potential competitor? No. All Might sighed, raising his hand. This is Dash. Oh, for God's sake, All Might, stop trying to maintain your form, the man interrupted him before he could defend himself, turning his gaze back to the pro hero with a look of scorn and disappointment. This must be taking a lot of energy out of you, and you can't afford to waste any more of that. All Might gave the man another pointed glare, the smile on his face a lot frostier than what Izuku and Itsuka were used to, before sighing and doing as the man suggested and disappearing behind a puff of smoke, emerging in his emancipated form while coughing into his hand. While Itsuka looked back at the pro hero in concern, as though she wanted to make sure he was okay. Izuku continued to stare at the stranger for a moment, feeling his brow wrinkle somewhat as he tried to put two and two together on where he had seen him before, and then he let out a small gasp, eyes widening. You're Sir Night-Eye, he realized, drawing the tall man's attention back to him as Izuku was unable to stop himself from pointing, at the hero who can see the future. But why are you Dash? Yes, that's me. Night-Eye pushed his glasses back up his nose, staring down at the boy with a frown. And who are you? I Dash. This, All Might coughed, drawing the attention of the two men again while Itsuka reached up to pat his shoulder to comfort him, is young Midoriya. Due to complications with his quirk, I agreed to help him out while I trained young Kendou at the same time. I simply couldn't leave him out on his own. Midoriya, young Kendou, this is Sir Night-Eye. My former sidekick. Izuku's eyes widened again, whipping around. Your sidekick? I didn't know that you ever had a Dash. I am one of the very few heroes who worked directly with All Might. Night-Eye interrupted him again. I persuaded him a long time ago to let me work under him, until certain circumstances caused a rift, and we dissolved our partnership. Now I have my own agency with my own sidekicks. In any case, his eyes narrowed at Izuku again, making the boy gulp. Am I to understand that you're a side project? Night-Eye, All Might narrowed his eyes as well, already dreading where this was about to go but not wanting Izuku to get dragged into it. Don't even start. Just say why you're here, although I can probably guess. Yes, you can. Seeing as I am only here due to the conversations we've had in the last few weeks. Night-Eye straightened his tie, turning his gaze back to Itsuka. The girl, who had been patting All Might's shoulder when he had powered down, glanced back at the green-haired man before her, and made her shake a little bit while he studied her with obvious dislike, pulling his phone out of his pocket. As I've been trying to tell you, Night-Eye stated in a cold voice, you're making a mistake, All Might. I've told you time and time again, I have been training Togata for years now for exactly this, and he's ready. You don't need this girl as your successor when I've already got one prepared. Itsuka was unable to stop herself from wincing at that, glancing away while Izuku blinked and looked between the two heroes. All Might let out another sigh and leaned up to his full height, glaring down at Night-Eye as he folded his arms. Sasaki, like I said on Wednesday, ultimately I am the one who Dash. All Might, you don't have much time left, Night-Eye interrupted him yet again, and for the first time since he came here, Izuku picked up something other than anger and scorn in his voice. It kind of sounded like he was pleading, and we both know that it'll take months for you to train this girl to Dash. He glanced at Izuku, seeing him look confusedly up at the both of them, and then sighed and shook his head, deciding not to finish that sentence just in case. Togata has already proved himself. He stands heads and shoulders above his peers. Please, see reason for once and hear me out. And as I've told you, All Might refuse to budge an inch, putting a hand down on Itsuka's shoulder when he saw her beginning to shrink away. I have made my choice. The decision isn't yours to make, Mirai. The minute All Might. Night-Eye snapped, and his formerly cold and stoic expression faded away to show the anger and frustration on his face. You don't have any more time. You're down to mere hours of hero work, and the time is now to begin getting Togata ready. Please listen to me. Make Togata your successor, and then sit back and relax. That's what you deserve. Mirai, All Might shook his head while Itsuka and Izuku looked more and more confused by this conversation, although Izuku couldn't help but notice Itsuka continuing to look a lot smaller and less confident than he'd seen her all morning and feeling something in his chest thump at the sight. As I have said time and time again, I respect you and young Togata's accomplishments. I agree with you that he has come a long way under your tutelage. He'll be a great hero, and I can offer you no higher praise for how you molded that boy into the hero he is today. But young Kendou has the heart and soul of a hero. I have seen it myself. You don't know her well enough to Dash. Don't I? Night-Eye snipped at that, shaking his head and raising his phone so that he could read his little document out loud, adjusting his glasses. Itsuka Kendou. Born September 9th, daughter of Tenohira and Hakushu Kendou. Mother is unemployed, father runs a mechanic shop in Chiba. Currently attends Mustafa Private Middle School. High grades throughout her years in school. Annual school health checkups list her as healthy. Quirk is listed in the registry as Big Fist, which allows her to grow her hands to giant size, and that is it. Lowering the phone, Night Eye returned his glare to Itsuka, giving her a dirty look that Izuku didn't like at all. A transformation quirk, one that can be easily trained and used without much difficulty. That's really invasive, Itsuka muttered, crept out. Night Eye, All Might narrowed his eyes. If you're implying that young Kendou hasn't worked hard enough for one to be my successor dash. What I'm implying, Night Eye put his phone back in his pocket, returning his gaze to the blonde man glowering at him, is that your plan has holes in it, and you've chosen to simply going the easy route. For example, what exactly will she say when people question her on how all of a sudden her quirk gave her super strength? How will she explain that her big fist allows her to leap into the air with strength she never demonstrated before? With Togata, I already have written up a plausible explanation, one that will easily fool anyone who asks, and we can easily apply it to the quirk registry. Even as outlandish as the explanation is, I have people working there that can help us update Togata's file. Night Eye, I'm telling you, All Might, even Gran Torino dash. Night Eye, All Might interrupted before the man could go any further, raising a hand and stopping Night Eye in his tracks. I think we both know that nothing you say here will change my mind on my decision. Nothing. As potentially fun as it would be to go in circles with this argument as we have hundreds of times, I need to instruct young Kendou on the training she will be doing. As Night Eye clenched his fists in frustration, All Might glanced at Izuku, seeing him looking back and forth between them, and then let out a small sigh, flashing him an apologetic look. My apologies, young Midoriya, but I'll make it up to you. If you do insist on staying, young Midoriya here needs to practice his quirk. Izuku quickly looked up at the pro hero as he put a hand back down on his shoulder, seeing the apologetic look that All Might flashed him briefly before turning his gaze back to his former sidekick. And I wanted him to try and fire off one blast this morning so we know where to work. I had a wrecked car be put down on the beach, near the water. Can I ask that you supervise him while I speak to young Kendou? All Might then was sure to narrow his eyes somewhat. Or is young Togata the only one who deserves your undivided attention? Night Eye gave him a good glare at him for that, although All Might's own glare made it perfectly clear that he was going to be stubborn about this no matter what. Izuku and Itsuka glanced between the two pro heroes, feeling a bit nervous for a moment as they had a silent standoff, and then Night Eye sighed, straightening up and taking off his glasses to rub at his eyes, clearly frustrated with his friend. Very well. He nodded, turning towards Izuku. This conversation is far from over, All Might, but I'll assist the boy while you play around. Squeaking a bit, Izuku stood at attention, wondering if it was too late to back out of this. Oh God. He didn't sign on to be instructed by the pro that obviously disliked him. But alas, Night Eye was already moving, walking around the mountain of garbage along a small path, and turned his glare back to Izuku when he didn't move. Gulping, Izuku knew that it would probably be better just to do as All Might suggested, and he did agree that All Might needed to talk to Itsuka more than him, so he squared his shoulders and followed the tall, skinny man down the path towards whatever beach wasn't covered in garbage. Behind them, All Might let out a small sigh as he turned his gaze back to Itsuka. The girl had been quiet since Night Eye had arrived, but he knew that she had to be feeling more than a little discouraged thanks to Night Eye's criticism of her. So All Might did the best he could to look assuring and confident as he walked back over to her, putting his hand down on her shoulder. I'm sorry about Night Eye, young Kendou. He apologized, beginning to guide her over the nearest mountain of garbage. He has, well, as you may have guessed, he has his own opinions on who should be the next yielder of One for All. But it's as I said to him, it's not his decision to make on who I pass it along to. Alright, Itsuka muttered, flipping her ponytail over her shoulder. All Might knew that she was still put down, giving her a concerned look as he continued to pat her shoulder, and saw her look back down to the American Dream plan she had in her hands. Opening his mouth to begin talking to her about it, however, All Might was suddenly interrupted. Hey, All Might. Yes, young Kendou? Who exactly is Togata? All Might felt himself falter at that quiet inquiry, staring down at Itsuka as she finally looked back up at him, letting him see how put down and confused she looked, and he let out a small sigh, raising a hand to scratch at the back of his neck. Young Togata. Mirio Togata. He's a student in his second year at UA, he explained as they walked together, the boy that Sir Night Eye had selected as my hypothetical successor. Oh, Itsuka nodded slowly, not looking very comforted by that as she glanced away, and that's who Night Eye wants to be dash. Young Kendou, All Might slowed her down, placing his hand back on her shoulder to halt her movement, and when she stopped, he put his other hand on her other shoulder, making sure that she looked up at him when he said this. I wasn't lying to Night. I do not regret choosing you as the next successor of One for All. Night Eye has his own opinions on how my quirk should be passed down, but at the end of the day, it's not up to him. It's up to me, and I believe that you are the right person to succeed me. Now let's put that away for now, and go over what we'll be doing for the next 10 months. Okay? For a moment, Itsuka still looked obviously conflicted, glancing away to stare vacantly at one of the hills of garbage, and then she inhaled, and let out a quiet exhale as she shook her head. Alright, she tried her best to smile, looking back up at the pro hero. Sorry, All Might just, yeah, you're right. We need to go over, everything. Alright, All Might smiled kindly at her, and let go of her shoulders to lead her over to the nearest pile of garbage. He could hear the sound of Night Eye speaking to Izuku not far away, and felt a bit relieved that she and he could talk without any more interruptions. So, he nodded. To start, young Kendou, due to the nature of your quirk, giving you enhanced strength in your hands and making it easy to carry a majority of the items here, I believe that in order to properly train your body, you'll be moving garbage without the use of your quirk. Okay. Itsuka slowly nodded, wrinkling her brow a bit. Yeah, that makes sense. I won't be able to rely on my quirk to move any of this. Only unless I say so. All Might brought his hand up to his chin, thinking for a moment. I know that there are a few things hidden here that won't just be moved by yourself, you'll occasionally be given permission to use your quirk in special circumstances. And I know that there'll be objects in here that will require both you and young Midoriya to move it while working together. Right? Itsuka nodded again, glancing to the ground. Midoriya? Young Kendou, I am sorry for just springing a training partner on you. All Might sighed, scratching his cheek. I thought it'd be a nice surprise, and dash. Oh no, I was serious. All Might, it's okay. Itsuka shook her head, glancing to the side. I meant what I said to him. I don't mind if he's here, and I understand his own reasons. This place would, it's good for practicing quirks. It's just, well. All Might studied her while she lost her words again, glancing away, but he could hear the unspoken question she was trying to ask him, and he reached out to pat her shoulder again. I know that you don't know him, he gave her, but young Midoriya is someone you can trust. I haven't known him that long either, but during the time I met him, he showed me that he has the heart of a hero, and I believe that he'll be just as much of a support to you as you will be to him. That I am certain of. Itsuka slowly nodded, and then she glanced uncertainly at him. Do you think, she asked quietly, as though afraid of being overheard, that we'll eventually let him in on the, the secret? Of what we're really doing here? Perhaps, All Might admitted, glancing away this time as he thought about it. I didn't lie to you when I said that One for All is a great burden to take on. And young Midoriya? He has a lot on his plate already, and I believe that he being in an environment with you, someone who can support him, that would benefit both him and yourself. For now, though, I say that we keep the secret between us. But if he shows that he can be trusted, and for the record, I believe he can be, we can let him in on One for All's secret. Okay, that sounds good. Itsuka nodded in confirmation, and then couldn't help but let out a small giggle. I'm not gonna lie, All Might, when I first came here and saw him, I thought that you were pulling the rug out from under me, and you were gonna make me compete with him for the quirk. Wah, I would never do something like that, young Kendou. All Might protested, unable to stop his own laugh as he raised a hand to his hair. Besides that dash. Crack boom. Both All Might and Itsuka yelped and jumped about a mile high at the sound of a large explosion on the other side of the hill. They could hear the sound of electricity surging and something very big being smashed across the beach, hearing the thud of something heavy slamming repeatedly against the ground as several objects splashed into the water, and one of the hills of garbage shook, items falling down every direction. Without another word, All Might buffed up again, and hurried to where Izuku and Night Eye had vanished behind the hill of garbage, Itsuka right on his heels. Right then, Night Eye sighed as he took off his glasses again, this time so that he could rub the lenses with a cloth from his suit pocket. So what seems to be the problem here? Izuku couldn't help but gulp again as they walked down the small path towards the water of the beach. Sure enough, just as All Might had said, there was a wrecked car placed purposefully near the water with a target spray can on, moved so that it was parked horizontally and facing Izuku. He had the thought that All Might had purposefully given him a pretty big target to hit start, and felt a bit comforted by that. He was still unsure about how much attention from All Might he should be taking, seeing as he was actually training his successor here, but at that moment, it didn't quite matter, since Night Eye was clearly waiting for a response from him. Admittedly, Izuku was a bit nervous to be left alone with the lanky man. Night Eye was clearly not in a good mood, scowling at the car and turning his cold gaze to Izuku, as though he were angry that All Might had brushed him off and it was all Izuku's fault. Still though, Izuku knew why he had been sent off with the former sidekick by All Might, and understood completely. He needed to talk to Itsuka privately, and really couldn't do that if Night Eye was too busy breathing down his neck and criticizing him. So Izuku knew that this was probably the best course of action, having Night Eye supervise him. Izuku hadn't liked what Night Eye had said about Itsuka. Honestly, he didn't know her all that well, not at all to be exact. But even he knew that Night Eye was saying that she wasn't good enough to be All Might's successor. And that, for some reason, made Izuku feel annoyed and a bit crossed at Night Eye, for reasons he didn't really know why. Hell, there was a part of him that wanted to speak up in Itsuka's defense, but he knew that he didn't know enough about her to really properly argue with the pro-hero. But he could think about that later. Right now, the bespectacled man was clearly waiting for a response from him, tapping his dress shoe against the sand out of impatience while Izuku tried to shake himself out of his thoughts. Well, Izuku sighed, shaking his head and trying to refocus, but before he could speak up, Night Eye crossed his arms. All Might mention that you have complications with your quirk. He tapped his foot against the sand a bit more, staring down at the green-haired boy, so give me a brief rundown. Right. Izuku quickly nodded, feeling himself shake a bit, and then sighed as he raised a hand to run through his hair. You see, I had an accident when I first got my quirk, back when I was a kid, and I hadn't used it since. An accident? Night Eye raised an eyebrow. Why? I hurt people. Night Eye slowly nodded, put his hands in his pockets, and when was the last time you used your quirk? A few days ago, Izuku admitted, glancing down at the sand. And I only used it to blast myself in the air, and shoot at a villain. And the time after that? When I first developed it. I see. Night Eye raised an eyebrow. So your problem is a lack of confidence, and a fear of your quirk. Yes. All right then. Night Eye crossed his arms, stepping back from Izuku and gesturing with his head towards the car. Then go. To wait what? Izuku blinked, looking around at the tall man as he stared down at him through his rectangular glasses. Just go. Just use your quirk. He narrowed his eyes. If it's a lack of confidence that's the problem, then the only way you can overcome it is by getting used to using it. Is your quirk touch-based, or a transformation type? And no, it's dash, Izuku stuttered again, glancing between the pro-hero and the car. It's an emitter-type quirk. Good. Then go. Izuku hesitated, glancing down at his hands and seeing them begin to shake. I'm not sure if I should dash. How am I supposed to instruct you on how to use your quirk if you don't use it? Night Eye asked in a haughty voice. I currently have nothing to go on. Give me a demonstration of your quirk, and I'll be able to see where you need to go from here. Izuku felt his gaze fall to the sand again, unable to stop his hands from shaking as he stared down at them, seeing the lines of red cracking, faded on his skin after such a long time of not using his quirk, and the small hints of white from using it a few days ago. Night Eye made it sound like using his quirk was so simple, and honestly, it probably was, but if he was being honest, he was still afraid. No, scratch that, very afraid. What are you waiting for? Night Eye tapped his foot against the ground impatiently again. Remember the times you used your quirk previously, draw on the emotions you used then, and use them to fire. Izuku managed to stop himself from speaking again as he glanced back at the car, feeling his hands continue to shake uncontrollably, but still let out a deep breath, closed his eyes, and, trying to find his bravery, spread his legs somewhat to brace himself. Trying to calm down his shaking, Izuku slowly lifted his hands up in front of him and spread them, palms up, and let out a shuddering breath. Trying to remember the feelings he had felt when he had previously used his quirk was pretty easy, which was the good news. The bad news was that those feelings weren't exactly positive, he thought. Remembering a small Katsuki lunging at him at the playground, extending his own hands with explosions blasting out of them in order to hurt Izuku and get to Ochako. The brief moment that the sludge villain on Wednesday had threatened to drag Ochako away once he was done with Izuku. Him running to save Katsuki from that same villain. Izuku had to concentrate on the fear he had felt. The anger. The panic. But before he could, he suddenly remembered the limp form of a 4-year-old Katsuki on the ground, his shoes smoking and his shirt burning from where he had struck him. The sight of his mom's burned arm from where he had accidentally lashed at her. The nightmares of him being unable to control his quirk, electrocuting everyone in sight. And he froze up. Beside him, Night Eye raised an eyebrow when Izuku stiffened up, his hands continuing to be outstretched as panic obviously raced through him, evidenced by the look of fear frozen on his face. Letting out a small sigh, Night Eye shook his head and quietly approached Izuku, being sure to walk silently so that he could sneak up on him. Once he was behind Izuku, and surely not in the crossfire, Night Eye stretched his hand up, taking a slow, deep breath, and then brought it down hard on his back. It had been what he had previously done with Mirio when he had begun training him, and the boy had been hesitant to use his quirk. Smacking his back out of nowhere surprised the boy in order for him to activate his quirk without thinking, as though pressing on a flight or fight button. It had worked then, the boy falling through the floor and walking back up, naked and embarrassed with a very red-faced intern from the office. He intended to use the sudden hit as a surprise to jolt Izuku, and automatically fire off a blast of whatever it was his quirk was. It worked. Crack boom. Night Eye leapt back in surprise and a bit of pain as a flicker of lightning hit him in the arm, jolting him and making him wince. Izuku gasped out as a large blast of green lightning exploded out of his palms, the boy leaping back automatically as the car was smashed by the bolt of lightning in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the moment the lightning hit the car, it was sent flying, although they briefly couldn't hear it due to the explosion of sound that followed the strike. Izuku's jaw dropped as the force of the blow sent the car rolling across the beach, wincing and cringing at the loud crashes against the ground as it rolled across the sand, and then collided into another hill of garbage, resulting in another large explosion of sound as several objects were sent flying, either against the ground or into the water with loud splashes. Ah! Izuku cried out in pain, waving his hands in pain and panic as they stung from the electrical shock, feeling them start to sting and burn. Holy crap, did that hurt? He quickly looked around for anything he could put his hands in to cool them down, spotting the water, and then Night Eye grabbed his shoulder when he took a staggered step towards the waves. Don't put your hands in the water, he instructed sternly, wincing a bit at the electrical shock still running up the boy's arm. There's still some leftover electricity. You'll end up electrocuting yourself since you clearly don't have an immunity to your own quirk. Wave your hands until you've calmed down. There was the sudden sound of footsteps on the sand behind them, and they both turned around to see All Might hurrying over in his true form, his dark gaze widening at the sight of the car catching on fire on the opposite end of the beach. Itsuka's eyes were wide as well, but she still ran over with all might to Izuku, seeing him in obvious pain. She still didn't really know him all that well, but she still felt worried for him as she looked at his hands, seeing that he was waving them around and wincing when she caught sight of a red burn mark on his palm. "Young Midoriya, are you all right?" All Might asked, carefully putting a hand on the young boy's shoulder and avoiding being hit by some static shock. "Ow, yeah, I'm okay," Izuku managed to say while nodding, continuing to wave his hands in the air. "Just, ow, that hurt." "My apologies," Night Eye sighed, giving Izuku a small bow while he frowned at himself. "I wanted to give you a jolt in order to make you use your quirk without thinking. I had done it once with one of my other pupils. I hadn't thought through what might have happened there if you two didn't have similar quirks." It's okay." Izuku shook his head, not looking at the lanky man as he finally stopped waving his hands, wincing in pain at the burn mark on his palm while All Might sighed. "It looks like the electricity is pretty much gone now," he sighed, noticing as the last flickers of lightning finally faded away, and raised his hand to flick at the burning car wreck. "So let's go back to my truck. I have a towel and some water we can use to wrap around that burn." Izuku nodded at that, and once All Might had flickered away the flames of the car to prevent a fire, the group moved back around the mountain of trash to get back to the parking lot. Unable to stop himself from looking back, Izuku felt himself frown at the sight of the car smashed into the hill, letting out a small sigh as he looked back down at his palm, and completely unaware of the fact that Itsuka was watching him, catching the disappointed look on his face and feeling strangely concerned for him. Once they finally had left the trash heap and headed into the parking lot, All Might had Izuku sit in the passenger side of his truck, taking out a towel and a water bottle, and sprinkling the contents of the bottle into the thin fabric. As All Might tenderly wrapped it around his palm, the boy glanced up, seeing Itsuka standing nearby and looking a bit worried, a look that took him aback. If he was to be honest, it had been such a long time since someone his age besides Ochako had given him a look that wasn't angry or mocking, so he didn't really know how to react to her. There was also the small fact that she was seriously pretty, which made it pretty hard to look at her in the face, now that he was over the shock that she was All Might's successor. So he just settled on staring at the ground, or more accurately her shoes. Before anyone could speak, however, Night Eye let out a small sigh. As he hung up with whoever he was talking with for the last few minutes, getting everyone's attention. "I'd better be getting back to the office now," he nodded slowly to himself. "Centipeter has a few reports for me to look over." "Midoriya?" Izuku jumped a bit, and glanced back up at the bespectacled man as he lowered himself into a bow. "Once again, I apologize for startling you and ended up injuring you." "And no, it's okay." Izuku shook his head, turning his hand over and frowning at the towel on his hand. "I figured, well, I knew that using my quirk was probably going to hurt. It did before, so I think I realized my problem." "Oh, the outpour." He slowly shook his head. "I'm unleashing everything I have in single blasts. I need to figure out how to control how much output I release when I shoot out. Which means that I need to find a way to lessen the force and outpour of my blasts, and that'll mean that I have to begin practicing." Itsuka, All Might and Night Eye blinked as Izuku leaned forward, not looking at anyone as he tugged on his lower lip and began to quietly mutter to himself, an intense look in his eye that disturbed the three of them a bit as he began speaking a mile a minute, quick enough that they couldn't really make out what he was saying. "Well, in any case, I must be off." Night Eye turned his gaze from Izuku to All Might, giving him a polite nod, and then looked down at Itsuka. The orange-haired girl felt herself jolt a bit when she came under the pro-hero's stare, looking from where she had been staring in confusion and a bit of fear at Izuku to the bespectacled man. For a moment, Night Eye quietly studied her, and then let out a short sigh as he took off his glasses and wiped them again with his cloth. "I must say, All Might," he frowned, turning back to his former partner, "I am still disappointed in your choice of successors. At least he has potential." That, at least, jolted Izuku out of his thoughts, looking up at Night Eye in brief shock at his parting words as the pro-hero turned on his heel to walk to his car and finally leave the beach, and then, he automatically turned his gaze to Itsuka, looking up at her face and feeling his breath falter. She blinked slowly at Night Eye's last biting remark, and then let out a small sigh, turning her gaze back to the ground, but Izuku saw the clear hurt at yet another put-down from the pro-hero. He felt himself sit up where he was sitting in All Might's truck, and then looked at Night Eye's retreating back, feeling himself frown and give an angered look at the former sidekick as he finally got into his car to leave, and he heard All Might let out another sigh. "Young Kendou, once again, I'm sorry about him." The symbol of peace shook his head as he briefly disappeared behind a familiar puff of smoke and emerged in his emancipated form, coughing briefly before giving Itsuka an apologetic look. He's ridiculously stubborn. He'll eventually come around, I promise. Yeah, Itsuka nodded, although she still looked pretty dejected. Yeah. Well, in any case, All Might patted Izuku's shoulder again. I'd better get going as well, just so I can get started with my patrol. Do either of you need a ride home? No, I'm good, All Might. Izuku shook his head, getting out of the truck and closing the door behind him as he patted the towel wrapped around his hand. Thank you for helping me out. And I'll be okay getting home too, Itsuka sighed, straightening up and trying to put on a brave smile. I can catch the bus if I hurry. All right then, All Might nodded at them both, and then moved around the truck so he could climb into the driver's seat. Our training officially begins tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. sharp. We'll drag some trash around until 7 o'clock to get you guys used to what I have planned, and then I'll drive you both to school. I'll see you both tomorrow, and if there are any complications, just text me. It was with that All Might closed the door, turned the key in the ignition a few times to get the truck started, and then began driving out of the parking lot, waving to Izuku as the boy raised his hand in farewell and bowed slightly. As soon as the truck pulled away behind Naitai's car and vanished down the road, Izuku let out a small sigh, reaching into his pocket for his phone to check if there were any messages, and feeling relieved that no one was asking where he was just yet. He knew it would take a bit more time to get back, but he figured that he could jog back in time now that he knew the way, and could take a shower and check on his hand before. And then he became aware of shuffling behind him. Blinking and looking around, Izuku jumped a bit when he realized that, in that brief moment, he had completely forgotten that Itsuka was still there, and still looking mildly put down now that All Might wasn't around for her to fake a smile for. Although, she was quick to collect herself when she felt Izuku's eyes briefly on her, and nodded politely to him as she gave him a weak smile. I guess this means that I'll be seeing you tomorrow, Midoriya, she said in an airy voice, beginning to walk away from him while pointing behind her shoulder. I live over in the Chiba prefecture, so I'm gonna take off. I have a bus to catch. Oh, Izuku quickly nodded, glancing back at the ground as she turned around to begin walking away, and then his eyes flickered back up to her. The way her shoulders were slumped, taking a few slow steps away, it was clear that Naitai's words affected her. That was obvious. It was just, the way she slowly walked away, obviously put down, reminded him of himself, of whenever Katsuki would insult him and make him feel like crap. He knew how awful he felt after that would happen, and it was clear that Itsuka was having similar emotions right now. For a moment, Izuku stared after her, and then he straightened up. Hey, Kendou. He winced when he called out to her, feeling that he said her name too loud, but she at least faltered in her step when she heard her name, and looked back around, looking a bit surprised. Izuku felt himself freeze for a moment, feeling awkward and still a bit intimidated by her, what with being the successor of All Might himself and a very pretty girl, but he knew that there was no way he could just watch her go after Night Eye insulted her so much. So, with a small sigh, he quickly glanced to the ground and spoke in a mutter. Don't listen to Night, okay? He was still staring at the ground, so he was unaware of Itsuka blinking at that, wrinkling her brow somewhat while wincing at the morning sun shining in her eyes as she turned around to face him. He obvious has his own biases about how All Might should, how he should pick his successor, however he does it. Izuku frowned a bit, and then took a deep breath for bravery. But I think All Might made a good choice with you. For a few moments, the two teenagers were quiet, with Itsuka quietly mulling over Izuku's words, and the green-haired boy continuing to stare at the ground while screwing up his eyes, waiting for the huffing or the insults, fearing that he just somehow crossed some line and she was about to make fun of him, but then he became aware of the sound of footsteps approaching him. Shaking a bit, Izuku finally mustered the courage to open his eyes and look up, and he felt himself blink at the sight of Itsuka giving him an awkward smile, flipping her ponytail behind her shoulder while she chuckled. He was kinda an a-hole, wasn't he? She giggled despite herself, and Izuku let out his own hesitant chuckle. At least to me, anyway. He ended up being pretty nice to you, though once he got you hurt. I guess not. Izuku scratched the back of his head, unable to stop a small, sheepish smile from crossing his face, He probably doesn't see me as competition, though, so there's that. I suppose, she shrugged, grimacing slightly. Anyway, sorry for, being all moody. Usually this kind of stuff doesn't get to me, but, All Might saying that he wants me to be his successor, and then some guy comes out of nowhere and contradicts everything he says. Why, I know, Izuku nodded, biting his lips somewhat. I know where you're coming from. Anyway, Itsuka shook her head and gave him a more natural smile, one that took him off guard. Thank you for saying that. Honestly, I really needed that. Izuku hesitated again, feeling himself shake and his cheeks go slightly red, but then took a deep breath and tried to give her his best, wobbly smile. You're welcome. Itsuka smiled and nodded at that, and then sighed as she glanced away, back at the dump on the beach. Well, I guess I don't have any control over whether or not Night Eye thinks I'm good enough, so I'll just, I don't know, not care about what he thinks of me. Why yeah. Izuku nodded, and then hesitated. I guess it helps that All Might's in your corner, right? I think he's in both our corners. Itsuka returned her gaze to him, giving him a comforting smile. It seems like we're in it for the long run. Izuku awkwardly hummed at that, and returned his gaze to the ground. For a few more moments, the two teenagers stood awkwardly in the parking lot, not exactly sure where to go from there, and then Itsuka chuckled. So, She gave him a small smile when she saw him glance up at her. I guess this means that we'll be seeing a lot of each other from now on, huh? Air. Izuku gulped, feeling his cheeks continue to glow red but nodding. Why yeah. In that case, she nodded slowly to herself, I know that we really didn't have much time to do this earlier, in between All Might being a doofus and Night Eye interrupting us, but I think we missed something. Izuku wrinkled his brow at that, a bit confused as to what she meant, and then blinked when she extended her hand out, clearly indicating that she wanted to shake his hand. Let's get along, Midoriya, Itsuka said sweetly. I have a feeling that we have 10 months of hell ahead of us, so let's do our best. Izuku faltered, staring down at her hand for a brief moment in shock, and then, with an awkward chuckle and a blush, reached out and took her hand, wincing a bit at her firm hold, but still pumping his arm up and down with hers. The same here, Kendou, he gave her another shaky smile. Let's get along. I have a feeling we will. Itsuka giggled, and then let go of his hand, gesturing with her hand. Now, I think I should probably get going so I don't miss my bus. Oh, why yeah, you should yeah. Yeah, she turned around, giving him another smile and flashing him the peace sign. See you tomorrow morning, Midoriya. Why yeah, Izuku smiled back at her, raising a hand to wave at her. See you then. It was with that the two teenagers went their separate ways, Itsuka with a lighter heart now that he had comforted her and Izuku pumping his fist over the fact that he had successfully talked to a girl without spazzing out. They, of course, had no idea what was in store during the next 10 months, with more complications other than Sir Knight, moments of awkwardness, chance meetings, new heroes to meet, problems to encounter, and, of course, being unaware that they would soon be meeting a third member for their little group of aspiring heroes. But at the very least, in that moment, Itsuka Kendou and Izuku Midoriya were more than happy to become training partners.